Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Boom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello. Good morning, very quickly, because on my days, we are not late. They are the ones very early. I am on time. I was not procrastinating or anything. I am right on time. I am not ready, like I am never ready. But, hey, what else is new? I don't even have the light on. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, Sizzy. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Today is Tuesday. I did not even know which day it is. I am so discombobulated because between dealing with emails, between dealing with YouTube and things and wonderful things that has to be done every single day, like cooking, cleaning, laundry needs to be done, working to pay the bills. But yeah, so sorry, I still haven't finished to share this, and as well finishing watching the day of yesterday because it was spicy. I mean, when I got in from work this morning and I jumped on the stream on my computer to do some work and like admin work before YouTube, I was like, wow, 91 objections. Then I started listening to yesterday, and then I was like, yeah, that relates. Let me just check if the volume is alright. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, okay, sound is perfect. Hello, good morning. We are ready to start today. I mean, we already have Hosanna in the stands. Josh is in the chairs. I mean, I don't even have time to do a recap. I mean, I don't know, because apparently from what like the judge or Nightpot was saying yesterday, they are behind. I mean, how are they behind? It's been 4 days of this trial. And to be fair, one thing, right, that I was saying, no, I actually don't think I said this to Nightbot or Gardenbot, is how can they be like the judge complaining that they are like they are behind? Let's go, yes. How can the judge be saying that they are behind because the 2 days they finished early was because, well, kinda he had stuff to deal with. So it's not, I don't think, really the defense or the prosecution fault. But to be fair, the defense wastes too much time. In my opinion, the blonde snotty lady, like Fanny Pack calls her, she wastes way too much time looking for evidences. Because I'm sorry, I don't think that's all her pretending that she's looking for something. I think, oh, I think that is her as well, right? Wasting time just so, for example, either Osana or the witness that is on the stand that forgets or what he's gonna say or anything. So I believe that something is sometimes she can be, yes, that's like she's disorganized and evidence a video is not playing or anything, but I don't believe that 100% that is all true, because I really think that that is also like a game in a way, or like or something. So it is a crazy day already. Like this week has been a very crazy week, but I've got some good news. While try not start, I've been working on this trying to print this thing for the channel to give you guys on the games that we play. And hang on, let me just do something here, because I need to, like, I've printed a new one for a new like keychain thing, right? And it is smaller. This is the size that I want. This is the size that you guys gonna get, but it's still not perfectly printed because it's still very, I don't know what I did because I'm learning how to do this. Obviously, this is gonna be painted and everything. Either me or Garden Bot is gonna cut paint, but this is the new prize either for the verdict game or for the objection game that we are playing in this trial as well. But this still needs, because like maybe through the computer you can't properly see, but I can see that it's still, I think I did something wrong. So this will be my version of the prize. Well, I have this one and I have the big one. So because I I had a plate. So on the resin printed of that Garden Bot has, you have a plate of them, and you have like you can fit a bunch of them, and I fit about 6 of them in, and only one came out good. So because the thing is, I want to print batch them, then I can just paint them all and then have them ready for when a trial finishes. Because I don't want to be all the time doing this, because it's me, because I can get like not a Garden Bot doing it, but he has also his stuff to do. So hey Mo, oh wow. Let's have a great day, and you have a awesome gardening day, Zizi. And that Garden Bot is doing exactly the same thing. He's gardening. I don't know if he's weeding today. Is he is in his allotment to get stuff done, but don't ask me what is he done. But yeah, have a great day. Have a great day, Paul, as well. You, Zizzy, and everybody else in chat. Let's make sure that you like the like button, helps the channel a lot as well. And guys, we are 236 away from 1,001k subscribers. Please share the channel. Family, friends that like true crime, likes a small chat. Let's help me, please. But so I know it is so cute. I love it. So I'm hoping to get this finished by this trial. So I'm getting Garden Bot when it comes home to print, because I found the size that I want. And it printed okay. But now I just need them printed, dried, and then I just need to spray paint them the base coat and then give them the coat, because I was thinking doing it on my favorite colors. My favorite colors is red, black, and like a goldish tone. So the base paint of this is gonna be black. So it's gonna be a black base paint, and then I'm gonna paint probably some letters in red and some others in gold, and that's what's gonna be. So, and that's the price. I mean, it doesn't need to be just the price. Good morning, Maria. Buenos dias. Hello, my friend. It doesn't need to be just for the price. If you guys want it, I can send it. You've guys been supporting me since the beginning of this channel, so you absolutely deserve it. So as a little thank you, I can, yeah. Yeah, sorry. I was just getting an email from a solicitor, because my days, I've been having this claim against the company I work for because of an accident. It's been more than a year. And finally, today, there's going to be an offer made to them for a compensation, and hopefully we'll hear something soon, and hopefully that will finish soon, because this has been in the back of my mind for a year now, and it's just been very, very annoying, and I just wanted to get done and over with and move on with my life, because I carry on working in the same company, but it's just let's fingers crossed it's gonna be all finished soon, and hopefully I don't have to go to court myself, but if I go, you are sure I'm gonna get it recorded. So then you guys can see me in court. But I don't think it's gonna get to that. I don't think I'm gonna have to go to court. So we are still live. We're still waiting on court to start. I think they are actually gonna start at 8:30 this morning. Oh no, it's absolutely fine. Don't worry, Paul. I absolutely understand, my friend. I'm gonna take 2 seconds to reply to this email. Yeah. It's just 2 seconds. I need to respond, and 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. very finished the email. 1 second. Trying to spell my name without mistakes very fast. Good morning. Hello. I know. Good morning. Good morning, Pickles. Oh, you changed your profile picture, Pickles. See, I noticed things. And it's absolutely low is fine. Karen really was spicy. I was watching it earlier. Very, very, very spicy hearing. Pickles, good morning. I like the profile picture. You did, see? I noticed things. See? I'm aware of things. I'm looking. So it's okay if you can't hear. You can always, pop in and rewatch. Absolutely fine, Pickles. I understand. Just, oh no, I'm so sorry, Pickles. Please, yeah, go home, have a rest, have some food, maybe some tacos, and go to bed, have a good nap, and you can always pick it up later. I really hope you feel better, my friend, very, very soon. We're gonna miss you. It's not gonna be the same without you. It's never the same without you. I don't know what the defense is doing there because he hasn't started. I don't have sound any as well. So I don't have any sound yet in my ears, and I have everything set up. Oh yeah, obviously, Pickles, absolutely. Love you, and I'll see you later, soon, and I hope you feel better as well. So like I was saying, I don't know what I think they might try to listen to something if she can hear something. There's still no sound. Let me refresh just in case it's me that doesn't has any sound. No, it is not. The sound has not kicked in, so it's not my fault. I think so far. So yeah, so today might be very, very spicy, and we might, well, I think the state, I know, I understand I say this every single day, but I think the state's gonna rest today. I don't think that the cross from the fence is gonna take much longer. I don't think it is gonna be much longer until they finish the cross, and then I think that's gonna be the state done for today. Um, I think, I don't know what you guys think. Because I don't know what else the state has. Hey, Stephanie, congratulations on your 1 month anniversary. Thank you very much for sharing that 1 month with us. So it's amazing to have you here. You guys are an amazing support. I appreciate you guys so, so, so much. Happy anniversary. Happy 1 month. See, you're still a rookie. We all rookies in this place because we all still learning, and yay, congratulations, my friend. Yeah, it's you have a new badge as well. Awesome. That is amazing. Now you have, let me have a look. I don't You have the headphones. So the members symbol things, they are my favorite things. Like for example, the headphones, you have croissants as well, of course, because I like a good pastries, and then you have a plane because I like traveling. I love, going to places and visit places, even though I haven't been outside of England for like a year now. But let's not talk about that fact. So yeah. So it's the members. I'm sorry, I'm playing with this because this is the new game win thing for the prize, but it's still not finished. I just printed this, but it failed. Like I was saying earlier, it's failed big time. So when Garden Bot comes home, he's gonna laugh at me because I messed the resin printer thing. I mean, out of the 6, one survived. So yeah, green looks very big, very, very good. It's a good challenge. Sometimes it's good to be jealous. Sometimes it makes us work harder for something. If you want, like, achieve something, it makes us, work harder, I guess, in the good kind, not the other kind of jealousy. So it's like I would love to jump on your conversation about dogs, but I don't understand anything of dogs. I don't know brands. Sorry, I don't know. Oh my days! I don't want to say the wrong word again. it's not species, different kinds of dogs. uh, um I know that Garden Bottom has dogs. His mom has dogs. She used to breed dogs as well. Oh yeah, by the way, before that, how is your puppy Lois? How is she doing? Because I think it was yesterday you were saying she was not doing very well and you had to go to the vet again. I hope she's doing better and the antibiotics are improving. Um, the she's improving and she's on demand, and yeah, so it's so you guys all have big dogs, or is just my mother-in-law that has small tiny little dogs going around? Because again, I don't breeds that's it, and I just lost the where did he go? Oh, here. Breeds, different kind of breeds of dogs. I don't know what words are sometimes, so I forget. What is she listening to? I want to know. But sadly, because we're not on the record, we can't listen. So, oh, by the way, our potential new trial, right? We have an issue with it. To the court's like orders, they cannot publish the day's proceedings until the end of the day. So effective, we're gonna always be a day behind. Of like on that case, it will always be a day behind. So what do you guys think? Because there's gonna probably be news about it, on live update news on it. Do you want to maybe see another case that pops up? Do you want to do that one, even though we are gonna be permanently a day behind on that case? Because for example, they only posted day one after day one was finished, was yesterday, because they did jury selection yesterday, and they did, I think, the first 8 witnesses on the case yesterday. So, and then they just posted it when the day's finished. So today's day two, is only going to be posted after the day's done. Don't know why the court ordered that way. Don't know why they doing that, but that's the court orders. I got really interested in that case. We don't have to watch, or we can speed watch, because again, we're gonna be on catch up. We can always speed watch. So if this case ends sooner sooner than I'm expecting, we can do several days, maybe even on one day. Or maybe just catch something else that is on there, out there, or because I don't even know if they're gonna have a permanent live feed for that case as well. Um, that's the thing, because there's only one news station that I found that they are streaming that case that after they can post after that. So I don't know. We need to think about it. We need to talk about it, and it also depends on when this one finishes. Depends on how long the defense case is, and that it is a big massive thing. But also there is some really good news. So next week I have most of the week off. So I break up from work on Thursday, my bakery job. Then I'm off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then I'm working Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm off for I'm off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of that week. What I was thinking is, if there is a 1 week trial, like California or some state that I normally don't cover next week, please let me know, because we can take advantage and do that. Because I can stay up later and cover. I mean, we'll cover almost anything, but I mean, it could be a very good chance for us to cover a trial that is in another time zone, because I don't think that's gonna happen very often, sadly. But I mean, knowing the court, a Florida case will come up, and know we're gonna be able to cover. But hey, but it means that I'm gonna be with you all for the whole week of most of the week, if we catch a trial, because the only day you would see a cutie pie or night bot or garden bot would be Monday, because then the rest of the week I can, yeah, you get stuck with me all week, yay. I don't think if it is, that's a big yay. I'm sorry, shouldn't have been gone that loud. But yeah, so we can see what the options is, because at the end of the month, and then we have to talk about anything. at the end of the month, there is 2 trials that I want to watch, plus a hearing. Oh my days, at the end of the month, we are going to be so busy. So, at the end of the month, at the moment, there is Lori Vallow, Daybell, or Lori Daybell, or whatever she wants to be called. There is also Savannah Soto case, and there is the Eric and Lyle Menendez hearing thing going on. I want to cover all of it, but I know I'm not gonna be able to do all of it because it's gonna be too much. What do you guys would prefer? Would you prefer Lori Vallow, Savannah Soto? The Menendez brothers we're gonna cover, but we're gonna probably do on replay because it's LA. Unless I am off from work and I can take that time off from work, I'm not gonna cover it live because of the time difference. But I really want to do Lori Daybell, but the Savannah Soto case I've been following since it came out, since it happened. And this is the thing: if the Savannah Soto does happen, because they can get postponed yet again unless they are on speedy trial. But I don't know. I'm a bit in between trials, but I want to cover them all, but I know it's impossible to do so. And I know Lori Daybell, or Lori Vallow Daybell, or whatever you want to call her, the lunatic. Sorry, not lunatic. Let's call her the blonde girl. That one's going to be spicy because she's going to go pro se. It's going to be her representing herself, basically like Darryl Brooks' trial. I don't think it's gonna be that extreme as Darryl Brooks was, but it is gonna be almost the kind of Darryl Brooks' trial was. I really am interested in that one because, first of all, it's a good one because this one doesn't involve children. I mean, they might be mentioned, I think, because, well, she's gonna be wearing civil clothes probably, but it is gonna be weird because everyone knows. I know, definitely. And the thing is, Lori has. Oh, good morning, Nancy. Hello. Hi. Good morning. Also, Lori has the counsel at the table, and she asks help very often. So, I know that is the thing. It is still very very sad. The Lori Vallow Daybell, whatever you want to call her, case, but it is very interesting, and I really want to watch it.
All right, the court is on the record on 21 CR 2296, People State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez appears today with counsels Ms. Devereaux and Ms. Trujillo. Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick appear for the state. We come on today for day 7 of jury trial, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Mr. Praley, you said you had an issue to address. Go ahead.
Judge, actually, it's my issue.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
sorry.
And then just for the record, Ms. Lilly is present, counsel for Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Judge. So I might have a scheduling issue. As the court's aware, both myself and Mr. Coleman represent Ms. Varela. Myself and Mr. Coleman were endorsed witnesses, and we've been sequestered until this moment. Mr. Coleman still is sequestered. I have a prelim scheduled at 3 in Division 11. My client waived, but I still have to attend and observe, and I need to be personally present for that. So I just want the court to be aware. I will certainly do my best to try to find coverage if we get to that point, but I'm not sure that that's something that I can find coverage for. So,
okay. And you said it's 3 this afternoon?
yes.
All right. And am I understanding correctly? Is it your client's prelim, or are you watching another co-defendant's prelim?
It's the co-defendant. My client had originally set for prelim at the same time. She has waived, but I still need to be present and watch the co-defendant's portion.
Okay. We'll do everything that we can to get through this, and if it gets to 3 and we're still proceeding, then we'll address that issue.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. Ms. Devereaux, do you have any other issues that we need to address before we bring the jury back in and resume?
Just for the record, I did email Mr. Brea and Mr. McCormick last night the exact timestamps, the exact jail phone call, and the exact discovery packet that the defense proposed exhibits S as in Sam, T as in Tom, is using unicorn.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Praley, Mr. McCormick, anything the state needs to address before we bring the jury back in?
No.
All right, thank you. If you'll bring them in. Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Varela, since we're beginning a new day, I'm going to swear you in again. If you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And I'm sorry, ma'am, can you answer?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Devereaux, you may resume.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I want to start this morning where we left off yesterday with all the technology issues. Have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail phone call with Javi that we were talking about yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. And so again, just to kind of recap where we were yesterday, when you were first arrested, you thought you were going to be able to bond out of jail. Right?
Yes.
And so your plan was to tell your children that you were just on vacation.
Yes.
And again, you weren't planning, obviously, to be arrested on that November 11th date, right?
Yes.
So you were just abruptly taken from your children's life.
Yes.
And Javi was telling you that he didn't think it was going to work telling your children that you were on vacation.
Yes.
Specifically because what if you never got out?
Yeah.
And you told Javi not to tell your kids anything else because you didn't want them to know that you were in jail.
Yes.
And you didn't want your kids to worry, right?
Yes.
And Javi said, quote, "They're going to ask about you. What do you want me to do if you fuck yourself?"
Yes.
And your kids were asking where you were, right?
Yes.
And I have previously let you listen to what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit S as in Sam, and your initials and date are on it, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
U is in Unicorn,
Yes.
and again, your initials and date.
Yes.
And T is in Tom,
Yes.
and again, your initials and date,
Yes.
right? And can you tell the jury who's talking on these videos?
Me, my kids, and my hubby.
Okay. And these are phone calls or recorded conversations that you were having with your children while you were in the Weld County Jail,
Yes.
at the very beginning of your stay at the Weld County Jail, right?
Yes.
and their fair and accurate depiction of these conversations that you were having with your children, right?
Yes.
Here at this time, I would move to admit defendants exhibit S as in Sam, U as in unicorn, T as in Tom.
Any objection from the state?
No objection.
All right, the court will admit S, T, and U into evidence, and you may publish at your discretion. We didn't get that.
Hello? Mommy, where are you? Why? What? Go take a look.
Just for the record, that was S.
The mommy? Are you at home? Are you here now?
Yeah, on vacation.
Why?
Because.
Are you here? What?
Are you doing
Are
okay?
you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mommy, are you here?
No, mommy's feeling better. I love you, baby.
Just for the record, that was T, and next will be U.
Mommy, are you still at that?
What, baby?
Mommy, are you at the hospital?
Yeah, that's not vacation. I miss you, baby.
We can hear, is it fair to say, your voice quiver when your children ask you where you are?
Yes.
We can hear it in your voice, the pain it must have caused you in those moments to not be able to tell your children that you were coming home.
Yes.
And anyone who knows kids know, especially at that age, when they have something in their mind, they don't let it go, right?
Yes.
They keep asking the same questions.
Yes.
So you had to have these unbearable conversations with your children almost every time you talked to them.
Yes.
And it had to have been even harder to have to lie to your own children about where you were.
Yes.
And it had to have been unbearable to not know if you were ever going to see your children again outside of jail.
Yes.
And ma'am, you had to have been having the highest levels of emotions going on in those early days.
Yes.
Things like guilt, right?
Yes.
Shame,
Yes.
sorrow.
Yes.
And Javi wasn't necessarily making things easier on you, was he?
No.
Javi wasn't sugarcoating for you how you being in jail and making the choices you made were impacting your children.
Yeah.
For example, during one of these initial phone calls, one of the things he describes to you is how your son even brought it up just going to get a haircut.
Yeah.
And how your son just randomly told him, Mommy's never coming back.
Yeah.
And you had to hear that. He wasn't hiding it from you. You're trying to make your days go a little bit better or easier, right?
Yeah.
And another example is there were times where you were trying to reassure Javi that things were okay. They were going to be okay, right?
Yes.
And Javi would just going to snap at you in frustration.
Yes.
On one occasion, and this was around the same time you first met your lawyers, Javi snapped at you when you just asked him if he was okay. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He said, quote, "What do you mean, am I okay? No, I'm not fucking okay. You think I want to be okay with all of this? The kids are literally getting mad at me because..."
All right. Any response, Ms. Deborah?
I've done the listener. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll overrule the objection. You can continue.
The kids are literally getting mad at me because you don't pick them up. Right?
Yeah.
Because you're in the Weld County jail and everything has been dumped on his plate.
Yes.
Right? Your high school sweetheart is furious at you.
Yes.
Furious at putting him in this where he has to face his children every day.
Yes.
Because you weren't there. And after a while, you reassured Javi that you were going to tell the kids the truth, right?
Yes.
And you reassured Javi by saying, "I'm not just going to leave them like that." Right?
Yes.
And Javi again snapped at you and he told you you did leave them like that. Right?
Yeah.
He even actually raised his voice at you during that conversation.
Yeah.
And he said you left them in this situation, or you left them because you put yourself in this situation.
Yeah.
And ma'am, not only were you dealing with the gut-wrenching conversations with your children and Javi,
Yeah.
but you were also dealing with and grappling with how being incarcerated on these charges impacted the rest of your family.
Yes.
The people that you love the most, your sister,
Yes.
Hannah. Is that your sister's name?
Yeah.
Your sister, again, during these initial couple weeks, actually had to take time off work to go to your first court appearance, right?
Yes.
And you were really embarrassed because she had to tell her boss what was going on.
Yes.
And you were embarrassed that your sister's boss was going to think that you were a criminal.
Yeah.
Embarrassed about how that would reflect back on your sister as well.
Yeah.
And your arrest, you're very close with your sister Hannah, right?
Yes.
And sure, it's embarrassing to have to tell a boss that you need to go to a court date, right? But she was pretty communicative with you about how it was really impacting her. For example, she told you about having a dream that you were released from jail,
Yes.
and that when you were released from jail, your father who had passed away was there to greet you.
Yeah.
So you being in custody on first-degree murder charges, you're hearing your sister's even dreaming about it.
Yeah.
And then there's also a conversation, another dynamic with Hannah of you two trying to figure out, how do you tell the rest of the family and what do you tell the rest of the family? Right?
Yeah.
And now we're talking about some more shame, right?
Yes.
And that was also a concern from your mom, right?
Yeah.
And during one of these initial jail phone calls with your mom, you guys are trying to plan, like, what do we tell the rest of the family, right?
Yes.
You had to worry about, how do I tell my grandmother I'm in custody on first-degree murder charges?
Yeah.
And then you're also worried, obviously, about how people who may know you in the community see this, right?
Yes.
Because you went to high school here in Greeley.
Yes.
Your sister told you about there being Facebook posts, news articles, right?
Yes.
And this was something that you talked about with your sister about how embarrassing this is.
Yes.
Right? And you knew that your kids' teachers would see it.
Yes.
And you're sitting in jail on first-degree murder charges, and your family is just left in the community to deal with all the aftermath.
Yes.
And that's pressure on you, isn't it?
Yes.
So again, you're experiencing all of these wild emotions, right? Like emotions that you probably can never have fathomed in your life, right?
Yes.
And you're experiencing all this as you're going to your first court date. And at that first court date is when you figure out you're not getting bond.
Yes.
There is no way of getting out of jail.
Yes.
And after you met with your lawyers for the first time, you told Javi that the male lawyer, Mr. Keith Coleman, right,
Yes.
told you that he would take him about 30 days to get police reports and review and everything.
Yes.
And Javi was, again, pretty angry at you, right?
Yeah.
He said, quote, "You're telling me you're going to be in there for 30 fucking days?" Right?
Yes.
And then those 30 days go. You had court on November 17th, 2021, right?
Yes.
Nothing happens at that court date, right?
No.
You don't get out of jail.
No.
And then the case gets continued to January 12th, 2022, right?
Yes.
Which meant another 2 months of you being in jail.
Yes.
Right? And you tried to call Javi after that November court date, and he didn't answer you, did he?
I really don't remember. It sounds about right.
Do you remember a time where he answered and you were like, why haven't you been picking up the phone? And he said, because if he had answered, he would have, quote, went fucking off on you. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And so leading up to that January 12th, 2022 court date, things aren't getting any better, right?
No.
You're still in jail. And then that January court date came after Christmas, right?
Yes.
And so you had just missed Christmas with your family.
Yes.
Instead of opening presents with your kids, you got colored Christmas tree drawings from them in jail.
Yes.
And so as you're approaching that March 23rd, 2022 court date, again, it's just piling on top of all of these emotions, right?
Yeah.
All of these pressures, all of these stressors, right?
Yes.
And on top of all of those sort of outside of jail pressures and stressors, there's a lot also going on inside the jail too, right?
Yes.
And you kind of alluded to it a little bit yesterday with your testimony, but I think you described it really well in a letter that you wrote your sister on May 10th, 2022. You wrote your sister out of essentially exasperation saying, quote, "It's been hard because how I was telling you, I feel like a damn animal."
Yes.
Quote, "Like this is inhumane. I literally cannot be around anyone, talk to anyone. When I come out of my cell, it's like walking into another cell."
Yes.
And you go on to tell your sister, quote, "I can't even see the daylight."
Yes.
And that was just 3 weeks approximately before your proffer with Investigator Burroughs, right?
Yes.
And again, leading up to that proffer with Mr. Burroughs and Mr. Perelia, again, you're missing significant milestones in your children's life.
Yes.
And at this point, you've been in custody for about 7 months, right?
Yes.
And the full magnitude of the situation has been very well made to you, right?
Yes. Yes.
You have lawyers, you have no bond, you know you are in it, right?
Yes.
And you know that what's at stake here is essentially your ability to watch your children grow.
Yes.
You know that what's at stake here is the ability for your children to have a mom who's not in prison.
Yes.
And 23 days before your proffer, you wrote a letter to your son about missing his kindergarten graduation on May 16th, 2022.
Yeah.
You also wrote a letter to Javier at the same time, right?
Yes.
And in that letter, you told Javier that you were, quote, bawling your eyes out, right?
Yeah.
And you described how your heart hurts because you were bawling your eyes out that your firstborn graduated from kindergarten and you didn't get to experience it.
Yes.
You wrote, quote, "Literally all these milestones and him graduating kindergarten being one of them. And I'll never be able to have that memory with him."
Yes.
And your kids then had to send you Mother's Day cards in jail, right?
Yes.
And there's nothing you could do about it, right?
Yes.
Until there was, right? On June 8th, 2022, you went to the Greeley Police Department, right?
Yes.
And that came after you had a conversation with your sister where she talked to you about the importance of not discussing your case with anyone in the jail. Remember that?
Yes.
Your sister told you, don't say anything about your case to people in jail because they would use it against you to get time off their own sentence.
Yes.
Meaning your sister is telling you months before that June 8th proffer, that this is how it works. You tell people information and you get time off of your sentence.
Yep.
To make your own legal situation better, right?
Yes.
And you told your sister that you were also hearing that from the guards as well at the jail, right?
Yeah.
And so you go to the Greeley Police Department after your attorney had set up this proffer, right?
Yes.
You didn't call the district attorney personally, right?
No.
You had to go through your lawyers, right?
Yes.
And your lawyers were the ones who actually broached the subject with you, right?
Yes.
And that proffer at the Greeley Police Department was approximately 7.5 hours long.
Yes.
You were there for a long time, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Burroughs walked in and introduced himself, right?
Yes.
And then the district attorney who you signed the proffer contract with also came and introduced himself, right?
Yes.
Do you see him in this courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point or can you tell the jury where he is seated and describe a piece of clothing he's wearing?
He's seated at the end and he's wearing gray suit.
So that was the district attorney who came in and gave you this opportunity, right?
Yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Perelia and your attorney, Miss Lilly, used to be colleagues?
No.
Were you aware that Miss Lilly used to work for this very district attorney's office?
I knew she was used to be a DA.
Okay. And so she didn't, or you didn't know that they were actually coworkers together, right?
No, I don't ask questions like that.
Okay. And the entire first half of your proffer was essentially what I would classify, and please let me know if it's wrong, a narration. Does that sound right?
Yep.
So Mr. Burrows said, tell me everything, right? I'm not going to ask you any questions initially. Just you tell me what happened.
Yes.
Right? And you talked for quite some time, right?
Yes.
About 43 minutes of just continuous narration about what happened, right?
Yes.
And during that 43-minute narration, you had your chance to just get everything out on the table, right?
Yes.
No time limits,
No.
no interruptions, right?
No.
And again, your lawyers had prepped you for going, right?
Yes.
To this moment. They didn't just meet you at the Greeley Police Department without prepping you, right?
Not really necessarily prepping. It just showed me pictures of Christopher and said to him.
And they explained to you what a proffer was going to look like, right?
Yeah.
And they explained to you the importance of being very detailed about what happened.
Yes.
And also about what particular points are going to be important for you to talk about.
No, I don't remember them saying that.
And during that 43-minute narration, you never mentioned asking Stacy when she realized that she wanted to kill Mr. Dickerson.
I believe I did say that.
In fact, you waited. Well, let me ask you this. It wasn't until just about after the 3-hour mark of your proffer that you told Mr. Burrows that you had asked Stacy about the moment she wanted to kill Mr. Dickerson, right?
Yeah.
And so the initial part of the interview, 43 minutes, the narration, you never once tell him, hey, I had actually asked Stacy, at what point did you decide you wanted to kill Mr. Dickerson?
In the first 43 minutes, I never mentioned it?
You never mentioned it.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that just came to you when Mr. Burrows was asking you questions about how many times Mr. Dickerson slapped your rear end, right?
Yes.
And you spontaneously said, now I remember. I asked her once, when did you realize that you were going to kill him?
Yeah.
Now that you remember, right?
Yes.
And it just so happened that you remembered that point after you had a 30-minute break approximately with your attorney, Miss Lilly, right?
Yes.
So good Detective Burrows is asking you questions and going through sort of a second time after you mentioned, so let me take that back. When Detective Burrows is asking you questions and going through things a second time, you had essentially just forgot that your co-defendant for murder had told you that she randomly decided to kill a guy in the back seat of a car on the way back to the house.
Yeah.
And it was in fact so out of the blue that Detective Burrows asked you, so wait, we're talking about after? Like you asked him or asked Stacy after this all happened, right?
Yeah.
And you again reiterate, yeah, I just remembered, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is, ma'am, you offered this information to Mr. Burrows because you knew it mattered, right?
It was the right thing to do.
Because it mattered, right?
Yeah.
You had been charged with first-degree murder, right?
Yes.
Your attorneys certainly went over what first-degree murder means, right?
Yes.
The elements of the crime.
Yes.
And you had received a copy of the complaint listing out your charges from the court.
Yes.
And you, again, knew specifically Mr. Burrows and Mr. Perelia, the prosecutor, were going to be particularly interested about at what point Stacy decided or formed the intent to kill someone, right?
I would assume, yeah.
Yeah. And you also knew that you would be the only source of that information,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You knew that that was essentially a hole to their case that only you could fill, right?
Yes.
Which is why 3 hours into the interview and after a 30-minute conversation with your attorney, you just suddenly remembered this important fact, right?
Yeah.
And deciding to kill someone during a car ride to give someone else a ride is a fairly odd thing, right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, most people ride in cars with other people, give them rides, decide to randomly kill someone, right?
Yeah.
And you had told Mr. Burroughs during your proffer that you actually even questioned in hindsight, like, why that moment,
Yeah.
right? Because you were thinking that you were just going back to that house, or you guys were just going to go back to Mr. Dickerson's house and drink, right?
Yes.
And you told Mr. Burroughs at one point during your proffer that you were okay with how things were going that night.
Yes.
And so it was sort of like this weird illogical thing that Stacy was plotting to kill this guy in that very moment.
Exactly.
And you had told Mr. Burroughs specifically that at that moment there was, quote, good vibes.
Yes.
Right. And I think yesterday you told this jury even that it was fun, right?
Yes.
You also told this jury yesterday, under oath, that Mr. Dickerson slapped your butt 1 to 2 times, right?
Yes.
That it was just a, quote, minor event,
Yes.
right? And when you spoke to Mr. Burroughs during your proffer, you knew it was important to describe what happened very accurately.
Yes.
Especially anything that could have been a source of potential conflict between Stacy and Mr. Dickerson.
Yes.
And you told Detective Burroughs told you that he needed you to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And the same truth that you took an oath yesterday to tell this jury, right?
Yes.
And again, you told this jury that Mr. Dickerson slapped your butt 1 to 2 times, right?
Yes.
Sorry, does this volume go up anymore?
I don't know how far up it is now, but the remote is over there somewhere.
Sonia, is there anything? Okay, let's try it again.
What's that?
I didn't know if you had like an overall courtroom volume.
Do we have anything like that?
Can we approach?
Sure.
I mean, I'm gonna try to talk low because I don't know the sound. I think I can do it just like that, and I hope it's okay. I mean, the level of unpreparedness of this defense attorney is absolutely astonishing. Oh, okay. I'm glad that is the fever is gone, Marie. I'm very, very happy about that. Cough and runny nose, it's better than the fever. I'm so pleased to hear that. And always, I mean, why is this attorney never ready for court? I mean, it's literally basic law that you have to be ready for court when you go. Like, and the smiley is back. Mrs. Smiley and talkative to the attorney is back now. It's just like I just don't understand why and how an attorney um cannot be this ready for court. It just makes me want to do this. I literally want to play that screaming goat for the rest of my life in this trial because this attorney just grinds my gears. Jabba the Hutt, yes, Jabba the Hutt. It's back and she's smiling. She's back on smileys again. It's just I just don't understand how can an attorney be this disorganized. I think she's doing on purpose, right? It's again like yesterday was exactly the same thing. Nancy, they finished court kind of no a bit earlier or whatever because again problems with the exhibits technology. I think this is a tactic of for them to delay things because they know they don't have a case to put on, and they are trying to stall.
All right, so again, you told this
My
story.
opinion.
Mr. Dickerson slapped her about 1 to 2 times, right?
Yes.
Were you able to hear that okay?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. This one? Let's try.
If we could stop playing an exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Devereaux, can you pause that till we get this figured out?
Junior, can I just approach the witness instead?
Sure.
And Your Honor, for the record, can we describe what exhibit is being provided, what the timestamps are being provided, so that we can correspond with that, because I'm not able to listen at the same time she is.
Can you provide that to Mr. Braley?
Yes, absolutely. Just for the record, it's the proffer interview, hour 3 and 3 hours even and 16 seconds.
And we cannot listen to this, so I'm just gonna talk to the.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm not gonna talk.
So during the proffer, again, proffer that you agreed to tell the truth at, you told Mr. Burrows that Mr. Dickerson slapped you in the rear end 4 to 5 times.
Yes, I heard more than 4 times, yeah.
Okay. You said, quote, it was probably like 4 or 5,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
You described to Mr. Burrows during your proffer interview back on June 8th, 2022, that he touched your rear end every single time you stood up, right?
Yeah.
So much so that you described to Mr. Burrows, Mr. Dickerson, as, quote, very touchy, right?
Yeah.
And just to clarify, ma'am, Stacy never saw him do this, right?
She never told me she saw him. I assumed she did.
You assume she did, right? That's what you're telling this jury today, right?
Yes.
But back on June 8th, 2022, when you met with Mr. Burrows, you told him that Stacy wasn't looking, right?
Yeah.
You told Mr. Burrows that Mr. Dickerson was only doing it when Stacy wasn't looking.
Yes.
And since Stacy didn't see Mr. Dickerson touch you appropriately, you claim that Mr. Dickerson was also turning the conversation to you that evening, right?
Yes.
Because she couldn't have been mad and jealous if she didn't see him do this, right?
Right.
So then she had to get mad at something, right?
Yeah.
And so she had to get mad because he was asking you questions about where you worked and not her.
Yes.
And you claim that Stacy was getting mad because he was showing more attention to you than her.
Yes.
Because again, if Stacy wasn't upset for something, it'd be really odd for her in the backseat of that car to be like, I'm going to kill this guy, right?
Yeah.
And in also making this claim, it really portrays Ms. Rodriguez as sort of a jealous person, right?
Yeah.
Right. And about halfway through your proffer interview with Mr. Burrows, he took you back to the beginning of the night of October 2nd, right?
Yeah.
Including about you and Stacy being at Cubetta's.
Yes.
And whether you and Stacy were ordering drinks there.
Yeah.
Right. And you told Mr. Burrows that you remember getting drinks.
Yes.
And you were asked by Mr. Burrows, like, how did you pay for them then, right?
Yeah.
And you told Mr. Burrows that Stacy would usually have men buy the two of you drinks.
Yes.
And when asked how she would go about doing that, you said that Stacy would flirt with guys to get them to buy you 2 drinks, right?
Yes.
She wasn't very good at it though, right?
No.
And so she would have you actually flirt with guys to get them to buy you drinks, right?
Yes.
None of those guys ended up dead, right?
No.
And again, you went to this proffer because you knew that prosecution's case had some pretty big holes, right?
Yeah.
Because the reality was there was only 3 people in that house that night, right?
Yes.
Mr. Dickerson wasn't around to tell what happened, right?
Yes.
It was either you or Miss Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
And at the beginning of the proffer interview, Mr. Burrows even admitted to you he had what he called, quote, holes, right?
Yes.
And that's where the information that you were providing was going to come in,
Yes.
right? And one such hole was essentially, was there any sort of hostility leading up to Mr. Dickerson's death, right?
Yeah.
You know, what happened? What triggered all this, right?
Yes.
And all you could tell Detective Burrows during your proffer was that, quote, it was kind of weird why Stacy was thinking at that moment she wanted to kill him, right?
Right.
Because again, there was these good vibes happening, right?
Right.
However, an hour and a half earlier in your proffer, you said something completely different. Remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember an hour and a half earlier telling Mr. Burrows that when Mr. Dickerson got the phone call from his friend who needed the ride, you were already feeling uncomfortable?
Yes.
And quote, in fact, your exact quote was really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
that you were feeling really uncomfortable and you just wanted to leave, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. You two are younger females at this strange older man's house, right?
Right.
And you got there and there was no after party happening, right?
Right.
You guys were under the impression he had a roommate, and there was no roommate there either.
Right.
It was kind of weird, kind of uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, or really uncomfortable in your own words, right?
Yes.
And so you actually didn't even want to go pick up the friend with Mr. Dickerson, right?
Right.
And after the trip to go give this woman a ride, things didn't really get any better in terms of your comfort levels, right?
I feel like I felt the same.
Okay. Actually, you described to Mr. Burroughs this kind of uncomfortable and uneasiness around Mr. Dickerson escalating when you saw him in the bathroom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were sitting on the couch in the living room, right?
Yes.
And that couch kind of had it was a small house, right?
Yeah.
And so you could see in the bathroom when the door was open nearby.
Yes.
And you described to Mr. Burroughs Mr. Dickerson's actions in the bathroom as, quote, off.
Yeah.
You told Detective Burroughs, quote, I was already uncomfortable and he's already been touching me. And the way I seen him in the bathroom was just off.
Yeah.
And it was something about how he was washing his hands caught your attention and made you feel, as you put it, weird, right?
Right.
During this proffer interview, you described to Mr. Burroughs that something was just, quote, something weird about him, right?
Right.
You told Mr. Burroughs that Mr. Dickerson was, quote, very different, right?
Yeah.
And then as the proffer goes on, right, a couple hours in, your description of Mr. Burroughs changes, right? I'm sorry, not Mr. Burroughs, of Mr. Dickerson changes. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And it changes when Mr. Burroughs directly asked you about Mr. Dickerson's demeanor that night.
Yeah.
Mr. Burroughs directly asked you, well, what kind of guy did he seem? Right?
Yeah.
And of course, your description of Mr. Dickerson at that moment changes because Mr. Burroughs is directly asking you that question, right?
I was just remembering what I remembered about him.
Because you know the police didn't want to hear about Mr. Dickerson making you feel very uncomfortable or giving you the creeps, essentially, right?
I don't know.
You think that they want to hear about their victim being a creep towards you?
I didn't know what they wanted to hear. I was just telling my story and what I remembered.
Okay. And you changed from Mr. Dickerson being, quote, weird, making you really uncomfortable, to Mr. Dickerson being a, quote, good guy, right?
Yeah.
Your description of Mr. Dickerson that night changed from being, quote, very different and weird and something weird about him to Mr. Dickerson seeming like a, quote, genuine and caring person.
Yeah.
And your answers changed about Mr. Dickerson's demeanor that night to fit the narrative that you believed the police wanted to hear.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, well, let's keep going then about how the ways you sold your story to police to, again, fit what you believed they wanted to hear, okay? Rather than simply just giving the police a description of what happened, you certainly elaborated, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your elaboration, ma'am, painted Stacy as essentially pure evil, right?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Aurelia left quite a bit of the details out when he spoke to you, but I want to get into these details, okay? You described Stacy having blood on her hands and in her nails, right?
Yeah.
And you elaborated that while Stacy had blood on her hands and her nails, she's just glowing, right?
Yeah.
You told this jury yesterday that she just looked refreshed and excited that she had just killed this person, right?
Yes.
The blood everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And that was consistent with what you told Mr. Burroughs, right?
Right.
that Stacy was excited that she had just killed someone,
Yeah.
right? Refreshed that she had just taken someone's life, right?
Right.
And if that's not bad enough, you kept going, didn't you? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even more horrifying, right? You, again, told Mr. Burroughs that after Stacy killed Mr. Dickerson, she, quote, tasted his blood,
Yes.
right? So here she is, just randomly killing someone after deciding on the way home from a car ride that she's going to kill this guy for no reason. She's got blood all over her hands and nails, and now she's dramatically licking her hands and saying his blood tastes dirty, right?
I just seen her lick her hand, and I asked her about it later.
Yeah, and you told Mr. Burroughs that she said his blood tasted dirty,
Yeah.
right? So now we're talking some like straight Hannibal Lecter stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah. And you kept going, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if killing someone randomly and killing and drinking another human's blood wasn't evil enough, you also described it to Mr. Burroughs after the fact, after the house is burnt down, you two essentially leaving, and you look over and you see Stacy has the blood on her hands, right?
Right.
And you dramatize Stacy looking at her hands and catching you looking at her as she's looking at her own hands, right?
Right.
Yeah. And you dramatically add that it was at that moment that Stacy was like, all right, I'm going to be honest with you, right?
Right.
Yeah. She's dramatically blood all over her hands. She catches you looking at her, and she said, this isn't the first time I've killed before, right? Something along those lines, right?
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, you told Mr. Burroughs pretty extraordinarily that this 19-year-old girl that you had been in a relationship was confessing to you to have taken other people's lives before.
Right.
Right? And not even just once, right?
No.
No. You say that Stacy's like, let me be clean with you. I've killed maybe about 4 or 5 other people, right?
Yeah, she said 4 people.
Yeah. So now, not only is she a Hannibal Lecter drinking blood of another person that she had just randomly killed, but now she's also a serial killer, right?
Right.
And that's what you're telling Mr. Burroughs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And here you are, you had just, again, completely observed, according to you, this unprovoked, gruesome, blood-drinking serial killer in action, right?
Right.
And you describe to Mr. Burroughs sort of your immediate reaction to learning this from Stacy, right?
Right.
You're in the car, everything had just gone down, right? You're hearing this now, right?
Right.
And you told Mr. Burroughs that you sort of acted in a way that you were cognizant of not wanting to startle Stacy, right?
Right.
You described Stacy essentially like waiting for your reaction to see if you believed her or not.
Yeah.
And that you were mindful not to be like, oh my gosh, are you serious?
Yeah.
Those are your words, right?
Yes.
Instead, you recounted telling Stacy in that moment that you, quote, kind of knew, right?
Yeah.
Or, quote, something real calm like that.
Yeah.
That's how you're describing it to Mr. Burroughs during the proffer, right?
Yes.
And just very casually, right?
Right.
You described her response being like, oh, really? Right?
Right.
So just paint this for the picture for the jury. So your girlfriend who had just killed someone is telling you that she has killed 4 other people, loves drinking blood, right? Apparently. And she's like telling you this, and you're like, oh yeah, I kind of knew, I kind of figured that. And you're like, and she's like, oh yeah, really?
Yeah.
You knew that the whole time about me and you were okay? You still love me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you told Mr. Burroughs that you had this response of being calm, casual, and supportive so that you felt like Stacy could open up about it more, right?
Right.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you were telling your partner that you knew that she didn't like you're cooking the whole time you were together, that kind of casual conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah. And despite your strategy, you never learned anything else, right?
No, I had my lawyers look into it, and it wasn't true.
Yeah. And you also never got any details from Stacy, right? You were never following up like, well, ma'am, who did you kill?
Yeah.
Who else did you kill?
She did tell me.
You never told that to Mr. Burroughs, right?
I don't recall.
No. You never told him anything about any alleged prior mass killings, right?
Yeah.
Right. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
But internally, you described to Detective Burroughs having a very different reaction, right?
Right.
You told Mr. Burroughs that in your mind, you were screaming.
Yeah.
That your initial reaction to hearing that your partner was now on her 4th or 5th killing, including in front of you, was sort of this internal screaming and realization that you had let this person around your children.
Right.
Right? And as a mother, your children have to be your number one priority, right? Like you are tasked with their safety and well-being, right?
Right.
And at that point, you hear this and you're having this sort of internal crisis, and understandably, you can't change things, right?
Right.
You can't go back and fix the fact that this person had been around your children, right?
Right.
What's done is done at that point, right?
Yeah.
But you certainly can going forward, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask to approach with what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit V as in Victor, and I've shown Mr. Aurelia.
And I'm sorry, you said V as in Victor?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Take a look at that. Let me know you've had a chance to review it. Ma'am, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a picture that you took of Miss Stacy Rodriguez and your 2 children trick-or-treating in downtown Greeley?
Yes.
And you took that picture, and so you know it's fair and accurate depiction of the picture you took, right?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit V as in Victor and request to publish.
Any objection to that exhibit?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence defense V, and you may publish at your discretion.
Bless you. So, ma'am, those are your 2 children, right?
Yes.
And your 2 kids we see here, your son's dressed as Batman, and I can't tell what your little daughter is from here, maybe a Disney character. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And this is Miss Rodriguez and your children at downtown Greeley's trick-or-treat event, right?
Yes.
And if I gave you the date of October 29th, 2021, does that sound about right?
Right.
Right. And so knowing that this person you claim killed someone completely unjustified, you're letting your children stand there and pose at trick-or-treating, right?
Right.
Yeah. This person who you want this jury to believe just randomly decided to kill Mr. Dickerson on a car ride back in the middle of the night, you're letting your children go trick-or-treating with them.
Right.
This person who's drinking the blood, you're telling this jury under oath, you saw her pull some Hannibal Lecter stuff, drinking blood, saying it's dirty after she just unprovokedly murdered. And you're just letting her around your children.
Right.
Thank you. Have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
And ma'am, it's probably fair that Mr. Pirelli is going to get back up here and say something to you along the lines of, Stacy insists on going trick-or-treating with you that night, right?
Yeah.
And you were there, right?
Yes.
So you could kind of monitor, it's fair to say, what was happening with your children.
Right.
That's a fair thing, right? A fair point. And your kids were safe because this was out in public, right?
Right.
Right. You certainly weren't going to leave your kids alone with Stacy, though, right?
Right.
Not after seeing all that, right?
Right.
Right. Ma'am, I'm going to show you another exhibit, okay? And this one, Your Honor, is going to be Defendant's Exhibit W.
W, okay.
Then Walter, and I'm showing Mr. Perelia. May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, take a look at that conversation between Ms. Rodriguez. Ma'am, that's a conversation or a screenshot that you took of a conversation between Ms. Rodriguez and yourself, right?
Right.
And that was on November 7th, 2021.
Right.
That's one, right? Yeah. So a month after all this happens, right?
Right.
Right. And you know that's Mr. Rodriguez because you obviously took the picture, right?
Yeah.
You were having this conversation, right?
Right.
So that's a fair and accurate depiction of a conversation that you were having with Ms. Rodriguez on November 7th, 2021, right?
It doesn't show the date on my end.
Okay. Would it assist you to see a copy of the, what we call metadata that has the date it was created?
The date I screenshotted it,
Yes.
but what about the date on the message?
The date that it was created. There's no message, right? You took this screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you were controlling the date on it, right?
Okay. The date I took the screenshot. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot that you took of this particular conversation between Ms. Rodriguez and yourself?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit W.
Any objection to W?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence defense W and may publish at your discretion.
Can you publish, please? And ma'am, what this says is Miss Rodriguez, it's her picture at the very top, right?
Yes.
You call her, at this point, she was labeled in your phone as baby, right?
Right.
Not baby Joker, right? Right. And you say, and Miss Rodriguez is asking you if it's okay if she showers while your daughter sleeps, right?
Right.
And you said yes, right?
Yeah.
And you ask her, can you check on Anaya?
On IE.
I'm sorry for that mispronunciation, right?
Yes.
And again, in this message, you're asking Miss Rodriguez to check on your daughter, right?
Right.
And as you pointed out to the jury, there's no date on this, right?
Right.
All we have is the date that you created the Snapchat, right?
Right.
Or the snapshot of this picture.
Right.
But there were certainly times where you did leave your children with Miss Rodriguez after all this happened, right?
I don't recall ever leaving them.
You don't recall leaving
I was
them
always with them after the fact.
after the fact?
But I have left them alone with her before.
Yeah. We can take that off. Thank you. And while at Mr. Dickerson's residence, your response to what you were seeing was also pretty extraordinary, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah. When you met with Mr. Burrows, do you recall him showing you pictures of Mr. Dickerson's house from like a realtor app?
Yes.
And he was showing you these to see if they were similar to the layout that you recall from the night of October 3rd, right?
Right.
And you told Mr. Burrows that they were in fact, right?
Yeah.
Nothing had changed in the house, right?
No.
And you sort of used these pictures to sort of orient him to where everyone was, right?
Right.
Would you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
And they were probably in your discovery too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This time I am showing Mr. Perlio what's been marked as proposed exhibits, defendant's exhibits, X as in X-ray, Y as in U, and Z as in zebra.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
You all set, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate depictions of the pictures you were presented of Mr. Dickerson's house by Mr. Burrows during that June 8th, 2022 proffer?
Yes.
At this time, move to admit and request to publish.
Any objection to X, Y, and Z?
No.
All right, the court will accept into evidence defense X, Y, and Z, and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you, Judge. So, can I grab those pictures from you?
Can we change it to the actual exhibit? Like letter instead of a narrative at the top that wasn't admitted?
Do you have, can you just show just the picture, Ms. Deborah?
Just click on the picture. Thanks, Jess. Okay, so sorry about that. So what we are looking here is defendant's exhibit Z, right?
Right.
And this is Mr. Dickerson's kitchen, right?
Right.
Wasn't probably decorated like that at the time, right?
No.
This is very clearly some sort of like staging, presumably, right?
Right.
Right. But the layout is all the same, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're in this very kitchen the entire time Ms. Rodriguez is killing Mr. Dickerson, right?
Right.
Right. And if we can go to Y, please. So this is defendant's exhibit Y, and as you'd agree with me that this is the living room, right?
Right.
And again, it wasn't decorated like this back then, right?
Right.
But what you can see here is the living room and the kitchen were essentially just separated by this little doorless entryway, right?
Right.
And again, this is a really small house, right?
Yeah.
And you're in the kitchen by yourself when you hear everything going on in the living room, right?
Right.
And you know what's going on, right?
Yeah.
And you know what's going on because as you described very vividly, you could hear the sounds of rubber and bone, right?
Yes.
And can you go back to Z, please? Yeah. The kitchen. Thanks. And yet you just remain in this kitchen, right?
Right.
And you described for the jury that you sort of had your back towards these cabinets, right? And you could hear what's going on, and there's a door right there, right? That green door?
Yes.
That's the green door that goes to the garage, right?
Right.
And while you're in this kitchen, Ms. Rodriguez is clearly preoccupied, right? You
Right.
have your phone on you, right?
Right.
You don't call 911.
Right.
You don't text your sister for help.
No.
You don't text your mom for help.
No.
You don't text Javi for help, right?
No.
You're just standing there in this kitchen, right?
Right.
And you explained to this jury earlier that the reason why you didn't take the garage door and leave and go get help or run for your own safety was because you didn't know how the garage door worked,
Right.
right? But ma'am, when you came into the house with Mr. Dickerson that evening, you guys came in through the garage,
Right.
right? So you saw him, you saw exactly where he would have opened and shut the garage door, right?
No, I don't remember how he opened it.
You were there, right?
I don't know if he had a button or if it was a code.
Right. And so all you would have had to do is go out there and see if it was a code or a button, right?
Right.
And you would agree with me that we've all been inside garage doors or garages, right?
Right.
And the keypad is normally on the outside of a garage, not the inside,
Right.
right? So all you would have had to do was press a button and go get help, right?
Right.
And this was also a fairly populated neighborhood, right?
Right.
It was a residential neighborhood, right?
Right.
You're not out in the middle of the sticks somewhere,
Yes.
right? All you have had to do is either run out this door that we see, or if we can go to X, please. This is a different aerial view of the very small living room, right?
Right.
And there's the front door right there, right?
Yes.
And so even if you were in the kitchen and you're like, I don't know how to open the garage door, it's right there. The front door is right there, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, 7, 8 feet, right?
Yeah.
And Stacy's preoccupied, right?
Yeah.
And all you have had to do, ma'am, is go out that front door and go to any of those houses that we see, right? Can I have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
Yesterday, ma'am, you also told this jury under oath that when, instead of running for help, you wait in the kitchen until Stacy tells you to come back into the living room, right?
Yes.
And again, we have the blood drinking episode, and then you go back in the kitchen, and then you come back out a second time, right?
Yes.
And by this time, Mr. Dickerson's dying, right? He's dead or close to it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so you told this jury under oath that you saw Miss Rodriguez rummaging through his pockets, right?
Yeah.
And you told this jury under oath that she took his wallet, right?
Yes.
This wallet? That was never taken? Is it actually in evidence at the Greeley Police Department? You saw her, this is the one she took, right?
Yeah.
This is it? You also told, while I have this out, this jury that you saw Miss Rodriguez steal a Walmart gift card, right?
Yes.
And that she bought all these bleach and stuff to destroy what she had taken, right? That was your story, right? So she takes the Walmart gift card because she stole this wallet, right? But she leaves all these other gift cards, right?
I guess.
She leaves this one that's $100 master gift card, right?
I guess so.
She leaves, see if I can shake it a little bit for you. Would it be possible to open this? Or you're not allowed to because you're not GPD anymore? She leaves another Walmart gift card, right? She leaves multiple gift cards to Sprouts, right? She leaves a bunch of gift cards, right?
Yeah.
She just randomly picks out one Walmart gift card, right?
Yeah.
You also claimed that after she's stealing his wallet, right, that you go with with Stacy to Mr. Dickerson's room, right?
Right.
But it's kind of weird because at one point you tell this jury you're just stuck standing there watching Mr. Dickerson die, but then you also tell them you're going to her room and are helping her essentially rummage through her stuff, right?
Right.
And you described going around his bed, right?
Yes.
And you find a gun, or what you think is a gun, on his nightstand, right?
Right.
And let's put this into perspective for the jury, okay? You just, again, ma'am, witnessed this horrific, according to you, unjustified, completely unprovoked killing, right?
Yeah.
You witnessed your girlfriend coming in, glowing with a broken weapon, excited, right?
Right.
You witnessed her drinking his blood and saying it tastes dirty, right?
Yeah.
And what do you do? What do you do when you see a gun? You say, hey, Stacy, I found a gun, right?
Yeah, I showed her it.
You showed her a gun. This wild, crazed, unprovoked murderer, you're showing her a deadly weapon, right?
Right.
You told Detective Burrows that Stacy noticed that you weren't very helpful in looking through Mr. Dickerson's belongings, right?
Right.
Yeah. You told Mr. Dickerson that it was all Stacy who gave you the backpack, right?
I told who?
Mr. Burrows, that Stacy gave you the backpack, just happened to be full of stuff, right?
Right.
And that's what you told this jury yesterday as well, right?
Right.
And that Stacy told you to just go out in the car and wait.
Right.
Because you had no idea what was in the bag, right?
No.
Right? You're just standing there helpless, not involved in anything. You aren't doing anything wrong, right?
Right.
And that sure makes it helpful for the judge to hear all this when you come back for that 35B, right? And ask for a reduction in your sentence, right?
Just telling the truth.
Yeah, your truth, which is making her seem like the absolute most evil villain in the world, right? And yourself a victim, right?
Can the witness answer?
Yes. Can you give the witness an opportunity to answer your questions, Ms. Devereaux?
I'm just here to tell the truth.
Yeah. And so you told everyone, Mr. Burrows, this jury, that you exit Mr. Dickerson's residence and you go out to the car, right?
Yes.
And we see it on video, right? As you're aware, you've seen Discovery, right?
Yes.
And so at this point, ma'am, you were completely physically removed from Miss Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
She's inside the house and you're in a car, right?
Right.
A car that you know that works because you just drove there, right?
Yes.
And Stacy gave you the keys, right?
Right.
And you don't drive off to escape.
No.
You just saw her licking someone's blood that she just killed, and you don't drive to the Greeley Police Department and say, help us?
I did not.
You don't go to Hobby's house and say, oh my God, my high school sweetheart, help me, keep me safe. Look, right?
I didn't.
You don't go to your mom, you don't go to your sister, you just sit there, right? And you also have your phone, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Burrows actually asked you about that when you during your proffer, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember him asking you, like, did you have your phone in the car while you were waiting?
Yes.
And Mr. Burrows kind of checked in. I was like, is your phone working okay? You know, that kind of, and you're like, yeah, right?
Right.
And Mr. Burrows even asked you, why didn't you call the authorities? Why didn't you call for help? Right?
Yeah.
And your answer, ma'am, was, quote, I don't know if it ever crossed my mind.
Right.
Just didn't cross your mind to call 911 after you just witnessed someone be unjustifiably killed?
No, not in that moment.
You just heard and described for the jury hearing this man taking his last gargling breaths, right?
Yes.
And you cried out in front of them, right?
Yes.
And yet you don't call 911?
I did
Just
not.
doesn't cross your mind.
It did not.
And when Mr. Burrows is asking you about this, you realize that this doesn't sound very logical, right? It's not very logical that you wouldn't call the police in that moment, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right? Just like Mr. Parelia was asking you questions about, you know, not calling the police if this was a justified killing, right?
Right.
Right. And Mr. Burrows tells you and kind of gives you a heads up that this is going to be what's called a quote, hard question, right?
Right.
He kind of gives you this heads up that eventually you're going to be here in this very moment having to answer this hard question about why, if this went down the way you said it did, why wouldn't you call them for help?
Yeah.
Right? And there's obviously one easy answer, right? You were scared, right?
Yes.
Sure, Mr. Purley will come up and ask you some questions about that, right?
Yeah.
And an hour and 15 minutes after Mr. Burrows directly told you that you were going to have to come up with an answer for these, quote, hard questions, you did, right? A different one. Mr. Burrows asked, so were you with her after this happened? Were you seeing your kids regularly? Are you with Stacy every day? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Sure.
Sorry, I was completely distracted there, wasn't I? I think, yes, I think it is break time. It is 10 o'clock in the morning there. I was absolutely in another world. My apologies. I hope the sound is not too loud. I am trying to diminish a little bit because I still have the booster on, but I'm trying not to make your ears bleed right now because I know I've been pressing the goat scream a lot but it's needed because it's absolutely crazy. I think it is definitely break time. I think the defense has finished their questioning. I don't think they have much more. And I think they just want a break to see if they have anything else to go through and come back and ask those questions, or just finish and then we have the recross of the prosecution. I don't think, like, the witness only says yeah, no, yes, no, I don't remember, I guess. She's not going into a lot of details with them, but it's like, no matter what, there was only three people on that unaliving, right? It was Stacy, Osana, and the victim. The victim can't talk because the victim is not here anymore. Stacy's saying she didn't do it. Osana is saying that she did. All the evidence point that Stacy did it, right? Well, some of the evidence, not all of them, because literally the fire was started. In my logical, right, the last person leaving the house was the person that set the fire. Because you would not set the fire and then two people live. So you would leave first the person that didn't, and then the person that set the fire live last. Yeah, I think the lawyer definitely said, her lawyer and the prosecution said her to say it like that for sure. And the other fact is that the defense attorney is not letting her finish, like, answer the answers that she actually says something else apart from yes, no, or whatever. She's not letting finish, which I find very, very rude. This attorney needs to give the witness time to reply, and the prosecution needs to. Oh my days! Look at that green smile. Whoa! I'm like, what? The absolutely heck was that? Um, oh no, Nancy, life. I know, believe me, because life interfering with court. I had Gardenbot calling me earlier, and I was like, excuse me, don't you know that it's time for court? What you doing calling me during court? But I absolutely get it. I'll see you later, and no worries, we'll be here, and you can always catch up, and that is absolutely fine. But it's just the fact that it's just so. This attorney is so annoying the way that she treats, like, bringing up the kids. Right. After the unaliving, I would stay close to Stacy like glue, because in the fact that she snitches, or for simple the fact that I was scared for my life, I would stay glued to her. Yes, I would leave her around my kids and do stuff with her, like pretend like nothing has happened, just to make sure that I was not gonna be the next unalived. You know what I mean? So I would prefer her, yes, you can take pictures with my kids on Halloween, you can do this and you can do that. Yes, because I don't want to be the next victim. If I was that scared, I would pretend that until, well, they got caught and now she's snitching. So I absolutely, like, don't think that created any reasonable doubt that they were both involved in this. And the thing is, right, both of them were charged with Stacy with the first degree unaliving, and Hosanna with assisting or accomplice or conspiracy to commit unaliving. So both of them are gonna go to prison. It's just the length of it, and also they both were involved in the crime. She's taken, and the thing is, this showing is that Hosanna has taken responsibility for our actions in this whole thing, and is showing that Stacy isn't, and that I think is gonna probably go very badly for Nancy. For Nancy, sorry. Oh my days. Sorry, my apologies. I said Nancy. I did not see. Not. I was just looking at your comment, and oh my days. I am so sorry. Stacy, because Stacy and Nancy like kind of match. Sorry. But it's just I just don't understand. Nah, I don't agree. I think I am on the a guilty side for sure. What you guys think so far? Are you on a guilty? Are you not guilty? Hung jury possibly? I mean, the case is halfway through. We are most nearly done. I think the case for the prosecution is nearly finished because I don't see them having any more witnesses. And in a way, I'm not even seeing the defense have a case to put on, because what they're gonna do saying that Stacy wasn't there when we know she was, and there's a lot of evidences that prove exactly the opposite. So I just think that um she's definitely not gonna get away with this. Absolutely not. Maybe a lesser included, that could be, but I don't think so. Oh, there's someone right in front of the camera. Like, can you move? You covering the seal, please? Thank you for moving. Um, so it's just as simple the fact to see. I think, yeah, I think she's gonna go away for life. I think, and it's life, isn't it? I don't think Colorado has the unaliving penalty. I don't think that's even on the table for this case anyway. So, but I think she did not create any reasonable doubt in terms of the cross so far of the defense to this witness. So I definitely think that this Stacy Rodriguez is gonna go away for a very long time. Now, I think the break is about what, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I'm assuming because they did not say yet again, so we're just guessing. So we're just waiting already. 1 second, sorry. This happens every day. I start talking, I start yawning. I don't know why. I don't know why this happens. It is very irritating that this happens every single time when I start talking, or when I'm talking a little bit, I start yawning uncontrollably. But talking about earlier, that I did not have much time to do the intro and chat with you guys, because Court decided to go live earlier for some reason. We like that for us. I did not say the great amazing morning I had. So I went to work this morning on my day job, right, in the bakery, and I started at 5 o'clock, so I got there about what, 4:45, 10 to 5. Normally, that's the time that I normally get there now, because I just live down the road from where I work. I get there, and then 10 to 5, 5 to 5 came. No one was there. No shift leader, because that's normally who opens the shop, is the shift leader. There's no shift leader anyway. We got a little bit longer. 5 o'clock, nothing. No one shows up. 5:10, we were already 10 minutes late. Everyone was. No one shows up. 5:15, nothing. So someone has the number of one of the shift leaders. So we call him, and he was like, "Oh, I forgot that I was in," because the other girl, the normal girl that opened, she's on a holiday, she's on vacation. So she was not there. So he forgot that he was opening the store. But the worst thing is, it lives an hour away from where the store is and his house. It's an hour away. True, probably with being 5 o'clock in the morning, he doesn't catch traffic. He got there in about 45 minutes. But instead of starting work at 5, we started work was 10 to 6 o'clock in the morning, when the shop opens at 6 in the morning. And then they could not figure it out with the lights open, turn on the lights, because half of the shop, the lights turned off, and half of them stay on for some reason. I don't know why. So then he couldn't figure it out, why is the lights not coming on. So we opened exactly at 6:10 this morning, because he couldn't figure it out, and then the lights came on. Either the timer went, because I think they are on a time, and they are like at a certain time when there's people in the shop before opening, the lights come on, and I don't think that worked today. Which was rather interesting. It was a brilliant beginning of the morning, and then all of a sudden we had a visit from so I've got my boss, right? There's a manager department manager, and then he has a boss that is the store manager, and then the store manager has his boss that is the regional manager, if you want to call. So we had her in today. Oh, welcome back, case one. It's Karen Reed or Karen Reed, okay, or it was a phone call. So we had the regional manager in. So it was everyone was like, panic station, she's coming in, make sure you have all the bakery stuff out and make sure you have everything out. So it's like, you knew she was coming, why did it not? Yeah, the main boss. So, well, no, there's still a bosses bigger than her. There's the district boss, and then you have the district boss, you have the area boss, and then you have the CEO. So sorry, it's a lot of bosses, a lot of people involved. So it's just like everyone is panicking, getting stuff done. I was like, your side of town boss, yes, that's it. My side of town boss. That is funny. So then all of a sudden everyone was panicking, and I turned to my boss and I was like, "Boss, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna be rude, but I'm gonna need some help because I don't have a magic wand that I can just wave and everything is fine. We were late for about almost an hour. I am doing my best and I need some help because otherwise it's not gonna get done." And he was like, "Oh, I'll try to get you some help." Okay, I was like, fair enough. Meanwhile, I had some bread ready to go out, and I asked a colleague, a shift leader, not the one that was late, another one, that can you for him to take out the bread and then bring the trolleys again to me so I can refill it and take it out. And he says, "Oh yeah, I'll do it." So he takes it out to the shop floor, and I kid you not, I am waiting for the trays to come back. I'm packing bread and everything meanwhile, right? I am waiting for them to come back for a good solid 20 minutes. And I'm like, where is it? So I have to go out again on the shop floor to see where the bread stacks went because I need them to refill to take more bread out on the shop floor. And he's just yapping away with a colleague. And the bread is still in the stacks. And I'm like, I need them. Like, you all rush because we have a visit from the big boss, but yet you are yapping and I'm waiting there for the bread stacks for 20 minutes. And I was just I needed to breathe, and I'm like, I am gonna be fired today. I don't need to be I can't be fired. I need the job. Just calm down. But it's just really infuriated me that, like, I am busy to heavens in the bakery, rushing around trying to make things out on time, even though it was not my fault that we were late. And then them just yapping on the shop floor. So I was slightly upset. Oh yeah, I did tell him. Tell him the F word. Yeah, I did not get in trouble. My boss said, like, just don't do it again. But I told him the F word. I am sorry. I was in a moment, in the heat of the moment. We made up, and like, we're friends again. Me and this shift leader. It's like we shaked hands. We're good. I gave him a cookie that I had spare, and he likes me again. But it was just so frustrating, and that's what I told my manager. I said, like, I'm sorry, but you want me to get stuff done. Okay, I don't mind, like, working a little bit extra hard, going a little bit faster and everything to make sure things are done. But I also need help. But then I see people chatting away for 20 minutes in the shop floor while I'm trying to take bread out. You know, it's just like, it definitely is very frustrated. Definitely very frustrated. And I was frustrated today because I told them, like, you can't expect miracles because, first of all, it was not my fault that we were almost an hour late. And then, second of all, you could have told me that she was gonna come today, so I would make yeah, like, they could have, because they know beforehand that she's coming, the regional area manager. So they could have told me the day before so I could prep myself better the day before for when she was coming. I could have done things a little bit increased because of the dates would overlap, would be okay. They could have told me that, but no. They tell me like an hour before she was due, or an hour, 2 hours, or whatever the time was before she was due. What do you want me to do? I am not a magical worker. I am good, but like, come on, let's not exaggerate, you know? But in the end of the day, I had a good conversation with him. Me and the shift leader, we are friends again, so everything is fine. And then everyone was laughing, and it was a much better day. But it just got a little bit frustrated, but also got a bit frustrated because I'm tired. And when I get tired, I don't have a filter, and that can be dangerous. So the lesson is I need to no, I'm joking. I do need to rest. I'm actually waiting on Garden Bot. I don't know where he is. Well, the last place I knew where he was at his allotment. Sorry, he has an allotment which is like a piece of land that he can go uh, like you can go and plant vegetables and stuff like that he does with my father-in-law. They trying me to convince to go there. I might go just to make videos about it so I can show you guys. Just to use for content for the members videos. So I actually might go there one of these days with Garden Bot just to make like a video and show you guys what is happening and what he did and everything, and then show that. But what I was gonna say, so the last location that I know it is there, but his phone has died, so I'm hoping he's home soon because it's almost well, it's dinner time now here, so I was gonna ask him to do pancakes for dinner. Would that be bad? Pancakes for dinner? Pancakes, oh, have you guys ever had, right? My husband's grandma, Garden Bot's grandma, which I call her grandma too, because technically she is also my grandma, by law, but I call her grandma. She one day did pancakes with bacon and a sunny side up egg. Have you guys ever had that? It is the most delicious thing ever. Definitely, I'm gonna ask because it's Pancake Day here today in the UK, right? First Thursday of March on Shrove Day is Pancake Day as well in the UK. So definitely need to have pancakes today, right? It has to be done. I can't go Pancake Day without have it. So that would be very rude. And very not. I need to celebrate the fact of pancakes exist. Apparently. But the thing is, we buy a pre-mixed thing from Costco. Where else would we buy it? And then because it's the American pancakes, it's not like the because UK pancakes they are like crepes and not properly pancakes like you guys pancakes. Not you guys pancakes, US pancakes. So I prefer those than the crepes, which is more delicious. But I think I'm gonna ask with how. But the thing is, you might not agree with the bacon because we just had bacon for lunch. We had the bacon bap. It's like a bacon sandwich, which is very good as well and very fatty. We do like our bacon too. Wow, where's this court? It's been almost no half an hour, 10. No, it's only been 15 minutes. So, incredible that I've been talking your ears off for for 15 minutes, and I'm still playing with this thing. So this I don't know if you guys have seen it from before in the beginning of the video of the stream. So I've printed that. That is the new price for the verdict game and the objection game. But I needed to print a better version because this one it's a little bit. I did not do it properly, and I think Garden Bot when he gets home is gonna tell me off because I did this wrong. Because this like print resin printing is his baby, is the one that does it very well. You know, all the models that he put the paint when he's on stream with you guys and chatting and everything, and he does that as his hobby, is he prints that as a resin printer. and it is very good. I actually got him a new printer because there's been this printer that he's been eyeing. I think it's also a 3D fulfillment printer. I don't know. He's just been on about this printer that he wanted, but he couldn't afford. So at the end of the day, I can say this because I don't think he's gonna watch it again. My trial, which is fine. So I got it for him the other day, and I am excited because I think it's coming this month. Because they said it's gonna be either released in March or in June. If it comes in June, I'm gonna be very upset because I want him to enjoy it now and not having to wait until June for it. But it's was a pre-order of a printer, so it's. But I can't wait to see his face because he's been on and on about, and I've been trying to give him reasons now not to buy it, whenever he can, because obviously I don't want him to buy it again, because otherwise we would have two, and that is just ridiculous. We don't need two. So I need to come up with excuses of why he cannot buy it. Apart from being too expensive, because I've used that one too much. So I need to think of excuses of why he cannot buy the printer, like it's too expensive, or because I don't know. You guys need to help me. I need excuses. Apart from we cannot afford it, that is a very good one, and it's gonna be probably the one is gonna stay for a long time. But yeah, I need to think about it because he's gonna get suspicious, I think, of like the why I'm always saying no and everything. Because sometimes I catch him to seeing the specifics and like videos from of like the trial of the new product, because it's not out yet for no one. But they did like videos on it and like similar models that he's been watching on, like kind of trying to learn the features of this printer. Sometimes I catch him watching that, and it makes him, it's like, oh man, he really really wants it, but I can't say because I want it to be a surprise. So I might have to say at some point, if it not comes this month, I might have to say it that I had got it, because I don't know how else I can get away with it. I can try to change subjects. I'm very good at that. Changing the subject of the conversation. That could be an idea. That could be a way of trying. I could always change the subject to food. Not talking about courts and trials. But apart from that, I don't know. I don't know what else to come up with for me, like not to buy it. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to think about something. Is the Karen Reed hearing still going on? Because I've been like trying to eye it when I am on here, but I haven't seen much more about it. Is it still spicy, or is it finished? Um. Ah. Am I covering Coburg's trial? I knew this question was gonna come. I don't know. The reasons is, first of all, it's a 4 months long trial. My ADHD, my attention span won't handle it. 400 witnesses, 4 months of the same trial. I want to watch it, but even watching it, I'm gonna get bored. I mean, there's that one, the Monica Sementelli's been going on for 20 days, and Lord, I know I can't do it. That's too long. Yeah, 4 months. Yeah. Oh, still. Yeah. So it's a 4 month long trial. I heard. Yeah, heard sound and I like got scared. It's just the court. So yeah, so 4 month long trial, 400 witnesses. It's gonna be a media frenzy. Everyone is gonna be doing it. And there's another case whilst that one is gonna go on that I really want to watch, the Stephen Stearns one, the Madeline Soto case. So Coburg, and then it's Idaho. Time zones, I know I'm doing Colorado now, so I can't really say, but time zones is a bit harsh. So there's a high probability that sadly is not gonna happen. If somehow they streamline the time for Coburg, I might think about it. But if it is still 4 months, no. I cannot do 4 months long trial. It's too much. And yeah, Karen Reed, that is a big no-no. I am not gonna follow Karen Reed because it's just a witch hunt at the moment. It's just a circus, and it's just too much. I cannot do Karen Reed. So and everything that I see is Karen Reed, Karen Reed. I like no. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not doing Karen Reed. Forgive me. Um, but I am tired of the circus that it has become the Karen Reed trial, and I don't want to be in it. So, yeah, sorry. My apologies. I hope you guys understand my reasons, and I hope you can carry on. We'll be covering other trials for sure. We're gonna be covering Laurie. We're gonna be covering Donna Edelson. We're gonna be covering the trials that will pop up. I'm sure there is a lot going on. The best place to check where's trials is Discord. That's where I go. So absolutely, yeah, absolutely no to Karen Reid. Brian Koberger, if they streamline the time, I might look into it. It is interesting. I want to. But 4 months, no. I commit to garden bots, but to a trial, 4 months. Nah. The longest that I do trials, that I try to catch trials, is about 2 weeks. And even 2 weeks for me, it's a long time for trial. I like small little trials, 1 week long trials that in out get done dusted then move on. I too much long time. I don't know why I keep forgetting things and I miss little bits, and then it's just the repetitiveness of it. Like I don't think so. I'm sorry. I hope you guys understand that, and hope you guys can carry on here too. Even though I mean we can do like a weekly recap on Brian Koberger. Oh yeah, she does. I mean, doesn't mean that we cannot talk about the Koberger trial. We can do like a weekly recap or something. For sure we can talk about it. We can do a stream about it, like doing a recap and see your guys' point and what happened during the week and everything. That could be an awesome idea. Oh yeah, we did the last sentence yesterday before trial. We did card it. I still need to change that thumbnail to people know that the sentencing is there. You just reminded me that. Thank you, case one. And this girl, she's like in the she. So she seems like she's in a cafe talking to her girl, like nothing has happened, and it's like, oh yeah, uh, case one. Did you see the face of the judge? Just like accident. You just said that what happened was an accident. The judge was not having it. Oh, and his mom. Oh, the mom of a German boss might she was in delusional. She was in denial. I don't think she still believes in what happened. So I absolutely loved the judge's face. She was gobsmacked. That's the word. Absolutely gobsmacked about the fact that he was saying it was an accident. Dude, the jury did not think it was an accident. They convicted you. So, oh, Stacy, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this. Stacy, she has the hots for the attorney. There is no way denying that Stacy doesn't have the hots for the attorney. Did you see that lip smack that she did? Like, oh no, she has. Sorry, like, ooh, side eye. Um, I know. It's like absolutely crazy. I think that sadly the mom it's still a bit in denial in the fact of oh, she is flirting. That's flirting 101. Like, that is the basics of flirting. She thinks she's slick. She's oh, man, she is flirting off. She's like trying hard, thinking something is gonna happen between her and the attorney. She is crazy, man. So, and good morning, hi Denise. Good morning. Hello. Good to see you. So just this morning has been wild. Why am I getting notifications from work? Work, stay away from me. Oh, hello, Susie. Hi. Oh, yeah. Probably could be coffee, and all she gets is dirty water in jail. Cause I don't think even they have coffee, do they? Wait, hang on. You don't have coffee in jail or in prison? Because now I need to reconsider analyzing because I can't live without coffee. No, I'm joking. If they don't have coffee in prison or in jail, I am gonna need to talk to somebody because that might be a problem. I need coffee. I live on coffee. I literally, yeah. Oh, she what? Is writing probably latte. I it's just like I need coffee to survive. So that's gonna be the reason why I am not gonna commit the crime is because coffee is that. I mean, I think in the UK prisons you have coffee and you can have tea because it's English, so definitely. But no, I'm sure they have coffee, right? Mocha jam. I love that, case one. I love absolutely that. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, Susie, happy Pancake Day. It's Pancake Day over in here in the UK. You know that. So yeah, sorry, it's Pancake Day, and I'm very excited about that. Garden Bot needs to get home and do me pancakes because I'm working. I am doing things. I'm busy. I can't do pancakes. Um, yeah. So what are we exactly waiting on? It is Pancake Day. Are we waiting on the jury? Are we waiting on the defense again? Or what's up? Because I'm interested in talking about coffee, and this is what happens. I lose track of things. Hello. Hello, Maria. um, so this attorney, right? The one that is on the screen, the one that Stacy is flirting with, she hasn't crossed or asked any questions since what, day 1 or day 2? I wonder why. Oh, you're trying to, oh, I don't know. But I can see you typed hello. Are you saying, oh, apparently you cannot say pregnant in chat. I don't know why, and that's not Nightbot that's forbidden. I don't know why, but for some reason you can't say that word. So unless you try, otherwise, GardenBot was actually having the same problem the other day. Maybe try one word at a time. Oh, probably that's the word. That word. Okay, so replace the O's with 0. That's how I do it. Um, yeah, do it that way. Yeah, do either that way or replace the O's with zeros, and probably the thing will let you, because sometimes, and that's not me or that how I put the channel, is the YouTube in general that was blocked some words. So just sometimes replace some word letters with numbers. You know what I mean? So that's what I normally do. Yeah, it is Blondie still questioning. We call her Snotty. Hey, welcome back, Paula. You only see this until you are catching up. So, well, it is gonna be. She's been the one questioning all the morning, the blonde one, the snotty one. So she's been the one doing it. Whenever court decides to, oh no, Maria. Courts needs to start earlier so you can hang out with us more. Oh, sorry. Am I talking too loud? I'm sorry. I will turn my volume down. Sorry. I'm getting excited and I get louder when I get excited, so I'm sorry. I'll try to tune it back down to a level where it's admissible, and I apologize for my loudness. See, this is what I say. Portuguese people get loud. Um, and because I still have the thing boosted and we're still waiting on whatever is happening. Yeah, sorry. Oh, the blonde. Okay. I thought Oh no, it's okay if it was me because sometimes you guys can tell me please to be a little bit lower because when I get excited, I speak loud and you can ask a garden bot that because he will tell you. I sometimes speak very loud and I speak very fast sometimes, especially when back to being loud. So, no, because like when Portuguese people get excited, we are very loud and we speak very fast. Especially like when we went to Portugal like 2 years ago. My sister was speaking Portuguese, obviously, because she doesn't speak English. She spoke very fast, and we speak very fast. And it was like, whoa, your sister speaks so fast. And it's a fact, like Spanish people as well, they do that as well. They speak so fast that sometimes it's like, huh? Okay. So it's a fact of the language. It's an emotive language, at least Portuguese is, and I know Spanish is as well, and Italian as well, is that you speak with your emotions and everything. So yeah, basically, Paula, I think they went on break because of you. Lol. See, because now they are getting back. I know, exactly. Spanish as well, so it's like that's what I was saying. So it's like very, and then it's just like get very emotive and get like there. And English people, right? English people are very like.
Jenny, are you ready?
Yes, I am, Bob.
We
I am
are back on the
Portuguese.
record in 21 CR
See, we're back.
2296. People of the state of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our morning recess and we are outside of the presence of the jury. I've had a chance to review 212 as well as previously filed state's motion in dealing with 404B evidence upon the request of the state. Mr. Pralia, Mr. McCormick, do you believe it's appropriate to discuss those issues now or at the cessation of the defendant's cross-examination?
Well, I feel that some of those issues have obviously become very ripe for Ms. Varela because in advance of her testifying, it was made clear to her attorneys that she was not able to discuss any type of abuse between her and the defendant, fear of her, any physical altercations, and specifically those relate to how she has been acting through cross-examination. And so she's left without actually being able to answer the truth. So when...
No, and Mr. Pralia, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. So I don't dispute that that's a conversation that we need to have. Okay. What I'm asking you is that a conversation that you want to have right now or when Ms. Devereaux is finished with cross-examination?
I think it needs to happen right now so she can actually answer to Ms. Devereaux's questions.
All right. Then, Mr. Pralia, why don't you go ahead as to 212 and previously filed state's motion in. Any argument that you want to make, go ahead.
Your Honor, I would ask that we not do this in front of Ms. Varela, though.
Deputies, are you able to take Ms. Varela close by and then bring her back in a minute?
Sorry, deputies.
All right. Okay, give us just a second here. Mr. Pralia, go ahead.
Well, I think the court can read as to 212 specifically these aspects that would be directly related to the questions that Ms. Devereaux has asked, specifically the kids and being around and staying with the defendant rather than going back to Javi, and being concerned specifically because of threats. For example, on note 2, she talks about that I'm scared to leave her. I can't be myself for more than an hour. I want to be with my kids. I want to hang out with Javi, but I can't. She told me, quote, if you go with anyone else, it's not just on you anymore, it's on them too. So choose wisely who you'll be with. And I believe her because I've seen what she can do. I believe that's in reference to the homicide. The court can recall the testimony yesterday. She stated that's in regards to the homicide. She says, I need help, but I'm scared. She won't let me leave. She won't. I'm sorry, Javi. I'm sorry to the kids. Please know I love you. Please don't ever forget that. Well, if she's able to answer truthfully, then she can explain why she's going to Halloween and taking photos of the defendant and all those, because if the court looks at the surrounding circumstances, we know that this note is from October 17th, 2021, and so that provides context for specifically the actions after the homicide prior to arrest. The court can look at others in note 4, for example, I feel so all alone. My emotions are bottled up. I feel like I can't be my own person. I'm always being watched, followed, controlled to the point I can't even look in a certain direction. Stacy has threatened Javi's life so many times where she told them to do it, to actually do it. I'm so torn and I'm hurt. I'm scared to even move a finger because one wrong move and she'll do it. And it's not a threat because I've seen her do it with my own eyes. She's keeping me from having my kids 24/7 because I want to pick them up. It's a problem. Or if I'm taking them too long or I walk them to the door. Seeing Javi broke my heart because I feel like I'm only with Stacy for Javi, not because I want to be. When I wanted to leave one night, and then we get into this allegation now of a specific instance of violence against her. When I wanted to leave one night drunk, she held me down, put a knife to my body and neck, and told me if I leave, she's killing him. She poured water on my face, cut all my clothes off with the knife, saying, I like the way your body looks. Made me be completely naked and told me to go to bed. I had bruises and little cuts on my body. And so I think that's relevant for the court to determine why now, based on the questions that she's been asking, why are you staying with this person that, as Miss Devereaux keeps saying, Hannibal Lecter, that you've seen somebody kill somebody? Well, she's describing her internal struggles in a diary, and that the abuse is not only directed at her, but it's directed to her family, it's directed towards her kids. So the defense questioning completely opened that door for all of these aspects. And right now with Ms. Varela on the witness stand, she's not able to answer truthfully why she's doing these things. She's stuck with saying, yes, that's what I said. And again, all of these, if the court looks at the context, these were post-murder, pre-arrest, can't be fabricated. John Colgate laid the expertise as to how these would have been created, how it's within the date frame, how it's all in there. And so with the exception of a few minor redactions that I think would not be relevant at all, the court should look at those and admit at least the ones I've discussed about.
And Mr. Praley, that's actually, that last point is the thing that I had a question about. So I understand your argument as to those first three, and for lack of a better word, I'll refer to them as diary entries on Exhibit 212. I think there's multiple different layers there, but to avoid getting the weeds here, can you tell me, part of the concern that I have is sort of what I'll describe as the first half of that last journal entry. It seems like there are statements interspersed in there that I think go to your argument that you've already made, and then some other statements that I don't believe necessarily fall under that. There's references to being homeless. There's references to a possible, what I read as a molestation allegation by some other family member. Can you tell me from your perspective the state's position on what needs to be redacted and what doesn't need to be redacted, just so that I understand what's on the field here, so to speak?
No, I think the court's definitely aware of the issues that I was going to raise. I hadn't got to note 5 yet, and that is specifically what the court's discussing. And that deals with the longest note that would be on there that the court read. That's specific to, I don't think it would be relevant to this, that she's remembering childhood trauma and learning how to deal with that. I do think it would be relevant, the whole getting physical with Stacy. I don't think the aspect of drug use and deep depression would be relevant. I don't think the sex assault with the family member would be relevant. But the overwhelming majority of that, I think, is correct. I think the court can look at the aspects of note number 5 once it gets into this, that she specifically discusses the witnessing the death in front of her eyes, that she doesn't know how to cope with it, that she says she specifically starts writing to different people. And she says, if anyone sees this and I lost my battle, just know I tried my hardest. It then directs it to Javi, which is Javier. I want to say that I love you, Javi. Right after witnessing someone get murdered, I had a whole anxiety attack and my safe place was laying down in the apartment with you and the kids. When I'm nervous or having an attack, you're my safe place. I felt homesick. Then it discusses specifically this. If you see this, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. The time I didn't pick the kids up for 4 days and wasn't picking them up wasn't by choice. I can't leave Stacy. I'm scared because of what she's capable of. Again, that had previously been referenced in a general sense, that she was referencing that in terms of what she's capable of as the murder. I want to keep you and the kids safe. So again, that goes to that aspect. I've been on the down low for a reason, but no, I think about you 24/7. I crave your hugs 24/7. I failed you guys. Then I think the note to her mom and her sister would be relevant. And then candidly, I think the reference to Stacy is relevant. She then discusses to her kids. And then again, that note concludes that she doesn't think she'll be here very long. I don't know why I wrote this, but I feel like everything happens for a reason, and concludes with a date on October 6th. So with those exceptions of dealing with the childhood trauma, the drug use, the sex assault in the family, I think those things necessarily need redacted, but I think the other aspects need admitted.
And I just want to make sure that I'm reading that correct. What I have labeled as note number 3, am I correct in understanding from your perspective, the only thing that was found in the body is just the date of October 3rd, 2021? There wasn't anything else retrieved?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Devereaux, can you give me the defense position, please?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I don't necessarily disagree that it is certainly ripe for Ms. Varela to talk about in her testimony essentially why she, her claims essentially that she was not able to physically go to police because Ms. Rodriguez was so controlling. She describes to Mr. Burrows essentially not being able to lift a finger, and actually I was about ready to get into that myself. What I do object to is, and we're talking about only 212 currently. First of all, I don't believe 212 is the correct extraction report from Cellbrite that would accurately reflect the metadata for each of these entries. I have some concerns that, for example, note number 5, which is essentially the really long note that says, I witnessed a terrible murder, and it's one of her many suicide notes essentially, and she writes a date on the end of it that's October 6, 2021. However, when the police department got the actual Cellbrite dump from her actual phone, this is just the iCloud, it showed that that note was actually created a month beforehand on September 6, 2021, which means that she actually started writing this note well before the events of this case ever started happening. And so it is very misleading and inaccurate for the prosecution to submit this exhibit that misleads this jury to believe that this was sort of a contemporaneous note that she wrote on October 6, 2021, when it isn't. If the prosecution is seeking to admit such an exhibit, I think that they need to admit the actual extraction report from the phone with the correct metadata. So that's one issue. The second issue is, as the court knows, the prosecution had an opportunity to file a 404B motion. They elected, despite knowing all the evidence in the case well before we did, that's for sure, to not file a 404B notice with any accusations of any domestic violence between Ms. Varela and Ms. Rodriguez. The only 404B that they previously litigated was the one with Mr. Vigil. The incident came weeks after the October 3rd night. We litigated that, court denied that. I have further argument I know the court probably reviewed its transcript as to why it denied that motion, but obviously they knew that the fact that Ms. Varela never went to law enforcement the night this happened, which is what all my questions are thus far. I've only asked her about getting into the car and not immediately driving to the police department or driving to Javier's house or driving to her mom's house. That was obviously going to be a source of questioning, of cross-examination. Mr. Burrows, even in fact, during the proffer, as I've previously elicited, tells Ms. Varela, this is going to be a hard question for you to answer, that you're going to have to answer. And so it's not fair to Ms. Rodriguez's constitutional rights to purposely elect to not pre-litigate that 404B evidence, especially when there's significant Gardner issues in terms of whether or not any of this actually happened, any of Ms. Varela's domestic violence claims ever happened. This isn't a situation where there's like police reports that can sort of vet out that. It's very improper and unfair and essentially robs Ms. Rodriguez of her constitutional rights to due process and effective assistance of counsel to bring this up now mid-trial simply because defense counsel is doing her job and effectively cross-examining this particular witness in terms of her credibility. This is something that they knew about and they should have filed a motion. This is not something that we litigate pre-trial to determine whether or not there is preponderance of the evidence that these prior DV incidents happened. We have these notes, sure. But again, even within, if the court were to look at, let's say, note number 4, dated November 2nd, 2021. For this particular note, I take issue and would object to that last paragraph that starts with, quote, when I wanted to leave one night drunk, she held me down, put a knife to my body and neck and told me if I leave, she's killing him. She poured water in my face, cut all my clothes off with a knife, saying, quote, I like the way your body looks. Made me completely naked or be completely naked and told me to go to bed. I had bruises and little cuts on my body. There's no date on this. There's no indication of when this ever happened. If it happened before or after the incident. So Mr. Pirelli
Are you talking about the incident itself?
Yes.
Okay.
The October 3rd night. So that is an incredibly prejudicial and inflammatory claim that there's no date on. Yes, there's a date for the note, but we don't know when that incident happened. So Mr. Pirelli is saying, well, Judge, this gets into why she didn't go to the police. Well, if this happened before October 3rd or October 2nd, that's not relevant. And we don't have that information. And it's not appropriate to ask this witness that on the stand when she A, clearly has motive at this point after cross-examination to say that it came after the fact. B, for the, good?
All good.
For the defense to be sort of caught off guard and not know the answer to this. Again, they've had all this information for years. They did no investigation, no follow-up to clarify on any of this.
All right.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Devereaux, go ahead.
In terms of note number 5, I would be objecting to the redactions Mr. Pirelli proposed, and here's why. Yesterday, over our objection, the court allowed in Ms. Varela to testify that this was essentially a suicide note or not a suicide note, excuse me, a note that she wrote because she was afraid that she wasn't going to live much longer. And our objection was also largely based on the fact that Mr. Parelia's questioning elicited a response from Ms. Varela that was along the lines of the abuse continued to get worse. So now we're in a position where this jury has heard, and they can't unhear things, that during this time period after Mr. Dickerson's death to the arrest, the abuse got worse, and that she was afraid that she wouldn't be living, so she wrote this note. When, again, that is incredibly misleading, and I think the parts that Mr. Parelia is asking to redact highlight why that is misleading. And it's misleading because this person had a very detailed history of suicide notes. This was something that when you go back through her Cellbrite, dating you back to 2018 after her father's death, she would do this. She would write notes about suicide, leaving notes for her kids, and essentially, according to both the notes and correspondence with Mr. Burroughs' conversations with her during the proffer, would use this as sort of, I would argue, as a manipulation tactic to get a response out of Javier. Tell my kids I won't be around much longer. Tell my kids I love them. Tell my kids I tried. And again, all of that happened before September 28th. And why the parts that Mr. Parelia is asking to be redacted clearly show what was going on in her life that caused a lot of the need, or she felt the need to write these alleged notes as to why she wasn't going to be alive. She was using a ton of drugs. She was drinking heavily. She had a lot of childhood trauma. There was a lot of drug use. I mentioned that. There's also a deep depression. All of those things that Mr. Parelia is asking to redact are the very things that will mislead this jury further to believe that the only reason she wrote this was because she was afraid that Ms. Rodriguez was going to kill her, when that's just not the case.
And can I ask Ms. Devereaux, so I want to make sure that I understand what you're asking. So on that, what's labeled as note number 5, the defense request is to not redact any of that note, which I will consider, but I want to make sure that I'm clear. Me granting that request is not necessarily giving you leeway. I didn't know anything about this history of what you describe as suicide notes going back to 2018. I'm not going to allow you to get into that regardless. So I just want to make sure that I don't want you to think that if I grant that request and not redact that final note out of 212, that somehow throws all of that wide open for consideration. So understanding that, is that still your request to leave that unredacted?
So my question is the court, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the court. Is the court prohibiting us from cross-examining her on that this is actually a suicide note that was written before October 2nd and 3rd?
So you can cross-examine her on the contents of the note itself. You can certainly ask her if this was intended by her to be a suicide note. And you certainly, under any circumstance, you'd be able to ask her questions relating to the date that she wrote that note. The only reason that I state that is that what you just stated, that there's things on the Cellbrite going to 2018. That's the first time I heard that. So I don't know any of that information, any of that content. So if you're asking me, can you ask those questions about this note itself? Certainly you may, if I choose not to leave it redacted. What I don't want to go is to litigate a person's mental health history going back 7 years or whatever it is.
So I understand that. And of course, I think this court knows that I am sensitive to that sort of thing, right? I'm obviously doing just this job, right? Like, I'm sensitive to it. However, what I will say is I think it is ripe conversation and cross-examination with her, the fact that this is what she did. This wasn't just something that came up. This note-taking, the suicide note-taking wasn't just something that came up because she witnessed this terrible death and because she was afraid Miss Rodriguez was going to kill her, and the abuse got worse.
So, and again, Ms. Devereaux, I'm kind of operating in a vacuum here because I don't have what you have.
Would the court
if there's some reasonable parameters of a time frame that you want to consider, I can certainly consider that. But when you say 2018, I don't know if that covers, if we're going to be on the stand for 2 days
No.
talking about every incident. So
No.
if you have some factual information to give
Yes.
me so I can understand better,
Yes.
that's what I need.
I can give that to the court. So as I mentioned, and can I sit for this?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. The date of note number 5, the metadata actually shows that it was September 6, 2021 that it was started. Then going back just a mere 4 months beforehand, she does, again, this note-taking process to talk about more of her depression and
And is that, and I just want to try to clarify the date. You said 4 months beforehand, and it sounds like that note, the writing of that note took place over the course of at least several weeks. So are you talking
I
4
was gonna
months
give the court
before
the dates.
September? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
So on June 15, 2021, she writes, quote, "I don't know how to handle this anymore, how to handle anything anymore. I feel lost, hurt, confused. I started to cut to not feel this pain anymore because at this point, liquor isn't helping. I don't understand why I'm going through what I'm going through and why I'm this, and this is capitalized, depressed. It hurts as a mother when your daughter doesn't want to come home." So again, none of her depression or suicidal thoughts at this point, 4 months beforehand, or 3 months before she started note number 5, has anything to do with Miss Rodriguez. Instead, she's writing it about the fact that her daughter doesn't want to come home and she's suffering from depression. Then on June 17th, she writes, quote, "I try so hard to fight this pain. I tried so hard to fight that thing in my head, but I feel like I'm losing this paddle. It's Pattle. I don't want to feel this anymore, this pain anymore. I tried everything, but this pain is just overcoming my life from my past trauma to everything I'm dealing with now. I can't do this anymore. I started cutting to feel something else. I started to drink to numb myself. I hate everything about me. I'm falling into this dark place and I'm afraid it's going to win. I used to do it for my kids, but now my kids don't even want to be with me." And again, even in that one, it gives the jury context of why she's drinking so much, because there's also going to be, or has been, testimony and probably will be argument that she was drinking a lot after this October 2nd and 3rd night to deal with the trauma of seeing this allegedly unjustified killing, when that's not the case. It was happening beforehand. On June 26, 2021, she says, quote, "Mom called me randomly while writing my suicide notes to my kids and said, 'Hi, baby.'" Another one, June 26, 2021. "Today I started writing my notes to the kids. I'm so hurt. I'm so lost. This is no one's fault. I didn't heal properly. I held everything into myself. I didn't tell anyone how I felt. I love Stacy. She's helped me through things no one ever could have. She's seen me at my worst. She saved, and saved is capitalized, me so many times. She was there when I felt alone. Only her. She would stay up and actually listen and care. She helped me through so much." So again, I'm not going back to 2018, Judge, but I think these are certainly ripe given the temporal proximity.
Just those 4
Yes.
entries? Okay.
And also, sorry, in the one, there's one more on June 28th where she actually texts Javi. It's not a suicide note. She just texts him and says, "Tell my children I'm sorry that I failed. I can't do this anymore," meaning life. And it's not a note. But it is on June 28th, 2021, again, days before this event happened.
Okay. All right. Mr. Pralia, can you give me your response? And then, actually, I know we were talking about 212. If you have anything that you want to talk about N, we might as well talk about that now.
As to the notes, I don't believe it's proper to go into an entire mental health history in those months. I don't think that's relevant. Ultimately, I think the court should rule as to the exhibit that was before it. From a foundational perspective, they had the ability to cross-examine Investigator Colgate. They chose not to in terms of any of those foundational aspects. The court conditionally admitted it, and so I don't think that's a valid question at this point.
All right, and did you want to address N now, or?
Yes.
Judge, that's fine. I would we renew our motion in regards to 404B evidence. I think now more than ever, it's indicative as to the is what the court's heard and what Ms. Varela has testified to. It's more indicative than ever that this is certainly a common plan or scheme and an attempt to control Ms. Varela. I know that on August 14th of 2024, the matter came before the court. The court heard testimony from Isaiah V. Hill, as well as filing People's Motion N, along with attachments 1, 2, and 3. The court initially indicated that the first prong of SPOTA was met, but it did not go further and say that the second, third, or fourth prong was met. I think after where we are to date and with the questioning going on with Ms. Varela, that it now is absolutely logically relevant. It is independent of the inference of bad character. Court had struggled at the time under a 403 analysis, indicating that you couldn't get past, the court couldn't get past the reaction versus the jealous nature of the 404B. However, I think after the way this has played out now, that's even more relevant than ever, and I would ask that the court reconsider its ruling in People's Motion N and instead grant that.
All right, thank you. Ms. Devereaux, any response to N specifically?
Your Honor, does the court have any specific questions or concerns? Let's start there. I don't want to relitigate something we've already.
I think the most pertinent thing that is before the court now is whether or not the defense has opened the door, and I'm sorry, I'm just getting a copy of this, whether or not the defense has opened the door with its questions of the nature of, why didn't you report this? Why didn't you take this action? That sort of thing. I think that impacts the 403 analysis. If in the context of that, the probative value has increased, then I think that calculation is different now. But I guess that's how I'm looking at it as to whether or not you've opened the door to evidence that the court has previously found inadmissible.
Your Honor, if the court recalls, this was June, I think it was, October 15th or 16th. So my questioning, first of all, thus far has been, why didn't you drive off? Why didn't you go to the police that night? And I will concede that I'm going to go beyond that date. But at this juncture, I don't believe the door has been opened. When and if it does get opened, the fact that Mr. V. Hill came in here and testified to this court that the conflict between him and Ms. Rodriguez started when he challenged her, and he was upset because he didn't like her telling him what to do and telling him that they were going to leave and come and go. And there was actually quite a bit of extensive questioning by this court about sort of that dynamic and how Miss Varela was not like a source of jealousy or involved at all in any of this sort of altercation between Mr. V. Hill and Miss Rodriguez. Beyond that, if the court goes to page 16 of the transcript, the court said, quote, again, without discussing sort of the speculative nature of that theory in regards to the same theory the prosecution is arguing now, which is it's relevant to explain why Miss Varela never went to the police. This court said, quote, this may be a different situation if Miss Varela had never done that, meaning gone to the police, and never disclosed any information about this offense. And there was an argument there that the reason she did not disclose was some sort of coercive behavior by the defendant, but that's simply not the case here. So the court's already considered this. There's nothing about the incident with Mr. Varela that was any sort of coercive behavior by Miss Rodriguez in terms of like, don't go to the police, or if you do go to the police, you're going to end up like Mr. V. Hill with this face and this injury. Like, that's just simply not the case. And it's also very incredibly misleading because ultimately This DA's office dropped those charges. And I have routinely stood here and asked this court for discovery of why they never dismissed it. As I argued at the 404B hearing, this was an alleged victim who went to the hospital and had arguably SBI. There was documentation. She came in and said, that's the person who I did it. And yet they don't prosecute it. There's something inherently exculpatory about that fact that we have never been discovered. And so as Ms. Rodriguez's attorneys, if the court were to let this in under incredibly limited and arguably speculative reason as to why Ms. Varela didn't go to the police, we have no way of effectively cross-examining that. We don't know the reasons for that. This DA's office is not in the habit of not prosecuting a VRA case that they can prove, especially if there's medical bills, there's injuries, and yet it was dismissed. Second of all, the very speculative nature of the theory that they're setting forth for the court is also only relevant for October 15th or 16th and maybe on. There's no relevance to it from the weeks leading up to from October 2nd and October 3rd to October 15th or 16th. And I'm concerned that if the court lets this in, then there's also a second issue, or not a second issue, but multiple issues here. One of which is this person has not been on the witness endorsement list. So the prosecution clearly knew that this was something that they would potentially be trying to, I'd argue, backdoor in, and yet they never put it on the witness list. So we have no idea if this jury has any sort of connections to Mr. Vigil that hasn't been questioned on, that hasn't been looked at. And so, again, I think what very little pure probative value for that single date is just outweighed by too much prejudice. And I think the court got the ruling right at the exception on August 14th, 2024, and asked the court to keep that ruling.
All right, thank you. So with respect to the 404B issue, I think that's a fairly clear issue. We are in a much different situation than we were at the 404B hearing. The defense has inquired at great length with Ms. Varela as why she didn't bring certain things to law enforcement attention at certain times, why she told her version of events in a particular way, why she otherwise didn't disclose several pieces of information at different times. I think a possible reason for that action is her being scared of Ms. Rodriguez. Given that the defense has chosen to inquire about that issue, I do find that the door has been open sort of generally regarding her fear of Ms. Rodriguez and incidents that caused her to have fear of Ms. Rodriguez. That would include the incident described in state's motion, and it may include other incidents, some of which are sort of generally described in Exhibit 212. Mr. Praley, Mr. McCormick, I want to be very clear. The only reason I am finding that relevant and that it meets the 404B bar is any impact that it had on Ms. Varela, not any impact that it had on Mr. Vigil. So I'm only going to allow the state to ask questions of what Ms. Varela actually knew about that incident, if there are portions of that incident that she does not have personal knowledge or awareness of, but that Mr. Vigil may have separate knowledge or awareness of. I'm not going to let the state go into all of those details, only what she knows, because that would impact her fear of Ms. Rodriguez. With respect to 212, there are certain aspects of this that I think are clear, and I've been trying to go through this. So notes up through 4, I think, again, the foundation has been laid, as well as any evidentiary concerns that may be present within those notes. For the same reason stated, I believe the defense has opened the door to discussion of some of those issues. I do believe that this needs to be limited to only things that directly relate to Ms. Rodriguez and not trauma generally. If I go outside of that, I do think that we need to get into some of the notes referenced by the defense, but if we, I think, redact that last note appropriately, I think we can avoid that being an issue. But I'm going to need a little bit of more time to go through this line by line and see what I'm comfortable letting in. I think the parties can expect that that's going to be probably pretty severely redacted, but like I said, I might need to take a minute with this and go through that and make a determination as to exactly what's coming in. With that, I think we'll probably be able to have a break before that needs to be brought up, so I should be able to get that done to the parties. From the state, do you have any questions about that?
I don't, Your Honor. I was just gonna inquire for timing purposes. I agree that we would have a break.
I don't know.
So we're breaking roughly around lunchtime, roughly around noon.
I don't know. I can tell only about halfway there.
Okay, you know, and I didn't really, based on what Ms. Lilly had told me, I didn't really anticipate that we'd get done before lunch. Ms. Lilly, I see you standing. Give me just a second. Ms. Devereaux, did you have any questions about the court's ruling as to either of those issues?
I do. So again, I think the prosecution has opened the door during direct examination of the purpose behind note number 5, right? And I certainly understand and appreciate that the court is concerned about, you know, the jury hearing things regarding her daughter's victimization. Okay. But in terms of the nature and reasoning behind this note has been, at least this witness has described it being a fear that she wasn't going to be alive in conjunction with the abuse that Miss Rodriguez allegedly was doing to her. And now the jury is going to get to hear because of an assault that happened for a different person October 15th and 16th. Like, that's what the prosecution's going to argue. When really, I guess my question for the court is the court prohibiting me from asking her about those June notations where she was doing this before any of this happened? Like, this
Yes,
is...
that my intent is to redact that to a level that we would not need to go into that. And it may be a possibility after I have a chance to review that in more detail that I don't believe that last note is able to be redacted to that extent, and I may need to prohibit it entirely. I haven't made a decision on that yet, but again, I think I need to go line by line and see what's reasonable.
And I just want to make sure the court's understanding our position is, regardless of what the contents is of note 5, right? Just based only on the testimony, it is fair cross-examination and imperative cross-examination to go into her motive for writing this note.
Note 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Because right now, again, the jury is, regardless of what it says, is believing her. She was like, I'm going to die because this woman just killed someone and she's going to kill me. And because she's abusing me, and now she's abusing someone else on October 15th and 16th. So for us, it's not even a matter of what the actual redactions are the court comes up with for note number 5.
Okay.
And so we would make this request just under both Ms. Rodriguez's constitutional rights to effective assistance of counsel and due process under both the Colorado and United States constitutions.
I'll consider that when I'm determining whether or not it's
Thank you,
possible
Judge.
to
Appreciate it.
redact note number 5. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address before we bring Ms. Varela back up?
Obviously, Ms. Lilly needs to speak to her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
About the developments.
Ms. Lilly, deputies, where physically is Ms. Varela? Do you want to go down there now, Ms. Lilly, and talk to her and then just come up when you're ready? Yes, I need to. Okay. And Ms. Lilly, can you ask me, do you believe it's going to be a lengthy enough conversation that it makes sense to just break for lunch now?
It would, sorry. Because I want to make sure that she's advised appropriately, it would be helpful if I had copies of the notes she's going to be presented with. If that's not possible, then I will sort of just go through what I have for my notes. So whatever the court is inclined to do is fine.
Let's do this just to make sure that nothing is rushed. And Ms. Lilly, I don't mind you having a copy of what it is as it's written now, but like I said, I need to review it. So it might not be in its final form, the copy that you have, but I don't know if you already have a copy in what you have or not, but I can certainly designate what it is.
I can get.
I have Discovery. I don't have these
As
things.
provided. I
Okay.
can do that.
All right. Then what I'm going to do, just because I think this might be I don't want to rush Ms. Lilly and what she needs to do. I'm going to bring the jury in now. Go ahead and release them for lunch. I will review this over the lunch hour and then we'll proceed. My intent is bringing them back roughly 12:45. Yes, go ahead and bring them.
I already started to do that, but yeah.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I appreciate your patience. There are some legal matters that I need to address that are unfortunately going to take me a little bit longer than I anticipated. And rather than having you wait around for that, I'm going to go ahead and release you for our lunch recess at this time so you can get some lunch. I'm going to take care of those issues over that lunch break. So hopefully when we are back, we can go ahead and resume. Before I release you for recess, I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. The verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, I'm going to go ahead and ask that you return at 12:45, and hopefully we'll be able to resume quickly after that. Please rise for the jury. All right, thank you. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 12:45.
Could I provide the court one more thing to review? It can be on the back burner.
Sure, that's fine.
That would be People's Exhibit 223. This will be admitted through Detective Burrows. It had been emailed to defense, but this is a summary under 1006.
Okay, thank you. All right, the court will be in recess.
And judge is not happy about that. The judge, it is not happy. So the defense opened the door for some evidence to come in that the prosecution no, they are not done for the day. They are taking a early lunch break to the judge to review some notes and redact it the proper way for it to come in, but they are gonna go out earlier because the attorney for the witness that is on the stand has an arraignment or an arraignment or a hearing with the prosecutor at 3 p.m. and they need to be there present for that. So I think that we are going to break up early, but not yet. The judge was talking about that because if they were taking always perfect for you today, Paula, it's really working out for you. Great. So it's literally just the judge is gonna let some evidence in that the defense had a motion in as well because they opened the door for it, but very limited to only include the notes that are about Miss Stacy Rodriguez and nothing else, and the rest is gonna be redacted because there's notes that talk about the daughter and stuff that has happened in the past to the daughter or whatnot, and that's all gonna be redacted. But all that the prosecution has asked about that the defense opened the door for is literally Coleman, and that is going to be what is going to seal Stacy's fate in the trial in terms of my opinion, of course. So the judge was not happy about the fact because this was a ruling already made before the trial, say that it was not going to come in unless the defense or someone would have opened the door for, which they went right into it. Literally, the defense went right into that. That is why the witness, Hosanna, has been only saying yes, yeah, no, not to open the door for that, and she's been very careful. But now everything can come in. Everything now she can blur it out. So that's why now we are on a break, because now the judge needs to redact and come back. But he did not look very happy about this. He was definitely not very happy about this. So it is absolutely crazy how they are unprepared, and this trial is just wild. And I hope that, yeah, Stacy is gonna go away for a very, very long time. It's just crazy. So and then now all of a sudden at the end as well, the prosecutor was just like, oh, by the way, can you read something else, an email that he had with the lead detective Jerry Burroughs, saying that something about a summary of an email that he wants is gonna cross the detective on, or you might call him as a rebuttal witness again at the end, just to like summarize the whole thing. Which it is interesting. Why are they bringing that up now? So, but it's been a very not as spicy yet, but that's one other thing. The defense is only, she said, and I think she meant in terms of the cross, she's only halfway across. Did I hear that right? Or did I hear that very, very wrong? That, because she said, oh, I'm only halfway. It's only halfway done with the cross. We still have much more to go. It's like, I'm sorry, but I know this is the key witness of the state. This is the star witness of the case at all, because she was involved in a crime with Stacy. There was only Stacy, her, and the victim. The victim can talk. Stacy saying she didn't do it. So we only have now Hosanna talking for it. So it's just crazy. And I think she would, like, I'm not saying that she's not believable, Hosanna, but I am saying that the fact that she would be more believable if she went to trial, got convicted, and now she's a witness. I think that if it would have been that way, I think she would would literally, because they could have said, it's like, oh, you've had already a trial for this and you've already been convicted, and she said yeah, and then she didn't have like anything to lose, even more so that she has now. So I'm not saying that I don't believe her. I believe her. I absolutely believe in this witness, and I think she's telling the truth. Um, but it's just the defense is trying to make it another wild case anyway. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a lunch break now as well. The garden bottle, probably you've already heard, is back, is making pancakes for dinner, which I am so looking forward to it. We're gonna have that, and we'll be back shortly before court starts, so we can chit chat a little bit longer, and you guys can also have your break, your lunch break, because we're having a very early break today, which coincides with lunch around the country as well. For lunch, so we all have lunchtime at the same time, and breakfast for some, isn't it, Robert? Some of us are having breakfast, which is very good as well. I mean, I'm having breakfast for dinner, so we'll be right back, and I'll see you guys very shortly.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
All right, hello everybody, welcome back. We are almost back from lunch. It's about 10 minutes for court to begin, so I thought to just to play a little bit of music to introduce the trial back again. And sorry, I was just turning on the camera back on and getting everything set up. I hope you all had a great lunch. I know I did had a great dinner. I had pancakes, like I said. Garden bot got home, and yay, just in time. See, case one, we are in mine today. So I asked very gently to Garden Bot to do pancakes, and it did. And I had a bully belly full of pancakes, ready to listen to court for a little bit, and then sadly I have to go to sleep. Work and adult responsibilities need to stop interrupting my court watching. So in about half an hour, 40 minutes, Garden Bot is gonna come and take over for me, so I can go and I always every single day I forget this word. Wind down. That's it. Wind down my night, and I have as well some YouTube things that I need to get done today that I did not get done before stream because I was working on something else, and I need to do that. So I'm gonna be on my phone trying to get that done. But I will be. I try to be in chat to still like see it because the court is not gonna be very long today. We know that they are gonna probably break up just before 3 o'clock because the witness attorney, needs to go off for an arraignment or a hearing or whatever. So they are gonna probability to finish early, and there's even a probability to finish rather early if the judge did not have time to do what he needed to get done and lunch break. I am assuming that it is gonna have time to do that. I'm sure he is, but in the off chance that it did not, because I don't think they want to continue. I don't think the defense wants to continue the cross while there's still this pendant situation ongoing and want to discuss. I think that's what the defense wants to discuss still on her cross, because she said she is halfway through her cross. Well, at least we know where we stand. It's just been a long witness, and we knew this was gonna happen. We knew that Hosanna was gonna be a long witness because she's the key witness for the case. She's key witness for the state. It is a very important witness. She can make or break literally the case for Stacy Rodriguez, even without her, there is plenty of evidence to blame both of them for this crime, for both of them to go down. So, oh, I know, case one. I, in a way, wish was the other attorney. I don't even remember, right, how the other attorney was. She has been missing for so long in terms of the trial. She has been like just flirting with, well, Stacy's been flirting with her all throughout the trial, that I think she forgot that she's working and that she needs to do something. I don't know, I'm joking. But it's just weird. There's like, she's literally doing nothing, and she's just like, well, probably she's doing something else in the background, gathering information and evidence and blah blah blah. I'm not saying that, but it's just the fact that she's just, yeah, I wish it was her to do the crossing. But sadly, no. We have to put up with the blondie and listen to her and to her snottiness and just endure. I mean, we can do this. We've done well, probably we've done the hardest part. Now it's just this part. And this one, we might get more objections from, because I'm sure they are gonna try some way, right, to bring in what the judge said not to bring in. Oh, the flirting is just so weird. You know what? I was just actually listening to another stream to another creator, and we were talking about the Casey Anthony situation. That in itself, it's something else frustrating, that I don't want to give her the time or the attention to that. But only saying that, after her trial, Casey Anthony went to live with her attorney, and that says something. Do you all think that if Stacy gets acquitted, the same is gonna happen? I'm not saying, I hope not. She's not gonna get acquitted. First of all, that is not gonna happen. There is absolutely no way in this earth that that's gonna happen. Hey, 5 more. Well, hopefully, well, if it stays like this, case one, you still win. But it's just for the fact that if it is the closest person that, yeah, gets to the oh, excuse me, again with the yawning, I would want to know what is this called, because I was on my break, right? On lunch break, we were all on our break. And I was fine. I was eating. I was on the stream. I was talking to Garden Bot. And I was like, I did not yawn one single time. Did not yawn. I was fine. I was good. I was all cool. I was fine. Now I came on stream again. What do I do? I start yawning again. Like everything. Why does that happen? I think my... Oh, what was your guess, Paula? Hang on. Where's the paper? I've got the paper somewhere. I've got it. Oh yeah, Paul. Yeah, it flew. Phew, like meow. Sorry. Yeah, 82. Yeah, you are right. It was 82. I've got it on the paper here. Well, case one is still on. Almost everyone is still on. Apart, sorry, Paula. I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, did the thing arrive yet? Cause to be fair, Garden Bot was the one that went to. Oh, I don't think no one waved it. I think was with Garden Bot even last night or something. Um has the thing no because Garden Bot was the one that sent it and he did not get proof of like that he sent. So I'm a little bit scared. If it doesn't come in the next, let's say until Friday, let me know and I'll resend it again. And I'll get proof this time that it actually got sent. Hey, hey, Lois. Hello. It's fine. I know. Garden Bot is very sweet and he was very, very kind doing that, but yeah, he forgot the tracking thing. No worries, Lois. We're still waiting for court to start. They are a couple of minutes away for to the afternoon session this morning that happened, so it's absolutely fine. See you very shortly. I know. Look at the blue bunches. I like them so much. You all look great in green, but I'm afraid there's a lot of yeah. Yeah, let's not talk about that because I'm there's gonna be a gray scene soon. Just saying. So I think this afternoon we're just gonna carry on listening to the cross-examination of Hosanna, and I think that's how we're gonna stay for the rest of it, of the day. I don't think there's gonna be any more witnesses, and I think whenever they finish, I'm not gonna say today the state might rest because I'm gonna be saying that for the rest of the week. Um, uh, yeah, I can still take it. I forgot to mention this. I am gonna put the time to for the guesses until today. Apologies, I completely forgot to mention that. And you can give it as well to Garden Bot when is on stream again. So if you want to give any guesses for the objection game, please do so until the end of the day. After today, I am not gonna take any guesses. I am sorry, but it's getting So yeah, I'll put you right down, Susan. I have got a few as well on the Google form, which is amazing. I'm gonna put you down. Let me just write it down. 142. That is perfect. Thank you very much. I've got it down. You are in the game. So that is absolutely fine. But yeah, so what I was gonna say, I'm not gonna say like, the state might arrest today. The state will arrest whenever they stop the witness, this witness, because she's been on the stand half of the day, most of the day or all day yesterday, most of the day yesterday, and then now all day today. It's imaginable. It's normal because she's the star witness of the case. And no worries, sis. And I like people playing games, so obviously I will make my own rules and I'll break them too. It just makes more fun and more fair for everybody. So yeah, so I think she's still gonna be there today, the whole day, and maybe even tomorrow. I know I see movement too. So I'm sure. Well, they should be back now because they were supposed to be back a minute ago. But I'm not gonna hold this court to go on time because that is for sure. That is not gonna happen. Every single day they have been late and they're gone. Sorry, this is what I say. When I start talking on stream, I start yawning for some reason. And it's just infuriating. Sorry. So, yeah. So, in about a bit, Gardenbot will take over for me. So, I can go get some Z's and to do all over again tomorrow. Yay! Well, I was expecting tomorrow they finish this case, but I'm kind of glad they probably not, because then I can stay on a verdict watch with y'all when it comes at the end of the week, because I don't think it's gonna be more than this week. I don't think they have, the defense has said anything about how they're gonna present the case. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think you are absolutely right, Muhammad. Like, oh, I think I can take the banner out 1 second. Everything. Absolutely agree with you that they need a little bit of it because it seems like the same color. It can just movement, more movement. We'll see who will be. Will be Stacy or will be Hosanna? Probably one of the two that will come through that door. Um, there is a lot of movement. Boop. There's the attorney that Pickles likes. He's gonna be very sad. She's gonna be very sad, Pickles. That's like literally we have a good view of the attorney right now, and she said, I hope she's all right though. That she feels better soon. What I was saying, I don't know what even I was saying before I got distracted because I rambled on for so long, for so much that I even forget. It's a nice view, isn't it? That's what I was gonna say. That Pickles, if Pickles was here, she was exactly gonna be saying that. Um, I don't think so. I don't think they make them write together to court. That would be. I mean, they've already made the mistake of having them on the same pot, before the trial was ongoing and everything. That like they were able to have contact with each other, which was not good to happen. So I'm sure no. I'm certainly they are not writing together to court. Um, I don't want to say 100% because obviously I am not there. I don't know. So I don't want to say something that is not true. Um, but I'm sure almost no, cause I mean, can you imagine? She can intimidate. Well, Stacy could intimidate Hosanna just by looks, even in court. Imagine riding in the same bus, or car or van or whatever to court. Like she can literally do something even worse. I mean, I don't think so. I don't believe, but I mean, crazier things have happened, like AKA Casey Anthony being acquitted of whatever she did. So that would have been a lot awkward. Can you imagine? Can you imagine even after she's convicted, the right bus ride back to jail? Like Stacy gets the guilty one, the guilty verdict, and then they get to ride both on the bus back. That would be very awkward. That would absolutely be the most awkwardest thing. Oh, that I know what I was gonna say. I'm actually kind of glad that this is prolonging a little bit longer because I really want to do the verdict watch with y'all. I don't mind if Nightbot or Gardenbot doing it, obviously, because I appreciate his help and the fact that he does this for me and for us all, and he doesn't really like court, and he does that for to help me and help you guys carry on with the stream. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, but I really want the excitement of verdict watch and stress over the time that they are taking to deliberate and then get the verdict. Obviously, the verdict is the best part ever to get. I was literally on the German pass case. I was literally in bed, ready to go to sleep when I heard a word. I saw that there was a verdict. I literally ran from the bedroom to where we have the computer, which is not too far away, but still ran, just to give the dramatic effect. And just to be able with you, like literally, oh yeah, for sure. Case one, she's trying the thing, and we even have a song for verdict. When there is a verdict, we have a song that we play just before, like to get us pumped up for it. I just don't want the verdict, like the deliberations, be tomorrow. That's the only thing I don't want to. Because tomorrow is Wednesday, and you know that Wednesdays are at nighttime, at my nighttime, for about 3 hours, 2 3 hours. I can't be on stream. The stream will be up, but I can't be on it. So that is the only part that I don't like. It's that fact. That I hope it is not tomorrow. I don't think I'm seeing I did make a song about this case, but I did not like it, so I need to remake it with another keyword. So if you want, because the keywords that I tried, I did not like it. I will tell you the keywords that I tried. Where is it? Was Baby Joker, toilet paper, fire, and then Turbo Muffa, like, their nicknames. And what they came up with, I did not like it. Maybe I didn't need to, like, if you guys have any suggestion of words that I should use, I can try to use them and then do another one to see if actually goes well. 'Cause I didn't like the other one, and I did not like the fact that they did I like rock music, don't get me wrong, that's one of my favorite genres, but they did a rock version of that song, so, and I was looking more for like a pop R&B type music for this one at least. So yeah, I need to try to do it again because I did not like it. Sometimes Suno is perfect to do this. I love it, but I didn't like that one. So yeah, that's just definitely not something that yeah, I need to do it again. But I will be on it, case one. I am on it. It's on my long list to do, but it's like almost on top of the list. There's movement. The court clerk or the lady that is in court, she's doing stuff, but I don't know what's the delay. I don't. Jabba the Hutt. That's it. Ooh, nice. Let me write that down. Java the Hutt flirty attorney. If I know how to spell flirty. Flirty attorney. Right, I've got it down. I'll write it down. So I will get on it. Maybe after even the stream. Well, I finish the stream when Garden Bot comes on. I can do that and then play it tomorrow. And sort that out. But that's a great idea. Thank you. I like the delay could be the simple fact that the judge is not ready with the redactions and Blondie in the woods. Nice. Blondie in the weeds. That is written down again. So it could be simple of the fact that the judge is not ready, or could be simple of the fact that he's gonna come in and say that he's not ready, needs more time to ponder over things, over matters, and simply restart tomorrow. That could be a possibility because they're gonna have to break. It's 1 p.m. now. They're gonna have to break between an hour to 2 hours tops before 3 p.m. to get time for the attorney to go from this courtroom to the other courtroom, which I think is in the same courthouse. Not even sure about that. It could be another courthouse, so she might need to leave earlier to get there on time. So they might even finish earlier because of that. So we don't know because we have that time constructed, and the judge was not happy about that. He's already not happy about the fact that they are delayed in this trial, which in a way I don't think they are behind, but apparently by the judge's calendar, let's call it, they are behind, which I don't think. I know it has been we only had what, 1 day of fully testimony until like 5 p.m. and that was yesterday. So, but the other 2 days was not really the judge's fault. It was more it wasn't the lawyer's fault. That's what I wanted to say. It was the judge's kind of fault because he had his masters to attend. So, can't really blame the lawyers there, Judge, but I guess he is gonna because he wants to wrap it up. So that's why I'm thinking that by the end of the week, we are gonna be doing a verdict watch and we're gonna be done with this case. And I even say that before the case even started that I did not believe that it was gonna be more than a week. It's gonna be a long one because of this witness. This witness, the Hosanna girl, is the one that is gonna make everything be longer because she's the star witness of the prosecution, and obviously it's gonna take time because she was the one there, she was the other one involved and everything, so she's gonna be the one. Absolutely. So day 5 stream setup is already up. I was doing that while I was talking. Hey, I could multitask this time. um same time tomorrow. I'm like, stream's still gonna carry on because even when I leave, because you guys know Garden Bot will be here with y'all and carry on this lovely trial. But I mean, they are late already, 15 minutes. So there's a big possibility, I think, that we are gonna go home early. Well, most of us are already at home. I meant the jury is gonna go home early, not us. We already are home, most of us. Apart from those ones that I'm talking in your ears at work. Hey, you're gonna go home soon, though. Oh, here comes Stacy. She's the first one out. Well, I think Hosanna only comes when they ask her because they might still need to talk about the prophets and everything. George is on the bench. You guys are gonna stop hearing me talk soon. Yay! See, Paul, you're doing both of them. You're working and at home. That is amazing. I put my foot through my mouth there, didn't I? I'm hilarious. No, I'm not. So here we go, seeing some more flirtation this afternoon. Hope everyone is ready. Oh, she's putting hand cream on her hands to pour water better, maybe. I just focused looking on her, how they look in terms of like all the spirals. And Paula, oh my gosh, thank you, Paula, thank you so much. You're gonna make me cry.
This is Stacy Rodriguez.
Enjoyed
Parties are
it.
present as previously captioned.
Emoji,
We come back
thank you,
after our
thank
lunch recess and we are outside of the presence of the jury. I've had a chance to review and redact the concerning portions of 212. I'm going to, maybe it's easier for me to read the court's proposed changes into the record, and then if it's easier for you to actually do the redactions, Mr. Praley, I can just give you my copy after that.
Yeah.
But so to eliminate a prejudice or try to eliminate or reduce prejudice to the defendant and reduce the need to go into Ms. Varela's sort of history of suicidal ideations, what the court is going to do, I am going to allow in message 5 the statements contained beginning, I meet Stacy at JBS, and ending with, and I separated. I am going to allow this section beginning with getting physical with Stacy and ending with, I couldn't see from my eye. I am going to allow the portion reading on October 3rd. I witnessed a traumatic death right in front of my eyes. I am going to allow the portion beginning with, I want to say I love you, Javi, and ending with laying down in the apartment with you and the kids. I am going to allow the portion that reads, I can't leave Stacy, and ending with what she's capable of. I am going to allow the entirety of the portion beginning with, and to Stacy, the love I have for you, and ending with, I love you, Stacy. I think it's important to give the juror context of what appears to be the complicated dynamics of the relationship between Ms. Varela and Ms. Rodriguez. And then I am going to allow the closing indication of the date. Mr. Praley, do you have any questions or requests for clarification on that? And again, I'm happy to provide the parties my notes if that's easier to read off there.
Could I see that?
Yes.
Can we maybe just get a copy of it?
Sure. Can you get a copy for both sides, just so that, the last two, actually, you might as well copy the whole thing.
And so while we're getting that copy,
And I have the original, Mr. Praley, if you want to grab that.
Thank you. Does the court want to keep that for?
At some point, I will need you to upload that for the purposes of the appellate record, so we know what the original looked like, yes. Do you want it now, Sonia, to upload? The unredacted version?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Nikki.
Mr. Pralia, anything else as to that issue?
Now that I have the notes just in front of me to caption that, can the court just briefly go through that again?
Sure.
See the marks on it. I just think yours was in color.
No, no, that's fine. So just to, these are the allowable portion. The remainder that I do not designate will need to be redacted. The allowable portions, the first one is I meet Stacy at JBS and ends with Javi and I are separated. The next allowable portion begins with getting physical with Stacy and ends with couldn't see from my eye. The next allowable portion is on October 3rd, I witnessed a traumatic death right in front of my eyes. Next allowable portion begins with, I want to say I love you, Javi, and ends with apartment with you and the kids. Next allowable portion reads, I can't leave Stacy, and ends with what she's capable of. The entirety of the portion reading into Stacy, the love I have for you, and ending with I love you, Stacy. And then the date. Also, I didn't specifically indicate it, but the source file designation and the title source labels and where it says Apple Cloud backup, that's obviously fine. I was only focused on redactions to the body of the message.
So just to be clear, everything else comes in 1, 2, 3, 4.
I only made redactions to message 5, if that's what you're asking.
Got it.
Okay.
Let me just ask one clarifying.
Sure.
The statement right after, well, I guess, right before on October 3rd, where it says, but then on October 3rd, the court is taking out but then?
Yes, I'm only including the on October 3rd. I'm really trying to avoid any opportunity for the jury to sort of speculate as to the redacted portions or how these fit in. I do think all of those statements are either pertinent descriptions of the event or pertinent descriptions of her state of mind or pertinent descriptions of the nature of her relationship between her and Ms. Rodriguez. I tried to eliminate everything else so that we wouldn't necessarily need to go into a deep dive on Ms. Varela's general suicidal mental health history.
Okay. As to the statement after I want to say I love you, Javi, the aspect of not picking up, not seeing the kids for 4 days, I think that was directly addressed previously, about it wasn't her choice. The court has allowed, I can't leave Stacy because I'm scared because of what she's capable of, but I want to keep you and my kids safe. I do think that the context there should be broadened because, again, she's specifically speaking to the father of her children. If you're reading this, it wasn't that I was avoiding the kids, but it goes back to what the court has ruled as permissible, and that's the fear of Miss Rodriguez was the basis to not avoid the kids, and therefore she's providing the explanation that I'm keeping the kids safe.
So I tried specifically to only leave in portions that were pretty explicit to what she is referring to. The portions where I thought it was even arguable that she was referring to something else or that she was referring to two things, this incident and her sort of general mental history, I sort of erred on the side of caution on redacting that. However, from the defense, if you don't have any objection to those portions that Mr. Perelia wants to include.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
Sure. I believe you're referring to, for the portion the court initially said it was a line was, I can't leave Stacy, I'm scared because of what she's capable of. Mr. Perelia, if I'm understanding you correctly, you wish to expand that to include the time I didn't see the kids for 4 days, that sentence, and also I want to keep you and my kids safe, that sentence. Is that what you're proposing, Mr. Perelia?
Yeah, I think from the I want to say I love you through the bottom of page 2 and then the first I guess sentence and a half ending in my kids safe.
So, Ms. Devereaux, if you don't have any objection to that.
I do have an objection.
You do have an
I do
objection?
object to that, yes.
Okay, all right. I understand the state's position again. I'm trying to sort of thread a real small needle here without having to expand the scope of what we're going into with Ms. Varela. So noting the state's objection, I am going to leave that redaction as previously indicated by the court.
May I inquire about it because I think it's pretty clear from the other messages. Yes, I apologize, ma'am. I think what I'm trying to do is in connection with 212, which we've gone over, there's also the aspect of what's written in 220. 220 has previously been admitted, and in that and in the proffer, she describes that there are threats to Javier and the kids and references specifically, I think, what would be written in this note. So I believe this note is corroborated by her proffer.
Mm-hmm.
And this note is corroborated by 220, which is the jail letter. And so I think the court, I understand the court's ruling at this time. I won't admit this or mark it yet, but I'm just asking the court to at least listen and hear the aspects of that testimony, of her fear of threats to her children and Javi, specifically from the defendant, because those are the defendant's own words in other articles that we would bring in or other notes.
And just to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, what you're asking me to do right now is revisit the issue after there's further testimony.
Correct.
I'm happy to do that. I wanted to give the parties a heads up of what that would look like, but certainly if either party believes that further testimony affects this issue before this is actually presented to the jury, I'm happy to consider that. So just either party, just let me know when you believe that's ripe for my consideration, and I'll address any additional testimony that might be pertinent to the issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Devereaux, Mr. Hio, is there anything that the defense needs to address before we go bring the jury back in?
I still don't have my exhibits back from Miss Lilly, so I think we're still in a waiting period.
Sure, and I assume that everybody's going to come up at once when we call for them.
Okay.
So if we need to take a minute to get Ms. Varela set and get that to everyone. And then, Mr. Perelia, 223, did I need to address this now, or are you just asking me that I review it for when it's pertinent?
Just review at your leisure. I guess there's one point of clarification based on the previous issues of the notes that I'm asking. Obviously, I wasn't able to get into that and direct any of these other aspects of abuse because the door had not been opened. The defense is in the middle of theirs now. Now she can answer differently. I'm going to have wider latitude, I assume, with redirect based on the change of 404B and the court's rulings. Is that fair?
Well, so the door's been open, obviously, and sometimes the door is open on cross-examination, and that changes the scope of redirect examination. Ms. Devereaux, I could tell you, given this issue, I will probably give you more leeway on recross on, if necessary, as to that specific issue, if you choose to do so.
Yes, that's going to be one thing I was going to ask the court. The other thing I was going to ask is, for clarification, is the court prohibiting me from cross-examining Ms. Varela on the June dates that I read to the court previously, in terms of this note is not what the prosecution has let the jury believe it to be, meaning it's not a note because she thought Ms. Rodriguez was going to kill her. Instead, this is what she did leading up to, because of other aspects of her life that were going to sham, such as her daughter not wanting to come home. I read that to the court with specific dates. There's like 3 or 4 dates in June, because I do think it's material and incredibly relevant.
Are you talking just about 5? Is this message 5? Okay.
So, yes, I can give those dates again and exactly what the notes are, but without that, again, all of the jury can only infer from note number 5 is what the prosecution has led them to believe, which was that this is a note because she thought Ms. Rodriguez was going to kill her, not because this is what she had been doing leading up to and before October 2nd, because of other avenues of her life. And the fact that this note, and specifically note number 5, was actually started back on September 6th and not after October 2nd or October 3rd. Again, it really shows the jury that this is not necessarily what it seems, what they're being led to believe it is.
So the reason that I redacted it in the way that it is try to remove any contextual information that would leave the jury to believe that this is a suicide note or anything of that nature. I tried to only include factual statements that were relevant to her, to this offense. Her relationship with Ms. Rodriguez, et cetera. That's why I left in that portion about what I'll describe the positive things that Ms. Varela has to say about Ms. Rodriguez. I think with the redactions that I have made, I don't think that there is context for the jury to infer that this is a suicide note. If you want to ask Ms. Varela if this was contained in what she intended to be a suicide note, I don't have any problem with you asking her that, but I'm not going to allow you to go into these June things to essentially follow up and say, isn't it true that you also were suicidal on other occasions? So if you want to put that before the jury as to this note specifically, that's what this was, I'll let you do that, but I'm not going to allow you to open your own door to those other avenues. And I think I had indicated earlier, any questioning or presentation of evidence that you want to do regarding the date of this, either through Ms. Varela or through some other competent witness, certainly you may do that.
And I just want to make sure because again, I appreciate the court saying this is a very fine line we have to walk here. Mm-hmm. Because if I ask her, this note was started on September 6th as part of a suicide note, the context is needed, right? Because otherwise, the only inference, and I guarantee Mr. Perlia will stand up and argue, is that she was suicidal because of Ms. Rodriguez, when that's not the case. And so when the court is saying that it limited note number 5 to remove that context, well, that context is in itself exculpatory to Ms. Rodriguez, because in these June notes, she specifically says that Stacy was the only one there for her. And so just 3 months before she started note number 5 on September 6th, she's saying everything else in my life is really bad. That's why I'm starting the suicide note.
And let me interrupt you just to clarify. Mr. Praley, are you intending to argue that she's suicidal because of Ms. Rodriguez? I don't read the other messages that explicitly referencing suicide, just this one with its unredacted content.
I mean, I think she makes it clear in note 5 that she just doesn't know what would happen to her, and if she loses her fight, that she wants those other people to read it. I don't think she's saying in that specific note of note 5 that she's going to take her own life. I just think she's describing the events and the struggle that she's going through at the time. I think there's a distinction with a difference there.
Well, and I guess my question more directly is, are you intending to argue that her relationship with Ms. Rodriguez made her suicidal? Because I don't see that from this, and I would not allow that.
I don't specifically see that in that note, so no.
So I don't know if that resolves your concerns, Ms. Devereaux, but certainly I think it is pertinent for the jury's consideration. The portions where Ms. Varela appears scared of Ms. Rodriguez, I also think it's pertinent. The portions where Ms. Varela appears to be caring or have positive feelings towards Ms. Rodriguez, there appears to be both of those contained, and I think it's for the jury ultimately to determine the dynamics here insofar as it's pertinent. But the reason that I am letting this in is that I think the door has been opened to show fear on the part of Ms. Varela to explain why she did certain things and took certain actions. I don't think under any circumstance that her being suicidal explains why she did certain things or took certain actions. So if your concern is that the state is going to argue that Ms. Rodriguez or Mr. Praley is going to argue that Ms. Rodriguez made Ms. Varela suicidal, I would not allow that argument or that statement to be made before the jury.
No.
Does that resolve the issue?
No, and again, just especially for the appellate purpose, what we are saying is the problem with this note started when Mr. Praley was able to elicit that there was fear that she had that she was not going to be alive any longer in close proximity to her testimony about the abuse getting worse. And that was way before the door was open, right? And so now, and also the context of that testimony was that this note was essentially a diary, she called it, right? And because she wrote this diary, because she was afraid, again, she wasn't going to be alive anymore. And so the only inference that the jury is going to have is that she wrote this because she was worried that Stacy was going to kill her. Therefore, the fact that we are arguing, and it is our position that it is a suicide note, and that suicide note started and the origins of it began before anything on October 2nd and 3rd happened, a month before to, frankly, 4 months beforehand in June. The court in this ruling is essentially limiting us and preventing us to giving the jury the context and showing them that this is not I'm afraid my girlfriend's going to kill me note. This is, in fact, a suicide note that was caused and triggered by other events in her life. Do I think it's appropriate to go way back to 2018 and say your dad died and that's when you started writing these suicide notes? No, I'll concede that. But the temporal proximity of those June dates, those June notes in her same quote unquote note diary is important for this jury to understand that our position is this is a suicide note. This is what she did. When things are going wrong, this is what she does. She writes these notes, and that this particular note is not entirely based on events that happened from June 2nd or June 3rd on. Instead, it's dating back to September 2nd, to September 6th at the very least. So my concern is that the court is in its redactions and not allowing us to cross-examine this witness about her motive for writing this is misleading the jury and preventing us from presenting a defense in Ms. Rodriguez.
Sure. So I understand your record. That is going to be the ruling for the court. I think I had previously given you the opportunity, if you wanted to present it unredacted, to do so. I'm giving you the opportunity, if you choose to do so tactically, to ask if these, whether it's redacted or unredacted, If these were statements in the nature of a suicide note, and I'm giving you permission to do that, I'm not going to allow you to go into the June notes. I'm not going to allow you to go into previous history, but if you want it unredacted, I think I'd previously indicated before lunch I'd consider that, and you said that you believe that it need to be redacted, unless I'm not recalling that correctly. So in my redactions, I attempted to remove any indication that that's what the character of the note is. But if you want to ask whether that's the case, then that's fine. You know, I can't speak to as your tactical decisions.
I don't think that was a suicide note, though, really. It doesn't sound as if it was. It more sounds as if she was worried for her life more than a suicide note. But I've only been here 5 minutes, so. Oh, sorry, self-unalive. Sorry, DCA. They look concerned.
You know, our request would be, and I was just verifying with Mr. Hugh, I don't believe I asked for any of the redactions. In number 5, my request for redactions was the last paragraph for note number 4. So I would be asking for no redactions in comment number 5.
Okay. Then, Mr. Praley, I think that resolves that issue. That isn't the portions that you were asking, and we'll just leave that note to speak to itself for the jury then.
I thought the court had raised concerns initially just about the sex assault within the family as well as any.
So I did have those concerns, but again, I'm trying to thread a needle here. And if the defense wants to take the good and the bad from that note in its entirety, then I'm fine with that, as long as I'm clear that we're not going outside of the parameter of the notes for evidence about other things, these June notes, the history back to 2018, which it sounds like the defense is conceding that that's not something that they were considering in any way. That was my main concern, was not over broadening the scope here.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Devereaux, I see Ms. Lilly come back in the courtroom. Do you need a second to get whatever you needed to get? Okay.
And if we could just go over a moment, I've passed Mr. Curley a copy of our exhibits.
Okay. Am I okay to have the deputies bring up Ms. Varela?
Yes, thank you.
Deputies, can you have them bring her up, please?
And before Ms. Varela gets in here, I just want to clarify with the court. Obviously, 212 has not been admitted yet. the court allowing me to have recross examination once Mr. Borrelia does that?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I thought I
I
indicated
just want to
that.
make sure before I lost my opportunity to question her about that, so.
Yeah, and I mean, whether you choose to go into that now or go into that later, I guess again, I can't speak to your tactical decisions. All right, and the other thing that I wanted to address real quickly while we're waiting for Ms. Varela, if I am able to free up Thursday afternoon and get somebody else to cover treatment court, can we make use of that time? It looks like I'm seeing nods from both sides.
Yeah,
So I should be able to tell you no later than tomorrow morning whether or not that's a possibility, but I think there's a good chance I can get that done.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you have the exhibits, do we need to address anything else before reviewing the jury in?
I think it makes sense to address the exhibits before the jury comes in.
All right. Mr. Praley, I don't know what you're looking at, but why don't you go ahead and let me know what the issue is.
Judge, I can start while we're reviewing these. We've been handed a packet of exhibits, currently marked AA through, I'm not sure what the end is. I'm going to object to AA. It appears to be a screenshot of a text message, but underneath of it are multiple photographs that are not related. To anything, so under a 401, 402, 403 analysis, I would object to AA. And in regards to BB, I would object on the same grounds of relevance. Same with CC.
Amazing how many pieces of evidence they objected to just because of not relevant information.
2D, I would object again under grounds of relevance. Same with 2F. Same with 2G. Same with 2H. Two I. 2J. Same with 2K. 2L. And 2M. I would object on grounds, again, of relevance, 401, 402, 403. These just appear to be random text messages between the defendant and Ms. Varela. I don't see where they have really any relevance to and they need redacted as well.
Can you bring them up and then Ms. Devereaux before I hear from you, just so I can see what we're talking about?
Can't believe the judge has to view these individuals' text messages and go, what's relevant or what's not. My days, he must be sick. Is it 8:30? Yes, it is. It is 8:30. Paula? Last night's trial went on till about 12 midnight. She still hasn't made herself a hot water bottle to warm up.
All right, and Ms. Devereaux, just in an effort to try and deal with these efficiently, is it fair to say, so we obviously have two sort of competing versions here, where there is fear in this relationship, and then a version here where there's friendliness or closeness in the relationship. Is it fair to summarize, speaking as generally as I can, that those proposed exhibits are the latter to show interactions where fear is not evident? Is that a fair way to put the purpose of those?
I mean, one could argue that, but that's not the intent behind them. I just haven't had an opportunity to ask my questions to lay the foundation for those relevance. I was just trying to do what Mr. Pirelli asked yesterday and show him in advance. I can make an offer of proof. However, I would ask to do so outside of Ms. Varela's earshot.
All right. What I'll do is I'll deal with the objections once we get that far, and then I can have the parties argue them once we have more testimony. If you want to approach, I'll give these back to you.
And also, Judge, just to note, if you look at the bottom of those exhibits before you get them back.
I'm sorry, Ms. Devereaux. Which exhibit are you
All
referring
of them. If you look at all of them, especially on the bottom, there's a kind of a little scroll of other pictures that are not related or relevant, especially in AA. There's pictures of kids in there. I mean, if they're going to put up an exhibit, it shouldn't have multiple pictures in it other than just the one that they're focusing on. And
Oh, I see what you mean.
yeah, and every one of them has a little, I'm going to call it band that goes across the bottom.
Ms. Devereaux, in the exhibits where this is present, can you redact this? I don't know how to describe it, a scroll bar or whatever it is.
Your Honor, I left that purposely just because I anticipated either Ms. Varela or the prosecution arguing that we were taking them out of date or out of a date range that was relevant. And so I just screenshotted the entire Cellbrite that also shows where it was found in Cellbrite and the date, the metadata. But I just asked my paralegal if she can go back and redact the pictures in the bottom. I don't think that they're any kind of prejudice to the prosecution. They're Miss Varela's children. And some of them are just like random things. Like I think there's like a mouse in there. I'm not sure how that is or how that's prejudicial. Clearly, I think the jury is more than capable to look at these and see what they are and what they are meant and relevant for. The prosecution wants to cross-examine. I think they can on that. It goes to.
So I'm going to have you redact those
That's fine.
scroll bars. Probably not prejudicial, but probably not relevant either. So, and if they want to introduce any surrounding images, they can do so. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address before we bring the jury in? No. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in and get started.
Your Honor, can we approach really quickly? Sorry.
Yes.
Do we count that as an objection when they raised things about the pictures? For wasting as much time as possible. I wouldn't be surprised if it lasted another half a week. Just because of these objections. TC has special plans. That's why she doesn't want it to last too long. Can you imagine just like sidebar after sidebar? Even the judge is getting sick of this. And a witness is going, I want to go back to jail.
All right, thank you. Ms. Varela, I will remind you that you are still under oath, and Ms. Devereaux, you can resume when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Varela.
Good afternoon.
So it's been a couple hours, so I want to take you back to this morning, and we were discussing how with Mr. Burroughs, you were trying to come up with an answer to his hard question of why you didn't call the police after all this happened, right?
Yeah.
And my questions were specifically related to the evening of October 2nd and 3rd, right?
Yes.
And again, as we said this morning, an easy answer and an obvious answer is that you were scared, right?
Yeah.
But an hour and 15 minutes after Detective Burroughs directly told you that you were going to have to come up with an answer for these hard questions, Detective Burroughs also asked you, quote, so you were with her after this happened. Were you seeing your kids regularly? Are you with Stacy every day? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And in response, at that point, again, over 5 hours into your proffer interview, you tell Detective Burroughs that you were with Stacy every day after this happened, right?
Yes.
And you started giving Detective Burroughs, again, 5 hours into your proffer, specific examples of Stacy just never leaving you alone to go to the police.
Yeah.
You described going to your mom's house to shower and Stacy sitting outside your house and waiting.
Yes.
You even added that Stacy would wait, quote, for hours outside your mom's.
Yes.
You claimed you couldn't spend any time with your kids because of it.
Yes.
You told Detective Burroughs that Stacy would even sometimes wait down the street to make sure you wouldn't get out of your car when you dropped your children off at their father's house every night.
Yes.
You even described one time that you finally got to pick up your son from school by yourself. Remember that?
Yes.
And that during that one time when you finally got to pick up your son, again, alone from school, you decided to stop at Human Being for a coffee.
Yes.
And you told Detective Burroughs that right when you got to Human Being, you got a text message from Stacy about being at Human Being.
Yes.
You described questioning how Stacy even knew that you were there, right?
Yes.
And you told Detective Burroughs, I don't know if she even had a tracker on my phone.
Right.
Right? And that turned into that you were, quote, pretty sure that she actually did have a tracker on your phone in hindsight, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you went on to claim that Stacy had then actually went to Human Being to find out how many coffees you bought.
No, she asked me how many coffees I bought, like if I was buying another one for somebody else.
Right, that was my question. Stacy was like, how many questions, or?
Well, she didn't actually go to Human Being
Okay.
to see.
Do you recall telling Detective Burroughs on June 8th, 2022, quote, and she goes, meaning Stacy, I asked that person, like, how many coffees you got?
Yes.
Like, F, I was buying one for hobby. I think you mean if, or even if I was buying one for hobby. And I was like, I can't even, what if I'm buying one for my son?
Yeah.
So again, you told Detective Burrows that Stacy asked the person how many coffees you bought.
Yes.
And so essentially, or let me take you back to those notes, that diary notes that you described with Mr. Pirelli on direct examination, okay? You testified with him that you were writing these notes in sort of a diary format, right?
Yes.
And this was just something you did in general, right?
Yeah.
And you were doing that even before the incidents on October 2nd, right?
Right.
But then you started writing, I would say, fairly frequently in October and November, right?
Yes.
As you testified on direct, you were writing these knowing that eventually this was all going to come crashing down, right?
I was writing them mostly for my kids' dad because I was in fear that she was going to kill me. I knew she was going to kill me, and I was just ready for it. I had nobody else to talk to, and so it was just...
You wrote these, as you said, in direct examination because you knew the investigation would look into this, your phone, right?
That too, but my main, I was writing them for my kids' dad.
Okay. And I want to turn to, so your testimony is that you wrote these notes because, and purely because you were afraid that Ms. Rodriguez was going to kill you.
Yeah, and I had nobody else to talk to.
Okay. Then, have you seen a copy of this?
Which one is it?
These are the notes that we're talking about. So let me take you to note dated October 6, 2021, right?
Yeah.
That's the fairly long one that you wrote.
Yes.
And you wrote the date of October 6, 2021 in the note, right?
Yeah.
Because again, you knew at some point, potentially, you guys were going to get arrested and get caught, right?
Yeah.
Right. And what's interesting about this note is, again, this is the note that's you're saying is you being afraid that Stacy's going to kill you, right?
Yeah.
But you actually started that note and wrote that note. The creation date of the metadata is September 6, 2021, right?
Right.
And so essentially this note was actually a suicide note that you had sort of started ahead of time.
I believe it was when you start a note, and if it's like in a draft, and I would go back to the draft, like even if it was empty, you know, like if I just had an empty drafts or something, if I was gonna start something, but I don't remember ever writing in September on that specific, when I was writing. I remember that day and I wrote that whole thing in full. I never went back and edited it.
So your testimony now is that it was just a matter of you starting it, but not actually writing anything on September 6th.
Yeah, like not really starting it, like if it was a draft, like in the notes.
Right.
That's the only thing, because I don't remember writing in September 6th about that.
Okay. But the beauty of this sort of evidence is that we can tell when you start a note and then you don't write anything, right? Because on October 3rd, 2021, you did that, right?
I wrote, wait, can you say that again?
Sure. So the beauty of this evidence is you can see when you actually do what you're describing, which is starting a note but not writing anything.
No.
Because you did that on October 3rd, 2021.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Would it refresh your memory to look at a Celebrate report of your notes?
Can I see them?
Sure. May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
This is 212. I'm refreshing her recollection with.
Sure.
No. I'm going to direct you to line number 3. It is October 3rd, 2021, right? That's the date. And yet, there's nothing in it, right?
Right.
Do you remember, does that help you?
So that's the day I started it, and I didn't go back in, and
So
Is that what you're saying?
take a look at it. I'll scan it with you. I'll leave it with you.
So the October 3rd is this one where I'm talking about I feel trapped. Is that the one that you're talking about?
No, I'll direct you again. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Sure. You can approach freely for this purpose.
So it's entry number 3, note number 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a date that says October 3rd, right?
Oh.
And there's no body.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so again, how you can tell if there's anything added to a note is there'll actually be, there's a section on the cell right report that says body of what the note contents are, right?
Yeah.
And on that October 3rd, 2021 date, there is no body, right?
Right.
There's just appearingly what seems to be a note that was started and never finished,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And your testimony today to this jury is that you wrote this note or these notes because you were afraid that ensure that Stacy was going to kill you, right?
Yeah.
Then on this note number 5 specifically, you write a whole paragraph to her, right?
Right.
You say, and to Stacy, the love I have for you is unexplainable. You've literally been by my side every step of this whole 8 months, right?
Right.
Quote, you sat next to me while I drank and listened to me, right?
Right.
You went out of your way to help me, right?
Right.
You literally went through the same, or we literally went through the same shit together. You slept in the car with me knowing you had your own bed, right?
Right.
You offered to pick up my kids when I had no car, right?
Yeah.
To this day, you will put me first before yourself.
Right.
You go on to describe sort of the toxic nature of your relationship, right?
Right.
You say, it sucks because we both know we are toxic for each other.
Right.
We would never have worked out because you're not good for me.
Right.
You would have never built me into the woman I know I could have been.
Yeah.
The love I had for you, Stacy, wasn't fake because I did love you.
Right.
And I will always, you wrote depend, but I'm assuming you mean defend, because the next part of it is your name and love you.
Right.
I'm sorry, it says I will always depend your name and obviously keep it down for you.
Right.
I'm sorry you meet me at my lowest point in life. I'm assuming you meant met.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry we're both toxic for each other. I love you, Stacy. Right?
Yeah.
Nothing in any of these notes say Stacy's going to kill me. Right?
I just talked about the abuse.
Nothing in these notes say if someone finds this, go look in that direction. Right? Like that's not the purpose of this note. Right?
No, I was just venting and just wanting to let my family and my kids know that I loved them if anything had ever happened to me.
Anything meaning you were going to get arrested because of everything that you were a part of.
I was mostly fearful that I knew she was going to kill me. She already told me she was going to kill me. And so I was just waiting for that day.
So then why didn't you go to the police, ma'am?
I was just too scared. Everything that she was telling me, and I was believing her lies. And she had me so convinced that she's done this before and everything's going to be okay. She knows what she's doing, you know, and I was scared and I should have went to the police.
And especially if you thought she was going to kill your children, right?
No, Javier.
So your testimony is that you didn't think she was going to kill your children?
She never threatened my kids until I came into jail.
What about when your concerned she's going to kill the father of your children, your high school sweetheart? You don't call the police then?
She just told me if I stop talking to him, if I keep talking to him, she's gonna kill him. And
Okay.
so I stopped talking to him.
Now your testimony is that you stopped talking to Javier.
I tried to stop talking to him, and I just told him we could only talk about the kids and nothing else.
And when you met with Investigator Burrows, you told him some of this, right?
Right.
Yeah. And you laid it all out there for Mr. Burrows in your 7.5-hour proffer, right?
Yeah.
And you specifically painted a picture that you could not, as we've heard, I think your exact words were lift a finger without Stacy knowing, right?
Right.
And that was part of your excuse as to why you didn't go to the police, right?
Right.
Okay. And ma'am, you've had an opportunity to review proposed defendants exhibits AA, BB, CC, DD, EE, FF, GG, HH, II, JJ, KK, and LL, and MM, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to review those downstairs with your lawyer, right?
Right.
And you recognize what these are, right?
Yeah.
They are various portions of communications between yourself and Miss Rodriguez via Facebook Messenger between the dates of October 5th, 2021 and November 9th, 2021, right?
Right.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the screenshots that actually you took of those communications?
Yeah, I remember. I don't remember some of the conversations or when I actually took the screenshot, but yeah.
Do they look like they've been altered and manipulated in any way?
I don't know when I took, or I don't know when the actual message happened, but I remember I started getting in the habit of taking screenshots because she started deleting stuff off of my phone. And
my question was, do these look like I've manipulated them at all? Does
No.
anything in the
No.
conversations? Okay, so these are fair and accurate depictions, right?
Yeah.
This time I'd move to admit AA through MM.
Ms. Devereaux, just to make sure I don't miss one, those are AA through MM inclusive, is that
Yes,
right?
please.
Okay. And any objection from the state apart from what you've already noted?
Not unless they're, no objection as long as they're properly published.
Okay, all right. The court will admit into evidence states AA through MM inclusive. And Ms. Devereaux, you may publish consistent with our previous conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor, I appreciate it. So again, you told this jury that, and Mr. Burrows, that Ms. Rodriguez would never leave you alone, correct?
Right.
Okay. I'm publishing right now, it's been marked as Exhibit AA. And Your Honor, would it be okay if we zoomed in on the actual message?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So ma'am, this is a text or a face message communication between you and Ms. Rodriguez on Facebook on October 5th, 2021, right?
Yes.
And in this Facebook message, Stacy tells you, quote, tell her I said hi, right?
Yeah.
To whoever you're talking about, right? Meaning whoever you are with or seeing, Stacy wasn't there to tell her hi herself, right?
Right.
Let's go on to BB, please. Your Honor, can I have standing permission to zoom in?
Yes.
Thank you. And this one is a Facebook message on October 8th, 2021. And here you and Stacy are messaging each other again. And this time she's telling you about her brother Miguel being in the shower, right?
Right.
And she's telling you about needing to change her mom.
Yes.
And again, you don't know this on October 8th, 2021 because you weren't with her, right?
Right. That's just the date that I took the screenshot because I don't remember when these messages were actually written when I was looking through them.
Okay. The next one is October 9th, 2021. I'm sorry, number CC. Okay. And this one, the screenshotted date is October 9th, 2021. And Stacy's telling you here, I'm going to go put gas in the car, presumably, right?
Yep.
And again, she's telling you she's going to get gas, and you don't know that because you're not with her, right?
Yeah.
Can we have DD, please? And here is October 9th, 2021 at 7:53 p.m. And this one actually has, or let me take that back. And this message you're saying, or you're telling Stacy, I'm home though, I promise, right?
Right.
And again, she doesn't know you're home because she's not with you, right?
Right.
Can we move to EE? And this is a screenshot you took on October 11th, 2021. And in this screenshot that you took on that date, you messaged Stacy saying, quote, I miss you too, how's it going? Right?
Yeah.
Because you're not physically with her.
Right.
Right? She goes on to tell you about her interactions with Vanessa, Roman, family members, right?
Yes.
And how essentially she tells you about Vanessa seeing your kids at Walmart, right?
Right.
And again, you're not with Stacy, right?
Right.
And then can we have FF, please? And this one is, again, more of this. And I'm going to actually skip to GG. GG, and you told this jury that, oh, it's just some of these screenshots. I don't know the date I took them, right? I just took them, and that's the date that was reflected that you took them, right?
Right.
But this video actually has a date on it, right?
Yeah.
And that date is October 13th.
Yeah.
Right? And so the date actually, if we can zoom in on the metadata, the video contents is confirmed by the same metadata that we're relying on, right?
Right.
And October 13th, 2021, this is a video of you at a park by yourself drinking human bean, watching your kids play on the playground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I don't know what that video. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to see that video?
Yeah.
Okay. And while I'm looking for this, we'll keep going, okay?
Okay.
The next one is on to HH, please. Can you make that one bigger, please? And this one is another Facebook communication between you and Ms. Rodriguez, right?
Right.
And she's telling you, guess who HMU, which means hit me up, right?
Yeah.
And she's saying there's no parking in the back. She's describing what she's calling a crackhead, seeing a crackhead. And again, you don't know any of this because you guys aren't together, right?
Right.
That's why she's having to tell you that, right?
Yeah.
And if we can zoom out a little bit more. The date that it was, the metadata says it's from is modified on October 22nd, 2021, right?
Yeah.
And there's actually a timestamp that says 5/26/10, right? UTC time.
Right.
Okay. Can we zoom back out again? And then can we go to the next one, please? This one's II. And this one, she's telling you about having some tamales and wishing you good luck, right?
Right.
And do you recall what she was wishing you good luck about?
No.
Okay. Do you remember anything about this tamale conversation at all?
Honestly, not really.
And what helps us here is we do have times on these ones, right?
Right.
So like that one was at 5:52, right?
Right.
And we know that was at 5:52 when you say why, right?
Right.
And this metadata says that it was created, modified on October 23rd at 5:14:28 p.m., right?
Right.
Which means the entire screenshot, which includes the conversation before you say why, right?
Right.
So it is consistent that the metadata says this conversation was happening or started, and you originally screenshotted it contemporaneously on that October 23rd, 2021 date, right?
Yeah.
And you weren't with her then, right?
Right.
Can we move on to the next one, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to go back to, I believe it was Gigi, the video of October 13th at 2021. Are you in the park with your kids? Would it refresh your recollection to actually watch the video that you took on October 13th?
Yeah.
Okay. The record from Mr. Failure. Okay, Coach.
Yes, go ahead.
Let me check. So is your memory refreshed now?
Yeah. I don't see Stacy.
You're at the park by yourself with your kids, right? Drinking Human Bean.
I mean, it doesn't mean she wasn't there, but I didn't see her in the video. Yeah.
And you would, because the video is a really great spot of sees your shadow in it, right?
Yeah. I just went like that. It wasn't.
Yeah, and you don't see any other shadow around you, right?
Right.
And you're looking at the entire playground. She's not playing with your kids, right?
She wasn't.
Can we publish JJ, please? Okay, so here we have another Facebook message, right?
Yes.
And the metadata says that this was modified on October 27th, 2021, right?
Yes.
And this one, essentially, you're sending her a picture of food that you made, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying, I did make food, but I still want to get pho with you, right?
Right.
And you're talking about dinner, right?
Yeah.
And the metadata for this picture is October 27, 2021, but specifically at 5:56 p.m., right?
Yeah.
That's dinner time, right?
Yes.
That's another way of verifying that this message was likely screenshotted at the time that the metadata reflects, right?
Right.
She wasn't with you then, right? Or else she would know that you made food, right?
Yeah.
And you were telling her, I still want to get pho with you, right?
Yeah.
She's not telling you, you better not go out and get anything without me being there, right? Or I'm going to kill you, right?
No, she never said that right there.
Right. Can we move on to KK, please? And KK, if we can make it bigger, please. You're telling her at 9:44 p.m., I'm dropping off your truck and going to my mom's, right?
Right.
She replies back a couple hours later, 11:33 p.m., saying a picture, and it's how she gonna eat 2 plates of yours, but not even finish one of his. Do you remember that conversation?
Mm-mm.
Okay. She talking about your children here? Do you remember? Does that sound familiar?
No, I don't think she would be talking about my kids.
Okay. And as we can see, the metadata, again, it's in UTC time, right? It says here 10:33 p.m. The picture shows that this message was sent at 11:33 p.m. Do you remember when those messages were sent?
Where they were sent?
I'm sorry?
Did you say?
Sure. Do you remember if these messages were sent after Mr. Dickerson's death? Let's put it that way.
I don't remember.
Okay. Can we move on to LL, please? And LL, here's another conversation with Ms. Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
Can you make it bigger, please? And again, this one, you're not sure, or let me ask you this. She's saying, call you back my ass. How are you going to say you feel like getting ready after you see the video of him and go out nice, all pretty? And again, she's telling you at the very end, have a bomb-ass day, amor, right?
Yeah.
And that was like a term of endearment from her to you that she'd frequently call you.
Yep.
Now, if we zoom out on this one, the metadata says that this was modified on November 6, 2021 at 3:02 UTC time, right?
Yeah.
That's obviously inconsistent with the time in the actual screenshot message, right?
Right.
Because the message says 2:56, but then we see 3:02, right?
Right.
But it would be consistent if you were to have taken the screenshot a couple minutes after getting the text message, right?
Right.
And again, Ms. Rodriguez isn't with you here either.
Right.
Right. And can we have MM, please? Okay, this one is, again, another message from you, Ms. Rodriguez, and here she's calling you amor again, right?
Right.
Again, another term of endearment from her to you.
Right.
Right. And for this one, she's telling you that she's going to eat and shower and wash the truck real quick, right?
Yeah.
And again, you don't know that because you're not physically with her, right?
Right.
And this particular message was sent, does it sound on November 9th, 2021? Does that sound right to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you. So again, your testimony and communication, or what you told Mr. Burrows and the jury, is that essentially you couldn't lift a finger without Mr. Rodriguez knowing, right?
Right.
And you also told them that, or let me ask you this, while being physically away from Stacy, you did have a phone, right?
Right.
And a phone that worked, right?
Yes.
And a phone that you were sending text messages on to people.
Right.
And at no point did you send a text message to anyone saying, Mr. Rodriguez is going to kill me.
Right.
And in fact, after October 2nd, between October 2nd and your date of arrest, you got a text message from an Evans police officer on something completely unrelated, right?
Right.
And at no point did you text back to that Evans police officer and saying, hey, my life is in danger, right?
Right.
You never text that Evans police officer back and say, I just witnessed an unjustified murder, right?
Right.
Hey, Mr. Police Officer, I just found out my girlfriend's a serial killer, right?
Right.
And we know Stacy wasn't looking through your phone even when she was physically with you, right?
She would, no, not when physically with me.
She wasn't going through your phone, right?
Yeah, she was.
She was going through your phone.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because one day I'd woken up and I had all kinds of things deleted off my phone, and she told me that she was the one that did that.
Okay. And so you're saying that you know Miss Rodriguez went through your phone, right?
Right.
And I'm assuming you're saying that was part of the controlling nature of her relationship with you, right?
Right.
Right. But we know Stacy wasn't looking at your phone, and we know she wasn't controlling you by looking at your phone, because if she had, she would have known that you were talking to another male individual on Facebook named Mob Trujillo.
Right. And she did know that because she had pictures on her phone of the messages.
So your testimony today is that Miss Rodriguez knew that on October 3rd, 2021, the same day of Mr. Dickerson's death, you were offering to help Mr. Trujillo decorate his new residence.
Right.
And the next day, on October 4th, you told Mr. Trujillo that you were, quote, so down to go over to his place to, quote, do movies or something.
Right.
And so you're telling this jury that this, again, really jealous, crazy serial killer who allegedly killed someone for asking you where your job was versus her, knew full well that you were talking to Mr. Trujillo on Facebook on October 6th, 2021?
Yes.
On October 9th, 2021?
Yeah, she ended up finding out and actually messaged him herself. And
that's not my question, okay? October 11th, 2021?
Yes.
October 12th, 2021?
Yes.
October 13th, 2021?
Yes.
October 16th, 2021?
Yes.
October 23rd and 24th and 25th, 2021?
Right.
And especially if Stacy was around you 24/7, controlling your every movement and looking through your phone, like you're telling this jury, she certainly would have known that you were sending Mr. Trujillo some nude photos as well.
Yeah, my older ones, yeah.
Yeah. And yet he's still alive and well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you also told Mr. Burrows that you, going back to October 2nd, didn't actually want to find an after party after the bars closed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That you didn't want to find an after party because you had just slammed a bottle of Hennessy and you were already drunk.
Yes.
And you didn't want to be around at Mr. Dickerson's house when you got there because, again, you were drunk and he was touching your butt, right?
Right.
And at after you all returned from giving Mr. Dickerson's friend a ride, and this is, I might take a step back. It's when you guys get back from giving or his friend a ride that him and Miss Rodriguez and Mr. Dickerson go outside, right?
Yeah.
That's when everything kind of starts, right?
It's kind of started after when they came back in.
Right. And you told Mr. Burrows that you had no idea what Mr. Dickerson and Miss Rodriguez were fighting about.
Right.
And you told the jury the same thing, right?
Right.
And the next thing you know, Mr. Dickerson had Stacy pinned up against a wall.
Right.
You described it to Mr. Pirelli on direct examination that Mr. Dickerson essentially wasn't any kind of threat to Miss Rodriguez, right?
I just remember him over her.
Right. But when you spoke to Mr. Burrows for your proffer on June 8th, 2022, you described it as Mr. Dickerson was almost like a bear over her, right?
Right.
Pinning her against the wall, right?
Just kind of just over her, and she was up against the wall, yeah.
Right. Her back was up against the wall, right?
Yes.
And you're seeing this go down, and at no point do you help your girlfriend.
I think I did try to step in and get him off of her.
Do you recall telling Detective Burrows back on June 8th, 2022, that you did not push him off of her?
Yeah, I did not push him off of her.
You didn't grab any weapons, right?
Right.
You didn't, in fact, according to your proffer, you weren't even yelling at the time.
Right.
You didn't even yell at this guy, "Get off my girlfriend."
Right.
And instead, what you tell Mr. Burrows is that after Stacy grabbed the beer bottle, all you say is just, "No, don't do that," right?
Yeah, I told her, let's leave.
Right. And not once, but twice, you claim that you told Miss Rodriguez, "No, don't," right?
Right.
And you're the one who is just repeatedly telling Stacy to leave, right?
Right.
And you painted this picture to Mr. Burrows on June 8th, 2022, that you were just trying to, quote, de-escalate the situation, right? So if you're trying to de-escalate a situation, when Stacy told you to go get the weapon, you did.
Right.
Going to get a weapon, ma'am, is not de-escalating a situation, right?
Yeah.
And you, even during your proffer interview with Mr. Burrows, you minimize your conduct even on that point. And you say, quote, "And I handed it to her not thinking," right? At no point do you take accountability during your proffer with Mr. Burrows, right?
I said my part, and I wasn't thinking at the time.
And then, even after Mr. Dickerson was killed, you didn't do anything wrong, right? You're just waiting in the kitchen like we've discussed, right?
Right.
And when you were in the kitchen and Stacy comes in to look through the cabinets for a knife, again, you just stand there?
Yeah.
And when asked if you saw her use this separate secondary knife, you were like, I don't know, I was just standing in the kitchen, right? You weren't even looking through the doorway that we saw into the living room to see what was going on?
No.
Even though the kitchen and the living room are just a couple of feet, right?
Right.
In fact, you told Mr. Burrows that you never saw Stacy using any weapon on Chris, right?
Right.
You were just that completely detached from what was going on.
I was in the other room.
You were detached, right? You weren't involved.
Right.
She was the bad person who was doing all this, right?
Right.
Right. And so detached from what was going on in the living room that you heard what you described to Mr. Burrows during your proffer as a, quote, commotion, right?
Yeah.
And yet you never leave the kitchen until Stacy calls out to you.
I went into the living room after I heard the commotion.
Right, after Stacy called out for you, right?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Do you recall, Mr. Burrows, during your June 8th, 2022 proffer asking you, quote, "So you heard commotion, and then does it prompt you to go out to the living room, or does she ask you to go?" And your answer is, "Because she called me out."
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And again, you minimize your conduct even more because When Stacy is again rummaging through his pockets, you described yourself as just being there, right? That you were just in the zone, right?
Right.
And you further minimize your conduct when you go into the car and you're waiting for Stacy to come out. Specifically, you told Mr. Burroughs that you're waiting and Stacy came out of the house and just started directing you where to drive.
Right.
That you don't know where you're going, right? It's completely quiet in the car is what you tell Mr. Burroughs.
Right.
So you're not like, hey, what just happened in there, right?
Right.
You're not asking questions about where we're going.
No.
And instead, you claimed that Miss Rodriguez was essentially telling you directions like right, left, right, left.
Right.
And then somehow you end up at this gas station.
Right.
And you even go on to minimize your conduct with Mr. Burroughs and tell him that you had no idea why she told you to go inside and pay for $1 worth of gas.
Right.
And that you were completely clueless as to why she was filling up 2 water bottles of gasoline.
That's the moment when I realized kind of what she was planning to do. She told me to go back.
Do you recall telling Mr. Burroughs on June 8th, 2022, quote, and I go inside and I come out and put the $1 gas in, and I come out and I see her filling up 2 water bottles of gasoline. And then I don't even think I processed at the time what she was going to be doing.
Right.
During your proffer interview, Detective Burroughs asks you more about this whole gas station arson incident. He came back to it and specifically asked you whether Stacy was telling you what she was planning on doing when filling up the water bottles of gas. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
He asked you, did you have any idea of possibility of what she was intending on doing, right?
Right.
And of course, despite your answer to this jury just a moment ago, you told Investigator Burroughs on June 8th, 2022, no, right?
Right.
That you had no idea of the possibility of what she was doing, right?
Yeah. She never told me what she had planned.
You even went so far as to claim that when you two went back to the house with, again, the gas bottles of gas or the water bottles of gasoline, that you didn't see any flames, right?
Right.
You claimed to Mr. Burroughs that you just didn't see any flames because you just didn't look at the house.
Right.
So now I want to turn to Mr. Dickerson's phone. Okay. You testified on direct examination that Stacy took 2 cell phones from Mr. Dickerson, right?
Right.
And also the wallet that we've talked about previously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had, at the point you talked to Mr. Burroughs on June 8th during your proffer, you had read, I think you testified yesterday, and seen up to E65.
Right.
And for the jury's perspective, discovery comes in from the DA's office in batches, right?
Yeah.
And those batches are numbered, right?
Yes.
And so it starts at 1, right? Sorry, can you say yes or no?
Yes.
And it goes upward numerically, right?
Right.
And so you had seen 65 batches or groupings of discovery by the time you went to your proffer, right?
Right.
And so you knew that one of the things that the law enforcement was looking into was where Mr. Dickerson's debit card went, right?
Right.
And so they did things like getting farmers' bank records and credit card records, and you knew all that, right?
Right.
And so when you go into your proffer with Mr. Burroughs, you again tell him that Stacy is the one who took all of these items, right?
Right.
And he even asked you, did you guys look, or let me ask you this. Sorry, I'll withdraw that. You told Mr. Burroughs that how you knew Stacy took these things was because later on you had seen the ring, the debit card, and the phone in a backpack.
I seen it laying out on the bed.
Right, at Miss Rodriguez's mom's trailer, right? Right. And you also described to Mr. Burrows an incident on the way to Walmart where Miss Rodriguez wanted you to turn on Mr. Dickerson's phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you claimed to tell Mr. Burrows that you didn't remember why she wanted you to turn on his phone, right?
Right.
She just ordered you to do it and you did it.
Right.
Right. And then you described, again, going to Walmart and using the Walmart gift card, right?
Right.
And you just testified a lot about how you had this fear of Miss Rodriguez, right?
Right.
How she was going to kill you, right?
Right.
And how, and specifically these weeks after Mr. Dickerson's death, right?
Right.
And so you were sort of just at the mercy of her, right?
Right.
Essentially. But when you described to Mr. Burrows the gift card incident, you told Mr. Burrows that you actually stood up to her at that point, right? You stood up to Miss Rodriguez, let me clarify for you, and said, I'm not using that. I'm not going to use that, meaning the Walmart gift card.
Right.
Right? And that was the line in the sand for you, right? Using the Walmart gift card. And likewise, when Stacy asked you to pour bleach in the bucket, you stood up to her then as well, right?
Yes.
You told her, no, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
And when Stacy wanted to keep a lot of Mr. Dickerson's things, again, you told Mr. Burrows, I'm not keeping any of that.
Right.
Right? You stood up to Miss Rodriguez 3 times after the death of Mr. Dickerson, right?
Right.
And you also stood your ground with Stacy and told her that if she had any of Mr. Dickerson's items in her Tahoe, you were not going to let your kids in that vehicle, right?
Right.
And so you had no qualms with standing up for Stacy or against Stacy, or to Stacy, I should say, in the weeks leading up, or sorry, the weeks after Mr. Dickerson's death, right?
May I explain?
Sure.
In that moment, when she showed me the broken weapon, that's when I knew to not show no more fear. And so, yeah, I did stand up to her a couple of times.
Okay. And you told Detective Burrows that Stacy again stole all of these things, right?
Right.
Monetary things that had monetary value, the cell phone, right?
Right.
The debit card,
Right.
the ring.
Right.
And just to put this in perspective, in April of 2021, you were the one who lost your job at JBS, right?
Right.
And so 6 months before this incident, you lost your source of income.
Right.
Stacy wasn't helping you financially at all, right?
Right.
And that was actually something that you were angry about with her,
Yes.
right? That she wasn't helping you with the bills.
Right.
And you told Detective Burrows that you lost your job at JBS in April, and your mom was actually the one who was helping you pay your rent for your apartment.
Right.
And then your grandma helped some, right?
Right.
But then you got behind on your electricity bill.
Yes.
And then in August, you lost your apartment.
Right.
And so come September, October, around this time, you're just essentially bouncing back and forth and kind of homeless, right?
Right.
And then in September, you lost your car as well, right?
Right.
Because you were behind in your payments.
Right.
And your car actually got repoed, right?
Right.
And so in the few weeks and days leading up to this incident, you have no money, no place to live, right?
Right. While I was staying at my grandma's.
And that was sort of a touchy relationship, right? Because of family dynamics.
Right.
Right. And you weren't welcome there all the time, right?
Right.
And you were behind on bills. And again, as we saw in these notes, there was times where Stacy would sleep in her car because you had nowhere else to go.
Right.
She had a place to go, right?
Yeah.
She had family who was willing to have, she had her bedroom, right?
Right.
She had her own car.
Right.
She had the Tahoe, right?
Yes.
And in addition, she's in this like completely different place of her life than you, right?
Right.
She's only 19.
Right.
She's got no kids, right?
Right.
You have children to take care of,
Yes.
and you are just not doing that, right?
Right.
And then you told Mr. Burrows that you were pretty sure after Ms. Rodriguez bleached the items, she also set them on fire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because one night you remembered that Stacy was getting some wood, right?
Yeah.
And you made sure to tell Detective Burrows that you were not participating, right?
Right.
You were not participating in this fire, right?
Right.
And you told Detective Burrows that you were either inside the trailer or you also had decided to leave and go to a gas station, right?
Right.
And you talked about that a little bit on direct examination, right?
Right.
And again, while you were at the gas station, you were getting some snacks, some Mountain Dew, right?
Yes.
You had a vehicle?
I was using her Tahoe.
Yeah. She wasn't with you at that point either, right?
No.
And you told Detective Burrows that after you got your snacks, you just decided to go for a drive.
Right.
And that you remember just going for a drive and, quote, trying to take as much time as you could.
Right.
Stacy wasn't calling you up saying, where are you, right?
No.
And even though you had also told Detective Burrows, again, and told this jury, you weren't able to move a finger without her seeing it, right?
Right.
Right. And you drove around because you just didn't want to be at the property when she was burning this stuff, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't mind being in the kitchen when she was killing someone, right?
Right.
Right. And again, there's more exaggeration that comes with this story too.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
You told Mr. Burrows that Stacy likes fire, right?
Right.
Yeah. And you knew that because one time you were having a bonfire at her brother's house making s'mores, and she told you she liked fire.
Right.
And you felt it was really important that Mr. Burrows know that, right?
Yeah, I just put two and two together.
Yeah. Because someone likes to make s'mores, so they must like to burn.
She also told me that's how she burnt the other bodies that she killed. She burned them too, so.
Oh, okay. That was something you never told Mr. Burrows during your proffer on June 8th, 2022, right?
My lawyers know about it.
That wasn't my question. You never told Mr. Burrows on your proffer where you told him you'd tell him the truth, anything about Miss Rodriguez burning bodies and the other 3 to 4 other people she killed, right?
I guess not.
And you told him about the other 3 or 4 bodies, right?
Right.
But you just left that part out, right?
I guess so.
Yeah. But you made sure to tell him that Stacy likes fire because of the s'mores, right?
Right. That was the first time she told me, yeah.
And just so we're clear, one of the items that you claim Miss Rodriguez burned was a diamond ring,
Right.
right? And it was white gold, right?
I just remember it being a wedding ring.
Right. It was a metal, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that you can't burn any of those items?
No.
Right. And you also told Mr. Burrows and this jury you have no idea what she did with those ashes, right?
Right.
So you talked about with Mr. Burrows, the weapon used. And again, under the same light of telling Mr. Burrows about the fire and why you think Stacy burnt things, liking s'mores and that kind of thing, you also told Mr. Burrows that about an hour and a half into your prof interview that you first saw the metal object that was used as a weapon when you guys came back from giving Mr. Dickerson's friend a ride. Does that sound right?
Yes.
You never noticed it before.
Right.
And you called it a metal thing to Mr. Burrows, right? Sorry?
Yes.
And you told Mr. Burrows that the metal thing was on the table.
Right.
You showed it to Stacy.
Right.
And you pointed the sharp thing out to Stacy, and you couldn't tell if she responded to it at all.
Right.
Right? Or reacted, I guess, is a better way of saying it. And then later on during your proffer, you add more to this. You specifically tell Mr. Burrows that, you had never seen that before, but in hindsight, while you were sitting at the jail, you got to thinking that this could have been Stacy's after all.
Right.
After you were sitting in jail for, again, 7 to 8 months, reviewing discovery, talking to your lawyers, you got to thinking that this metal thing could have actually been Stacy's, right?
Right.
And the explanation for your conclusion of that it could have been Stacy's, at least when you're talking to Mr. Burrows, is that she's sneaky. She's very sneaky, right?
Right.
Right. And then these sort of dramatic descriptions of Miss Rodriguez have even been added to recently, right? Let me ask you this. Leading up to your testimony today, on the 21st, you met with Mr. Pralia, Mr. Burrows, I'm assuming Mr. McCormick, and your lawyers, right?
Right.
To talk about your testimony.
Right.
Right. And during that conversation, you just spontaneously added to them that now Miss Rodriguez also has gang ties too, right?
Right.
Yeah. And so her gang moniker is actually this baby Joker, right?
Right.
And which is relevant because you also gave them these letters, these jailhouse letters that you claim are from her that say baby Joker on them as well, right? Never during your 7.5-hour proffer interview with Mr. Burrows on June 8th, 2022, do you mention anything about Miss Rodriguez being called baby Joker? Right?
Right.
You never mentioned anything to Mr. Burrows on June 8th, 2022 about Miss Rodriguez having gang ties, right?
Right.
And again, you went into this proffer interview specifically knowing that you had to tell every single detail, right?
Yeah.
And as we've just seen and heard, you did point out to Mr. Burrows a lot of different things, from Miss Rodriguez liking fire to her being sneaky, right?
Yeah.
Never once do you say, hey, detective, also, she's a gang member and she goes by baby Joker, right?
I did tell him at the end that I was fearful for the aftermath after she finds out my video.
That wasn't my question. In a 7.5-hour proffer, ma'am, you never once mentioned it. You waited until your meeting with the DAs right before this trial, and they're trying to get in these letters that we're showing the jury, right?
Right.
And Stacy's name is nowhere on those letters, right?
Right.
And so you had to connect who baby Joker was with Miss Rodriguez, right?
No.
I want to talk to you now, ma'am, about your testimony yesterday concerning the beer bottles. Okay. On direct examination, you told this jury under oath that Miss Rodriguez grabbed 3 beer bottles. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And during your proffer interview, again, you knew that Mr. Burrows wanted the truth.
Right.
You knew the importance of the information you were giving to him, and specifically as they would relate to bringing charges and prosecuting Ms. Rodriguez, right?
Right.
And you told Mr. Burrows on June 8th, 2022, that you recalled Stacy grabbing a beer bottle and that she went to smash it on Mr. Dickerson's head, and that you told her, no, don't. And that then Stacy looked at you and smashed it on his head, right?
Right.
You then told Mr. Burrows that Stacy grabbed a second beer bottle and did it again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that yes or no?
Yes.
You never mentioned to him about a third beer bottle being involved, right?
Right.
And then later, even during that same interview, that same 7-hour interview, the story changes again, right? You told Mr. Burroughs later, just even about maybe 2 hours later in that same interview, that you thought Mr. Dickerson actually went to grab the beer bottle first. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember telling Mr. Burroughs and for the prosecution's reference, it's hour 3, minute 33, 1 second. Yeah, and so Mr. Burroughs says, she kind of standing there and then Chris, or sorry, let me take that back. You say she is standing there and then Chris is on the couch. And then you go on to say, and I think maybe he's trying to get a bottle. I don't know. But then she grabbed the beer bottle and goes to him and then she misses.
Right.
So again, you told Mr. Burroughs, even though you told the story yesterday that Mr. Dickerson never tried to get a beer bottle, you told Mr. Burroughs something completely different on June 8th, right? That you were actually thought maybe he had tried to grab the beer bottle.
Right.
And so later in that same proffer interview, you claim that Miss Rodriguez actually missed the first time and hit Mr. Dickerson the second time.
Right.
Again, at no point during that 7.5-hour proffer do you ever tell Mr. Burroughs anything about Stacy grabbing three bottles and smashing Mr. Dickerson's face 3 times, like you did this jury yesterday, right?
Right.
In fact, this is completely new evidence in the almost 4 years that this case has been pending, right?
Right. Well, the first time she missed it, and I remember her grabbing 2 other ones and smashing it into his face.
Right. But you never, in the almost 4 years this case has been pending, ever told anyone about Stacy grabbing 3 beer bottles, right?
I guess not.
I think this may be a good breaking point.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess at this time. Before I let you go, I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, I'll ask that you return at 5 after 3. Please rise for the jury as they leave.
Right, so this is a break of 20 minutes. So don't worry, we still have more court to go. So basically what the defense attorney is trying to do is she's trying to disprove her earlier statements as false.
Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 3:05.
And then the following statements is like, well, this is new. This is new evidence. We can't count this. So that's basically what she's trying to do. I do not think the judge will allow that because she was fearful of the other person. On balance, I would say if there was a raging unaliver coming for you, watching your every movement, you would be afraid of what you would tell people, especially one that looks at your phone. Although how she looks at her phone, I don't know.
I thought you meant how much time I need.
So, yep, that is
Probably about
a little bit.
I'm almost done.
I'm just gonna have a look at something. Basically, got one of the phones playing an earlier version of the the trial today. Right, so my day today was not interesting in the slightest. And I feel bad for you people because you've got to listen to me for 20 minutes before trial comes back. So my day consisted of doing hoovering, doing dishes, doing cooking. What else? Doing laundry and putting said laundry out. Then I went to my allotment, which is a fantastic place because it's so quiet. And the only things that disturb you is the road. That's about it. It's a very private place. And I have been digging plots over desperately because I've neglected it for about 1 or 2 years. But it is a fantastic place with about a 50-foot square shed. Is it 50 foot? Yeah, I'd say a 50-foot square shed. Sounds about right. And a massive piece of land that's about the size of a house. So I've been, yes, I'd say busy. I've just been trying to occupy my time because soon it will be garden season and I will be running around like a lunatic trying to get everybody's gardens done. But yeah, it is a lot of fun for me and I would love to do it all the time, but I don't get that luxury. So yeah. So I've been digging out a weed called creeping buttercup. I'm trying to pronounce that properly, which is almost exactly the same as a strawberry plant, but just doesn't have any strawberries. So, I might have to turn myself up. Let's figure out how to do this again. Line in. Let's turn that up. There we go. Yes, creeping buttercup. Do you have that in America? It's like a strawberry plant. It spreads through runners that run across. Is it across or under the surface? Anyway. And it is a very pesky weed that if you let run over your allotment, it will spread everywhere. But you have strawberry plants. Definitely. I'm sure. 100%. So I had those running all over my allotment. And it took me... I did a stretch about... I'm trying to work this out in my head. I would say it's 25 meters squared. I managed to get through a patch that big. And as I was doing that, at the same time, I had this miniature bank along the fence. Ooh, eggs. I'm actually quite curious about what that would be, but yeah. We have a couple of different types in this country. But what I was doing today was I had this little bank at the top, and I was just chopping out all the soil so it was flat. So there's a little stretch, like a path at the top of my allotment, and the plan is to put some compost bins and some water butts, or places to have loads of water, and put that at the top. So I'm digging out all the soil from there, I'm putting it on top of the ground that I'm digging over, because the ground I'm digging over is very heavy clay. It's just ridiculous. So I'm just trying to get it up to scratch so I can just put some seed over very quickly. Yeah. So in England we have a couple of different varieties of invasive species. and they're often not really tackled very well. People don't use weed killer enough to like get rid of them, which is a shame when you've got to try to explain to somebody they need multiple treatments to get rid of it. It is possible. We have knotweed, which I haven't seen, which is an unusual thing for me. We have a one called mare's tail, which is like a little brush. It just pops up everywhere, and you have to get every single little bit of it out. There's a type of lily. I'm not 100% what it's called, but it has these little potato-like nodules that are about 2 millimeters wide, and if you leave one of those alive or in the soil, it will grow another plant. Alternatively, you can just take them out, but I found the best way to get rid of them is just to spray them. What other ones do we have? I forget. There is another one that's windborne. That's like a dandelion. It has square in the name somewhere. I'm gonna look that one up because it annoys me. But it is very hard to get rid of. As soon as it seeds, you've had it. You've got another 100 more just from one plant. Square weed. Spread by wind. No, I can look that up later. Right, well, thank you for all being here today. I do appreciate everybody coming in. Please like and subscribe to the stream because it helps TC massively. She does all the research in the morning for brand new cases. She does extra research on the cases that she's already in, so you will learn fascinating things about the trial. And what else was I going to say? I'm glad, Paula, because it is amazing. I hear lots of good things about people that stay in this chat. I think we've tried to keep it rather warm and friendly. There's loads of little challenges that are involved. Yeah, they're probably court hopping, to be honest. What they'll do is for about 20 minutes, they'll probably go into someone else's feed and then come back in about when it's about time. So the numbers will just puff back up. I know my wife likes to do that as well. Unfortunately, I don't have any side trials that I can put on. I'm glad because that makes me happy because it's a ton of work. And she works at the bakery. She comes home, she's a bit tired, but she'll start her research then while I'm still doing chores and making food. And then when I go out to do the allotment, she'll be on streaming with you guys. Yeah. I'm trying to think what else I wanted to say. Yeah. Actually, I need to learn how I can get media on here. There's got to be a way of getting media up. Let me see whether I can try and get some media up. I'm gonna learn how how to get media up, because then I can share photos. So, email. I believe she used Gmail. Where's the G? Yes, this is the right one. Yes, that would be amazing. I mean, I feel sorry for the girl who's constantly on the stand. There are no other witnesses. I don't think. I hope there is, but because it would be nice to have another viewpoint other than what's his face. Need to stop paying attention to their names. Right, let me see whether I can do this. Compose email. There we go. To Katia. And attach photos. What I am trying to do is I'm trying to send Katia a picture of what I've been up to at the moment. Yeah, she just repeating what she's already found out, what the discrepancies are. There's nothing really interesting to what she says. Okay. T. Oh, you can only send 5 pictures at a time. I'm gonna have to be careful the ones I pick. That one. Maybe not that one. I think that one. Yeah. Now I just got to keep an eye on. Right, I've got to wait for the email to go through. Yeah. There's nothing substantial. There's nothing to say that, like, there's nothing to say she's guilty. I mean, there was parts of it where she was, I think she was guilty of not doing enough. But there again, it's like she had to be careful. She had a kid, she had a husband, and this runaround killer that was just run around. Oh my days, run around unaliver that keeps following her. Thank you, KS1. It means you're still in our chat, even though she's annoying. What I liked the most was there was a little tit for tat at the end of yesterday that was just so stupid. Oh my dears, she was like, can you not outline which parts of the testimony that you need? No, here's the disc, you'll deal with it. Oh my days, that was a highlight and a half. I managed to get the pictures up, and we have 5 minutes to have a look. Now, I've got to be careful not to share information. So, I'm just checking to see... right. Oh, there we go. I don't think there's anything you can see that's kind of like... not... anything that Katia would object to. So this is the top of my allotment. I know it looks messy, but I have literally done half of that. I've half tidied it. I couldn't take a picture because my phone ran out of battery. That is the top of my allotment, and it's huge. Let's see, which one's this one? That's a plot that I dug over the other day. And I do keep the weeds down with carpets. That's why it's a bit weird. And I'll show you this one. This is the full length allotment. Oh. You can just see my dad in the background. I can't blurb that out, but it's fine. You can't really see him anyway. So, on our allotment, let's see. This bit over here is already dug out on the left. Oh, you can't see my mouse, so that's not helpful. So the plan is to get the whole thing de-weeded and dug over. And each one of those little plots is about 50 meters squared, so ooh, it's a long job. And I've got my little shovel in there. Right, I better put it back on the other one before TCA finds me and unalives me. Here you go. We're back onto the trial. I don't know whether anybody saw my allotment, but yay. That's what I've been dealing with for the past couple of days. You can rewind if you didn't see it. She is being held accountable for that bit. I totally agree with that statement. That's a yes. But I think she's already going to be serving time for it. She didn't take part in the unaliving. But there again, there's no proof to that. She did hand over an unaliving stabby. No. Unaliving pokey. My days. Swapping words in your brain when you're tired. So I think handing her the pokey was a big bad thing for her. Because I think she would have gone in the kitchen anyway. Honestly, it annoys the life out of me saying pokey. I've got to say those words because YouTube doesn't like certain terms. They find it in your video, you kind of demonetized and they don't like you. What was I gonna say? Driving to the gas station. I mean, people have those moments where they're a bit clueless. They don't really know what's going on, but they're willing to help out that person that they enjoy spending time with. And I think that's the reason why she did all those things. And then it slowly dawned on her the fact that she might kill me. Oh, she might unalive me. Oh my gosh. I cannot see a thing right today. So I think I get where she's coming from, and I'm on her side. I just feel like it's annoying to say that people were with the wrong crowd at the wrong time. But there again, she was. Now, can you say drinking? She was drinking. Oh, you got up! Woo! You didn't skip my allotment photos, did you, Denise? You could have seen what I've been hard at work at this week. I can give you a time reference frame if that helps. About 7 minutes ago, roughly. What was I gonna say? I've totally lost my train of thought. It's just gone. Yeah, and those aren't really the up-to-date photos. I've dug a lot over. So the aim of the end of the year is just basically to plant potatoes and onions and maybe some lettuces and carrots. Basically, just normal stuff. Nothing crazy. And to get it tidy up. So in this break, I showed a couple of photos of when I was at the allotment. So if you want to rewind and have a look, you're perfectly welcome to. I mean, we got 2 minutes, so I think you've got time. Yeah, unless you already have, and I'm just talking nonsense. Have we forgotten anything? I wonder whether any of the family members are allowed to like testify the fact that she was being stalked actively. That I would be curious about, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I've been working really hard. I've been doing chores in the morning, Denise. Then I've been going to the allotment to dig it over. And then I've been coming home to cook and do chores and then do this. It's just like a never-ending cycle at the moment. It'll get a lot easier once TCA drops a day at work, but we're just waiting for that to happen. And I'm getting better at my painting. I'm getting little bits and pieces that are helping. Like, for instance, I got a little wet palette. What they call a wet palette. I didn't realize this, but if you have something, if you have like a bit of greaseproof paper, some water, you can create your own wet palette. I think that's how it works, but so what that does is it stops your paints from drying out as you're using them, as you're working with them, and as you're mixing different colors. So I am getting used to that, but it is a long process. I'm basically trying to learn a hobby in the space of 2 years. And this hobby is just like there's so much to learn, and I just learn by doing, so it's gonna take me quite a while to learn all the tips and tricks. Oh, you have a little bit of movement. It should have started by now, but I guess that we're having another 5 minutes donut break, so. Oh. I don't know whether TCA showed you, but TCA started to. Oh, actually, I don't know whether I'm supposed to be. Yeah, she's asleep, so she's not going to notice. So she's been starting her own little keyring thing. So she's now got it smaller. So she's now got her little keychain smaller. But she muffed it. She didn't realize as she was cleaning that she was dipping it in alcoholic. It's how to put it. It's like what you clean paintbrushes in, an alcoholic thing like that. But when she was dipping it in, she got all the little bits of resin that float up in this. Anyway, so imagine this is the cleaner. All the little bits got stirred up and they rested on top of the model. So that's what caused the little bumps on her little resin print, which is a shame because it printed out nicely. Yes, Denise is back and she is talking to me about her backyard that needs doing. I want to see people's backyard. So if you have TCA's email, you can email her pictures of your backyard and I can have a look at them. Right. I will check with TCA whether we sent yours or it's still waiting to be sent. I'm pretty sure we sent yours.
We get okay. All right, we are back on the record in 21 CR 2296. People of the state of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. The parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our afternoon recess, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Anything we need to address before we bring the jury back in from the state?
No.
And anything from the defense, or do you need a moment? Sure.
Yes, I'm very proud of those prizes I sent. I made them. I paid for them. And I paid for them.
And anything we need to address before we bring the jury in? Sure. I'm sorry, a stapler?
A stapler.
Oh.
Start. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in and we'll get started. Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Varela, I will remind you, you are still under oath, and Ms. Devereaux, you can resume when you're ready.
All right. Hi again, Ms. Varela.
Hey.
So when we left off, we were talking about how sort of the different versions of how many beer bottles between your proffer and yesterday's testimony. And I want to continue with that and talk about your testimony yesterday in terms of the progression of events leading up to Mr. Dickerson's death. Okay. So yesterday with Mr. Parelia, you really, I think it's fair to say, boiled it down to Ms. Rodriguez pushing Mr. Dickerson off of her, right?
Right.
And then you told the jury that was the point that Mr. Dickerson yelled to get out of your house or get out of his house, right?
Yeah.
And then you told the jury that it was after Mr. Dickerson yelled at you to get out of your house or get out of his house. That was when Ms. Rodriguez grabbed the beer bottle, right?
She had pushed him again on the couch and was holding him down and then grabbed the beer bottle.
But what you told Mr. Burroughs on October 8th, 2022, as part of your proffer process, was that Mr. Dickerson yelled at you and her to get out of his house after he was already smashed with a beer bottle.
I remember him yelling that.
Right. But again, we're talking about the progression of events, right?
Right.
Because yesterday you testified that it was just a simple push and he's saying, get out of my house, right?
Right.
But to Investigator Burroughs on October 8th, 2022, you said he didn't yell at you to get out of his house until after he was already smashed in the head with a beer bottle. In fact, your exact quote to Mr. Burroughs on October 8th, 2022 was, quote, and then she grabs another beer bottle and did it again. And then there was blood just on his head. And he was just glasses on the floor. And I do remember him screaming, like, get out of my house, right? With Investigator Burroughs, you never told him on October 8th, 2022, as part of your proffer, that Mr. Dickerson was yelling at you and Ms. Rodriguez to get out of the house just after Ms. Rodriguez pushed him to the floor, right?
Right.
And then you told the jury that Ms. Rodriguez said that she moved Mr. Dickerson's body from the couch to the floor to make it look like self-defense.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Can you help us understand how moving a body from the couch to floor would make something more or less likely to be self-defense?
I have no idea. That's what she told me. And I believed her because she had told me she killed other people.
You would agree with me that if someone were to act in self-defense, whether it happened on the floor or the couch, it wouldn't really matter, right?
Right.
And I want to go back to, and I apologize, I forgot to ask you this question. When you were describing to Investigator Burroughs being uncomfortable at Mr. Dickerson's house before leaving to go get his friend, the very beginning of you getting there, you described to Mr. Burroughs that you took a picture of what would have been Stacy's hand, your leg, and then Mr. Dickerson's dog.
Right.
Right. And that you texted your sister Hannah that same night this picture saying, oh my gosh, I think we're at some random guy's house.
Yeah.
And you told Mr. Burroughs that you kept your location on just in case.
Right.
And you told Mr. Burroughs, I sent her the picture and you described for him what I just described, and that she actually responded to you, right?
Right.
Recognizing that she saw the message that you sent her, right?
Right.
And essentially telling you, oh my gosh, be careful.
Yes.
Right? And then later, again, we're talking 4 or 5 hours later in your proffer, Mr. Burroughs is sort of questioning you about this picture, right?
Right.
And it was at that point that you tell him, oh, actually, by the way, I snuck into my sister's house, or when she wasn't looking, I snuck on her phone and deleted that, right?
I went to her work, yeah, and I deleted those messages.
So that, I don't know if she actually ever saw that, is what you told Investigator Burroughs.
I mean, she did see it because we were texting back and forth, but, you know, she was drunk that night too because we were both drinking.
But that wasn't what you told Mr. Burroughs, right? On October 8, 2022.
I told him I deleted it, yeah.
You didn't tell him anything about your sister being drunk that night, right?
Well, we were both at a party and we were both drinking, and that's the reason why I was driving, because she was drinking in Johnstown.
That wasn't my question. You never told Investigator Burrow when he's questioning you about, ma'am, help me understand. You're saying you sent this picture, your sister responded, but then you said you deleted it, but yet and you don't think that she would have heard you.
I had told the detective that when Stacy found out, because it was a couple days, I totally forgot about it. And when the news report came out, one of the news ones on Facebook, and I was like, oh shoot, I texted my sister. I had told Stacy about it and she got mad. She just flipped out, and I made an excuse to go to my sister's job. And I was like, hey, can I see your phone? You know, I want to get on Stacy's Facebook, 'cause she blocked me, and that's when I deleted it.
What you told Investigator Burroughs was that you didn't think your sister Hannah has saw the message, right?
I don't recall saying that. Well, I was probably talking about that. I didn't think she remembered it because I've never spoken about it to her, and I didn't ever confess deleting the messages until this past week because I didn't talk about my case or anything, and so that's when I told my sister.
When Mr. Burroughs is asking you about this picture on June 8th, 2022, he asks you specifically, did she read it or not? Right?
Right.
And your justification to him at that point was, well, yes, she read it that night, but she didn't have context. Right?
Right.
And you told Mr. Burroughs, quote, she read it. And then you later say, quote, one second. I don't want to misquote you, okay? So you were telling Detective Burroughs that you don't think she saw it. The message.
Well, she did see it if she texts back.
Right.
But I don't.
Right.
Right.
You told Mr. Burroughs, quote, my sister doesn't even know about it.
Right.
Because I had deleted it off her phone.
Right.
And to this day, she doesn't know anything about it.
Right.
Which is completely inconsistent with, as you pointed out, her responding back to you that same night. Right? Right?
I guess so.
There was some testimony just a moment ago when I was showing you the exhibits of snapshots of conversations that you took on Facebook about, you weren't sure about exactly when you took those screenshots, right?
Yeah.
On November 6, 2021, you had a conversation with Stacy about making plans that night. Specifically, you were making plans with your sister. Do you remember that night?
No.
It's fair, right? It was a while ago.
Right.
Do you remember a time where Hannah wanted to go out and you got upset with Stacy because she wouldn't essentially commit to going out, right?
Stacy wouldn't commit to going
Right.
out?
I'm asking you pretty vague questions, and I apologize about that. Would it be helpful to refresh your recollection about a Facebook message on November 6, 2021 between you and Stacy about going out that evening?
Yes.
Okay. These are from the Facebook records. They are pages. It's the Facebook. Yeah. So it just starts right here. It's on 039. And while Mr. Pirelli is looking at that, I want to move on to a different topic, okay? And I'll come back to that, just for the sake of time. So, do you know someone who identifies as Mr. Isaiah Vigil?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since we were kids, went to school together, and
After Mr. Dickerson's death, approximately a couple weeks later, was there a time where you, Mr. Vigil, and Ms. Rodriguez went to Roasties?
right, yeah.
And I think we actually saw a picture of the three of you took smiling at Roasties, right?
Yes.
And while at Roasties, or let me ask you this, Ms. Rodriguez wasn't friends with Mr. Vigil, right?
No.
And I'm saying Mr. Vigil because that's the pronouns that that person chooses, correct?
Yes.
As far as you're aware, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm being respectful of that. At Roasties, it was a little awkward. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Because originally it was supposed to be just you and Mr. Vigil going out.
Right.
Nothing romantic between the two of you, right?
Right.
And Miss Rodriguez came.
Yes.
And there was some tension because Miss Rodriguez, again, was underage at the time.
Yeah.
And you and Mr. Vigil were actually going to go, I think you met at Cables, right?
I picked up Isaiah.
At Cables, right?
No, I picked him up at his friend's house.
Okay. Was there was plans to
I
go
think
to
we were gonna
bars.
go to like a karaoke night.
Right. There was plans to go to bars, but part of the frustration that evening was that Miss Rodriguez couldn't go into some of the places that you and Mr. Vigil could, right?
Right.
And while at Roasties, Miss Rodriguez wanted to leave, right?
I honestly don't really remember if she wanted to leave or not.
Okay. Do you recall her being on the phone and coming back from the bathroom and wanting to leave?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Vigil essentially getting mad at Miss Rodriguez for telling him what to do?
Inside the bar?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. And do you recall any sort of conflict between Mr. Vigil and Miss Rodriguez afterwards?
Afterwards, yes. I think there was just tension inside Roasties, and it was just off energy.
Okay. And after you left Roasties, the three of you went in the vehicle home, right?
Yeah.
I think you stopped at McDonald's on the way home,
Yes.
right? And then at some point, Mr. Vigil and Miss Rodriguez, the conflict becomes physical, right?
Right.
And after that evening, Mr. Vigil actually sent you either a text message or a Facebook message about it, right?
Yeah.
And do you recall Mr. Vigil sort of owning up to his part of the conflict?
Right.
Can I have one moment, please? Specifically, when Mr. Vigil takes accountability or tells you in this message afterwards about, owning his half of the conflict, he specifically tells you something along the lines of like, I deserved that ass beating, right?
Yeah.
You done with that?
Are you admitting it?
And so I just want to make sure before Mr. Perelia gets back up. Sorry, Vicky. When we're talking about that October 15th or the middle of October incident with Mr. Vigil, that had nothing to do with the incident with Mr. Dickerson, right?
No.
It had nothing to do with Mr. Vigil sensing that Miss Rodriguez or knowing about Miss Rodriguez being kind of threat to you, right?
He did kind of sense that.
Okay. Is it your testimony today that you've previously told Mr. Vigil about Miss Rodriguez killing you?
No.
Because that would certainly not make sense when you look at that picture of the three of you smiling, right?
Yeah, I didn't tell him, but he sensed the abuse in the relationship between us.
He sensed it.
Yeah.
And yet you still take that smiling picture, right?
Yeah.
And yet he still went out that night with you, right?
Yes.
And at no point did you tell him, like, here's what's going on in my relationship. This person I'm with just killed someone and is a serial killer.
No, I never said that.
I'm afraid he's going to kill me. Never told Mr. Vigil that either, right?
No.
So I'm going to ask you to review what I've previously shown Mr. Perelia. And this is that Facebook conversation I was talking about on November 6th, okay, 2021. Can I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Let me know when you're done, okay?
I don't understand why she's asking that question. She knows for a fact she's not going to tell anybody the fact that somebody's unalive, willing to come out of anywhere just to unalive them at any time. It just wouldn't make any sense. She's answering the question so logically. This case just has no traction with the defense lawyers. Just none. It's just crazy. Not very spicy, but crazy. So basically, yeah. Pretty much who said what? How does that relate to the case? Whether it proves that the defendant's guilty or not. It's just... I feel like the defense had such a... They felt like they had such a strong case. And then when they started going through it, just got weaker and weaker and weaker. I just feel like now it's a case of the grasping at straws. The attacking lawyers aren't even objecting.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
That's mad.
Is your memory refreshed now, ma'am?
Yes.
And so, again, the point of this is we can only rely on the screenshots that you took, right?
Right.
And so when we're talking about whether or not Ms. Rodriguez didn't let you move a finger, we actually also have Facebook messages, at least this one, that seems to suggest you guys were going out in 2 different locations on November 6, 2021, right?
Right.
In fact, you're making plans about going with your sister, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Stacy's telling you, quote, have fun, right?
Right.
She's not telling you, don't you dare leave my side or else I'm going to kill you, right?
Right.
She's telling you to just essentially go out with your sister, go to Fuzzy's, go have a good time.
Right.
And actually, you were telling her, quote, you fucking piss me off, right? And you fucking piss me off. And you're saying that in the context because she's like, I think I'm going to try to go do my own thing tonight.
Yeah. She was just mad.
She wasn't the one saying that. You were saying that.
Yeah, I said that.
You were saying that because she said, I need something to do, TN, which means tonight.
Right.
And you got fucking pissed, is your language, at her, right?
Right. I just think I just know how she is, and she would test me on things. And obviously my sister didn't like Stacy, and I was still trying to invite Stacy out. I didn't want her to feel left out because I knew how she would react.
That's why you say to Stacy, quote, on November 6, 2021, quote, all I want to do is be with you and you act so fucking stupid.
Right. I was just
You're calling her fucking stupid, right?
Yeah.
She's not calling you fucking stupid.
Not right there, no.
And you even said in the next message, fuck you.
Right.
You sure didn't seem afraid that she was going to kill you then, right?
No.
Can also show you it's been marked as defendant's exhibit QQA and QQB, and I've previously shown the prosecution.
QQ, okay.
QQA and then QQB.
Okay.
And ma'am, to help orient you, stapled to each screenshot is again the metadata. Okay, and it's on the second page of both exhibits. Ma'am, do you recognize what those are?
Yeah.
And those are again more screenshots of that you took of particular Facebook conversations between you and Ms. Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
And you know that because again, you took them, right?
Right.
And they're fair and accurate depictions of the screenshots that you took, right?
Right.
At this time, I'd move to make QQA and QQB.
Any objection?
No.
All right, the court will admit those exhibits into evidence and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you. Okay, so QQA and QQB, you have the actual metadata out front of you, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury the date that both of these were created or modified?
Well, the created was 10:19 and the capture time was 10:05.
Can I approach her to point her the correct area?
I'm sorry?
Approach to point her to the right area.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. So both of these say are 10-5, correct?
Yeah.
And what's the year?
2021.
So this was a couple days after Mr. Dickerson's death, right?
Right.
And here you're telling Miss Rodriguez, I'm so fucking pissed, I want to cry.
Right.
I swear to God, if she's your little bitch and Stacy's telling you WTFF LMFAO, right?
Right.
And you again reiterate to her, I feel like fucking crying how fucking pissed I am, right?
Right.
And in the next one on QQB, again, you call whoever you're talking about, or let me take it back. You say, I'm literally not playing. And Stacy is saying WTF, right?
Right.
And you say, my face is red right now. Red spelled with 3 Ds.
Right.
And RN meaning right now.
Right.
And again, Stacy's laughing some more, right?
Right.
And you say, quote, she a fucking dumb ass little bitch, right?
Right.
And again, there's more of this you really being angry and Stacy just kind of laughing things off.
Right.
Right. Okay, so we've talked about a lot today, right?
Yeah.
And I appreciate you answering and taking the time to go through all these questions. And I know Mr. Pirelli is going to get back and ask you some questions. But I just want to finish up today, at least this portion, with you and talking about your proffer agreement. Okay. As we heard, you were promised by these DAs that you could essentially come back and ask Judge V. Hill to reduce your 32-year sentence depending on how you testified today and yesterday.
Part of my deal?
Yes.
Yes.
And so you are aware, well aware, that whether or not you get less than 32 years depends on your testimony, right?
Right.
Because the specific agreement that we saw from the prosecution just says that the prosecutors won't object to the untimely 35B request.
Right.
And a 35B is a motion that your attorneys can file to ask Judge V. Hill to reduce your sentence.
Right.
And you know that normally the law says you only have 126 days to file that from the time you are sentenced.
Right.
And now it's over that, right?
Right.
And so basically the prosecution is saying, we will agree that that law doesn't matter and that after you're done testifying, you can ask Judge V. Hill to reduce your sentence.
Right.
But only if it is a truthful and complete testimony, right?
Right.
And that, again, is their truth, right?
No.
Do you think, ma'am, that they're going to be okay with asking for a reduction of the sentence if you come in here and tell everyone that Ms. Rodriguez acted in self-defense?
I'm telling the truth.
That's not what I asked. I said, do you think that they would uphold their end of the agreement if you came in here and said that?
I mean, no, because then I would be lying.
And again, going back to where we first started the very conversation, your ability to get home to those little kids that we heard depends on what you say today, right?
Right.
And as a mother, you're going to say and do whatever you can to get home to your kids, right?
Not say, I'm here to tell the truth, and I owe it to Christopher and his family.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination? Go ahead, please. Thank you. Okay, ma'am. You were asked a lot of things about a lot of topics,
Yeah,
not many about your role in the murder.
right.
Let's, I guess, start where she started and where she ends. You love your children,
Yeah,
okay? You were specifically asked to start cross-examination that, ma'am, you lied to your children,
yeah.
right? How old are they again?
8, 7, and 5.
How old were they at the time of this?
My
When you make that first call after being arrested to start talking through this?
My son was 5, my daughter's 3, and my youngest was 2. She just turned 2 weeks when I got arrested.
Okay. Ma'am, are you going to tell a 5-year-old that mommy's girlfriend stabbed somebody in the neck 5 times
No,
and that you handed her the weapon?
no,
Are you going to tell your 3-year-old that mommy's girlfriend, after stabbing him 5 times in the neck, left, got gas, and burnt his whole body?
no,
Are you going to tell your 2-year-old that after you go back and you burn his body, that you flee and you make a promise not to talk about it?
no,
Did you tell your 5-year-old, your 3-year-old, your 2-year-old that she went through all his shit right after she stabbed him in the neck 5 times?
no, I did not.
Would that be age appropriate in your opinion as a mother of 3 small children?
No,
Let's talk about your kids then. Throughout this process, have you seen them?
no,
You haven't seen your children.
no.
Why not?
My kid's dad just, he hasn't came and brought them when, since I've gotten sentenced to prison.
Okay. So you've never told your kids what you did.
No,
You never told your kids what she did.
no,
Have you told this jury?
yes,
Is that the truth?
yes,
Ma'am, you were asked a lot about this desire to get out.
right,
You have a desire to get out, right?
yes,
You have a desire to be back in your children's life.
yes,
Do you feel guilty about your role in this case?
yes,
Section 401, 403.
Give me just a second. All right, I'll overrule the objection. The witness can answer. You can answer, ma'am.
yes,
Do you feel guilty?
yes,
Why?
because I should have handled things differently. And I hurt a lot of people.
Ma'am, I gotta ask, are you a mastermind?
No.
Did you come up with a plot
No.
that you would come up with this conspiracy against the defendant, your lover, and put things in your phone
No.
in all of this time period with the hopes that then somebody would be incredibly thorough, look through it all, and then use it against her?
And I'm sorry, before you answer, I'm sorry, Ms. Dever, I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat the objection?
Bolstering.
Bolstering? All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Can I answer?
Yeah, you can answer.
No, I did not do that.
I mean, I'm not trying to demean you, but are you that smart?
No.
Can you see the future?
No.
You talked about having shame and that you're feeling those emotions afterwards.
Right.
And there was discussions about that to Javi.
Right.
Do you feel shame?
Yes.
Did Chris deserve to die?
No.
In your opinion, is his death justified in any way?
Your Honor, objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
You feel shame for your role.
Right.
Ma'am, you were asked and cut off, and you were able to respond part of the way and said, it's the right thing
To do.
to do.
Again, Your Honor, bolstering.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
What's the right thing to do?
To speak the truth. And I feel like his family should know to have that closure. And I feel like Christopher deserves it because he shouldn't have died that night.
You don't believe he deserved to die?
No.
Did he force you into a position where you thought you had to kill him?
No.
Did he force the defendant into a situation where you believe she had to kill him?
No.
Did she have to use that blunt object in his neck?
No.
Did she have to do it 5 times?
No.
Did she have to burn his entire house down?
No.
Did she have to take his stuff?
No.
Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
This line of questioning is beautiful. It provokes her emotional side. It proves the fact that she wasn't a mastermind because she was getting so emotional. Like, there's no faking it because she was holding back and not crying. She's trying to hold everything back. Just waiting for her.
All right,
to break
the
down.
objection's overruled. Mr. Praley, you can continue.
Let's talk more about this self-defense aspect, okay? Could you have left when this altercation starts?
Yes.
Could you have gone out the front door?
Yes.
Could you have driven away?
Yes.
Could the defendant have left out the front door?
Yes.
Could you have left out and could she have driven away?
Yes.
Was that exactly what Chris was asking you to do?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no duty to retreat. We've already talked about this.
Can
in
the
process.
parties approach?
Yeah, she needs to sit down and shush. Oh, this is so good, but she just interrupts it every 5 minutes. At least it gives the gives her time to cool down a little bit in between questions. 'Cause I feel like she's gonna get really emotional about it. Yeah, it really is. It's rather refreshing to see a side of honesty that kind of blows away the defense. I can see this judge actually being quite lenient towards reducing the sentence. Otherwise, there'd be little point to her testifying, I suppose. She's in the safest place in the prison, and she's out there. Although she's a bit psychotic, so... Little baby Joker. That's such an amusing nickname, though. Oh well, they're coming back. Yep, we're still waiting for people to talk, so... It's just not just your imagination. They haven't turned off on the audio yet. That's my hope as well, Case One. Oh, come on, turn the audio back on. I didn't accidentally mute it somehow, did I? Nope. Yeah, 32 years. Just for aiding and abetting. I think. Don't quote me on that. Oh, but is that another objection, do you think? Just imagine if she puts in all this work to land her in jail and she gets stuck in a prison cell next to her. Can you imagine? I suppose if it happened once, it might happen again as well. Oh, audio is back.
And based on your observations, was Chris about to kill either of you?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow the witness to answer.
No.
Did you have a feeling he was about to?
Again, asked and answered.
I'll allow the witness to answer.
No.
Ma'am, you were discussing with defense these kind of stock photos of a layout that looked like it was from a website or a realtor. Is that fair? Like where it was staged?
Of his house?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
X, Y, and Z. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Are those up there?
They should be.
If I could approach.
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, I'm handing you back X, Y, and Z. I'm also going to approach with 231.
Oh, sorry, that's different.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Varela, you said 231?
Yep. Okay, ma'am, you were shown these to try and say where you were looking, and why you were looking, and what vantage point you would have, and discussion of the couch.
Right.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at your proffer that you actually drew a description of this?
Yes.
And I'm handing you, it's been marked as 231. Is that what you actually drew?
Yes.
Is that fair and accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for permission to admit 231.
Any objection to 231?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 231, and you may publish at your discretion.
If we could show 231. Ma'am, you have it in front of you, but is that to the best of your abilities, how you had laid that out?
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe to the jury, just take us through that progression when that was drawn for you, what we're dealing with?
I believe at the time you were asking me to place where Stacy and Chris was when that argument happened and where I was standing. And
Okay.
then after she had pulled him off the couch, I believe you asked me to draw where his body was.
Okay, and you drew that, and you put the couch up there, and then kind of, I guess, the head of it by the couch? Is that fair?
Yeah.
The final
Yes,
resting
yeah.
spot? Now, ma'am, I'm going to show you something you've never actually seen. You see People's Exhibit 144?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
No.
Do you know who drew that?
No.
Objection, relevance.
Okay.
I'll allow the witness to answer.
I want you to compare your Exhibit 231 to 144 as to where Chris's body would have been.
It seems the exact same thing.
I agree with you, okay? And again, that was something that wasn't in packets up to 65.
Right.
It wasn't, I'm sorry.
Was not. All right. Now, ma'am, you were cross-examined about this aspect of the meeting before the proffer,
Right.
right? And you heard a lot of questioning about, well, your lawyers are involved and there's all this stuff.
Right.
Did your lawyers or your investigators tell you specifically what to say?
No.
Okay. Did they coach you to tell you, hey, you got to tell Investigator Burroughs X, Y, and Z?
No.
Did they give you the elements of first-degree murder, arson, burglary, or tampering with a witness and say, you're going to have to hit all of these points?
No.
Okay. Did they simply arrange the meeting?
Yes.
And to be clear, at that time, is your team doing their own investigation for your case?
Yes.
And their duty is to you,
Yes.
just like their duty is to her.
Right.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
You understand why she crosses you like this, right?
Yes.
You were asked about this beer bottle progression, okay? And that apparently, for the first time yesterday, you had discussed 3 separate beer bottles. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was on cross-examination that just happened,
Right.
right? I'm going to approach with some timestamps of a recording. I'll show it to defense. I know you guys have a transcript of it, but if you'd like to read it.
Do you know if that's for the time of the day or is it the
Time of the day.
Do you know how far into it?
I do not. Can I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
I just need time to figure out where you're at. Your Honor, I'm sorry, I just got a transcript. I'm just trying to figure out where it is.
Okay. Just let me know when you both are ready.
Your transcript. Your Honor, I would be objecting. That's not an accurate transcript.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I would be objecting to him approaching Ms. Varela. That's not an accurate transcript.
Can the parties approach?
Not an accurate transcript. Oh. Pardon me, it's like, ooh, it's getting on. Yeah. My bad. I wish you wouldn't object every 5 minutes. Oh boy. Got me tired. Yeah. I don't know why. She should just let them talk and then object after, say, 5 statements maybe. just to move things along. Oh my days, it's crazy. My days, she has a mouth. Wow. How can she talk so much? This is just madness. Yeah, definitely not in her favor. It's also the police officers, whether the cops did it by the book. And that's what she's trying to find out. Trying to find any little crack that means that she didn't do their job properly. We back?
Now I'm gonna just show you 1150. You can just look at this. Ma'am, do you recall in the progression saying something to the extent that she grabbed a beer bottle and goes to hit him, but then misses?
Right.
And I go, no, don't, let's just leave it. And she looks at me and grabs another beer bottle, and that's when she hits him on the head, then grabs another one and hits him again.
Right.
Okay? And is that the way you recall it?
Yes.
Okay? And to be clear, do you, let's step back for a moment. Do you have any doubt whatsoever in your mind that Miss Rodriguez used a beer bottle and smashed it on Christopher's head? Do you have any doubt about that?
No.
Okay. I mean, you were there
Right.
and you saw that portion, right?
Yes.
And I want to talk about this massive motive that you're apparently going to have.
You're not going to object to leading, and it's improper for the prosecutor to be testifying for this witness, basically.
I will sustain as to the phrasing of the beginning of that question. I didn't have the rest of it, so I don't know if it's leading or not, but Mr. Praley, just mind that issue.
You saw this, right?
Right.
And you've been cross-examined for hours
Right.
about this motive of you making all this up
Right.
to get out to see your kids,
Right.
right?
Right.
And that you'll do anything for this sweetheart deal of 32 years.
Objection. It's mischaracteristics of the evidence. Her deal was not 32, it was 16 to 32.
I'll overrule the objection.
Right? You heard all that.
Right.
You endured that cross.
Right.
So explain to this jury, when you said you saw the smashing of this beer bottle, wouldn't it make more sense for you to say that you were right next to her and you see her stabbing that file into his neck time and time and time again, and nothing was obstructing your view?
Right.
I mean, if you're so out to get this woman, your sight is perfect, correct?
Yes.
Your hearing is perfect?
I'm sorry, Ms. Deborah,
Leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Would your sight be perfect?
It would.
Would your hearing be perfect?
Yes.
You would have been stone cold sober, right?
Right.
You were asked about the things that were taken.
Yeah.
Specifically, you were asked about the phone.
Yes.
Did you look at that phone?
I did.
Okay. And can you describe to the jury, to the extent that you recall, what was on that phone of Christopher?
When Stacy asked me to open the phone, I started going through his pictures, and I remember seeing pictures of his dog and I believe his girlfriend, and I started feeling bad, and I started telling Stacy.
401, 403, and hearsay.
Oh, she has direct observation.
Give me just a second here. All right, I will overrule the objection. The witness can continue.
You can answer.
And I remember seeing pictures, and which I believe was his girlfriend, and I started feeling bad. I remember Stacy was like, "Get off the phone now and stop looking at the pictures." And I started feeling just bad.
Okay. You had guilt.
Yes.
You recall telling Detective Burrows also that you saw photos of his mom, or what you thought was his mom.
Yeah.
In terms of these aspects of your motive, you were asked specifically that you kept all this hidden, right?
Right.
After the fact.
Right.
And that the obvious answer would be that you're scared.
Right.
And in the first part of your testimony, when I last got to ask questions, fair to say you couldn't give that full answer?
Yes.
You couldn't explain what truly you were afraid of?
Yes.
What's the objection?
Your approach.
Sure.
I am waiting for the judge to go, just to tell her off, just to say, "Stop making so many objections." I'm just waiting for it, hoping that it'll happen, but it won't. Who makes as many objections? Why? And the fact that she can talk for at least 2 minutes solid about an objection for a sentence. Just grinding the lawyers down so that they won't be able to, like, speak properly. This is crazy. Yep. It's just terrible, but it's good if you let her speak.
Now you can answer, right?
Yeah.
Are you scared of the defendant?
Yes.
Does your relationship contain abuse?
Yes.
And did you still love her?
Yeah.
Do you still have feelings for her?
Right now, no.
Did you during that time period?
Yes.
And looking at all the people around you, were you two alone essentially on an island after this event on October 3rd?
No.
Did you have others that you felt like you could tell about this particular case?
No, I felt alone, and I felt like I couldn't talk to anybody, and I was just terrified of her, and I was believing all the lies that she had told me, and I was just terrified of, what was gonna happen
If what?
if I did tell the cops. And I just remember at that, Stacy had already told me that she was gonna kill me. She just didn't have the details set out yet before the murder happened. And I just remember thinking I can't show no fear, even though I was terrified of her. And the abuse got worse after. at this point in my life, I just didn't care about me anymore. I was just careless. I didn't care if I died. And I feel like she knew that. And so she threatened one night. She put a knife to my neck and she cut off all my clothes. And she told me if I ever talked to my kid's dad, she was gonna kill him. And I believed her. You know, I feel like at this point, she just knew she couldn't get to me anymore. And so she was using the things that I truly loved. And, you know, the abuse just got worse and it just kept trying to stay strong and just not show any fear. I was doing everything she wanted. I mean, I was just bypassing the time because I truly believed she was gonna kill me.
You had stated multiple times, ma'am, that after hearing the sound of him being stabbed, that you had made the decision that you couldn't show fear.
Right.
Internally, were you living in fear?
Yeah. I was terrified of her. And I just try not to show it. And I didn't want her to know that I was because I felt like that was just the best survival mode to go through. And I mean, if I feel like she lied about a lot of things that I believed, like her being in this gang and killing other people. And now that I think about it, I feel like, you know, she was just telling me these.
I'm sorry?
Narrative.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You can continue, ma'am.
And I feel like she was just telling me these things just so I could be scared. And I believed it.
Okay. And so, for example, you had talked about this aspect of her saying that she'd killed before.
Right.
And did you actually believe that at the time?
Yes. She told me that, you know, she pulled the body down so it can make it look like self-defense. She's told me that she's burnt the other bodies and it takes longer for them to identify it. And, you know, me personally, I didn't know that stuff about killing. And it made sense because somebody who killed other people and knew this stuff, you know, so I believed her.
Okay. And so as part of that, ma'am, you're saying you believed what she said without proof of it, fair?
Right.
As to those other things. As to Christopher, did you have proof that she had killed someone?
No. Oh, with Christopher, yes. Yes.
With Christopher?
Yes.
On October 3rd?
Yes.
I mean, I want to make this very clear. Who all was there on October 3rd?
Me, Stacy, and Christopher.
Okay. And did you actually see Christopher, as you drew it,
yes,
bleeding out?
Yes.
I mean, there's no other person for that one, right?
Objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Was anybody else there?
No.
And at that point, did you guys understand when you weren't arrested on October 4th, October 5th, October 6th, all those days, that the police didn't know who'd done it?
Yes.
I mean, did that make sense?
Yes.
So you were asked a lot of things that you chose not to do, like you didn't drive away.
Yes.
That you didn't call 911.
Yes.
That you didn't call Javi.
Yes.
You didn't call Hannah.
Yes.
You didn't go to GPD.
Yes.
Did the defendant ask you whether or not you guys should call 911?
No.
Did she ever suggest we should go to GPD?
No.
At that point, was there ever a suggestion, other than what the defendant said, to make it look like self-defense? Or was it simply to keep your mouth shut?
I think it was to keep my mouth shut.
Ma'am, you were asked about your motive and the fact you didn't take accountability, right?
Right.
Did you hand the murder weapon to the defendant?
I did.
Did she ask for that murder weapon?
Yes.
Did you hear it get used?
Yes.
Ma'am, when you testified yesterday and when you're here today, are you able to relive that event? Are you able to look and remember what happened to Chris?
Objection, Your Honor, this is for 1403 in bolstering.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah. That's just something that should have never happened. I just feel so... And I don't think she realizes that it affected a lot of people. And
Objection, Your Honor, 4143.
I'm going to sustain that answer, sustain that objection as the answer was non-responsive. The question was, are you able to look and remember what happened to Chris? Ms. Varela, if you can answer that question specifically.
Yes.
Vividly?
Yes.
You were asked about the arson. And specifically, I guess to back up before that, you were asked about going through the pockets.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you believe that the defendant took something out of the victim's pocket.
Yes.
And you believe that was a wallet.
Yes.
And now you were shown a wallet that was in his car.
Yes.
Are you?
Objection, that's not in evidence.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Are you still confident that something was taken out of his pocket?
Yes.
Are you still confident that his phone was taken?
Yes.
You were asked about this lack of discussion on the way around after you had left, and that there was no explicit, hey, I'm gonna go light the house on fire.
Right.
Okay? You were given directions.
Yes.
You were told what to do.
Yes.
And ultimately, did you go back to that place?
Yes.
You knew Christopher was dead at that point, right?
Yes.
Did you ever get out of that car?
No.
You were then asked about the destruction of these items at a later time, right?
Yeah.
And specifically that you didn't participate in it.
Right.
Do you believe those items were burnt?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
I had seen the bonfire when I had came back, and it smelled like chemicals.
And specifically, you had stated that you didn't want to be part of that and you left.
Right.
And you told that to,
Objection, leading.
well, did you tell that to Detective Burrows?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Praley, let me respond when I have an objection. Okay, give me a second.
I'll rephrase if the court wants.
If you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Did you tell that to Detective Burrows?
Yes.
And specifically when you got back, how was she acting towards you?
She was upset and just angry. I remember going back into the trailer and she came in and slammed the door and walked back out, and she was just mad. And I knew it was because I wasn't participating.
Okay. Ma'am, there was discussion about you texting another man in the days or weeks after the homicide,
Yes.
right? What was his name?
I think his Facebook name was Mobster, he went by.
Mob Trujillo?
Yeah.
And ultimately, was he writing you?
Was he texting me?
Right.
Yes. We had texted like throughout, even earlier in the months, kind of like throughout mine and Stacy's relationship,
Okay.
like that summer.
Okay. And ultimately, it was discussed that you had sent him nude photos
Yes.
and that Miss Rodriguez found out about it,
Right.
right? What was her reaction when she found out about it?
She was just angry. She showed me a picture on her phone that she took of my phone and was like, I thought you didn't like guys like this, and just going off on it. She blocked him off my phone, and then later she ended up showing me that she messaged whoever he was talking to, and I didn't really get to, she just showed me on her phone, and I think she was trying to ruin their relationship or something.
Ma'am, you were asked about an incident with, is it Isaiah?
Yes.
And you had known him since high school.
Right.
Okay. Describe the relationship again between Isaiah and Stacy. Was there one?
No.
Okay. How are you guys all friends?
Well, Isaiah was my friend, and so I don't know how they initially met. Maybe when we were out and he was there, but
You can continue.
that's kind of, they never had a relationship. It was through me.
Okay. And ultimately on that October 16th, you guys had gone out to Roasties.
Right.
There was that discussion, right?
Right.
If I could have a moment.
Sure.
Okay, ma'am. We're going to show what's marked and admitted as People's Exhibit 136. Who are we looking at here, ma'am?
Isaiah, me, and Stacy.
Okay. And what was Isaiah's previous name?
Kayleen.
Okay. Can you describe then that night as it pertains to what you recall?
I remember picking up Isaiah, and I think we were gonna go out to a karaoke night, and it was just supposed to be me and him. And Stacy was texting me, and I think I had to tell Isaiah, like, is it okay if we go pick up Stacy? And so we went and picked up Stacy, and she was driving in the Malibu. And I remember going to Roasties, and things were just, there was just tension. I don't know, I feel like Stacy was just already mad. And I do remember that night, Isaiah telling me, like, oh, it's gonna be one of those
Objection,
nights.
hearsay.
Give me just a moment. All right, I'll overrule the objection. The witness can continue.
And I remember him saying, oh, it's gonna be one of those nights. And I think he was just catching her vibe. And Roasties, it was okay. I mean, it was just, I was just trying to be neutral with both of them. And I remember leaving, and Stacy started driving, and she was pretty drunk because she hit the median. And I told her, get out, let me drive. And so I was driving, and we stopped at McDonald's, and then I went to go drop off Isaiah. And I remember they started arguing, and I don't really remember what it was about. And I remember Stacy pulling Isaiah out of the car, and that's when I got out, and because I was in the driver's seat, and I went around, and Stacy was on top of Isaiah, and she was using her weight on him. And I remember her hitting his head, and her looking at me, and she told me to go back to the car. And so I went back to the car, and then she got in the car, and we just drove off.
So I want to break down this assault a little bit. Who threw the first punch to the best of your recollection?
I don't know who threw the first punch.
If I could approach?
Sure.
Mickey, what is that? Of what? Of what? Can I see your time? Sure. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
And do you recall speaking about this at the proffer with Detective Burrows?
Yes.
And I understand that prior to now, we weren't able to speak about it, right?
Right.
Who do you believe threw the first punch according to your interview back then?
Stacy.
And then you had talked about that she was on top of her with her whole weight.
Right.
Can you describe that again for the jury?
I remember her just on top, and Isaiah was on her stomach, and Stacy was just sitting on her.
Okay. Now, ma'am, in terms of prior incidents with you, you had discussed that the defendant used her weight.
Right. She would always, that was one of her things that she would do. She would put her weight on you.
Is that similar or different to what happened to Chris when she had asked for you to go retrieve the weapon?
Similar.
And again, that would have been after he had been hit with the beer bottles.
Right.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to take the exhibit down.
I'm sorry?
The exhibit's still up. Can we take it
Oh,
down?
are you done with this, Mr. Barilla? Or are you still referring to it?
Sure, that's fine. We can take it down. Your Honor, I think this is probably a logical stopping point before we get into some of the other admitted exhibits.
Sure. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and recess for the day. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Please rise for the jury as they exit. Thank you. Please be seated. All right. The court will be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, can we address that issue that I brought up to the court?
Oh, yes. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. Ms. Devereaux and Mr. Peraley, and to the parties, before I forget, I just wanted to let you both know I was able to get coverage from treatment court, so we will be able to make use of Thursday afternoon. And Ms. Devereaux, I guess my only hesitation here is that we're close to 5. I'm not sure how much testimony you anticipate. If you believe it'll be lengthy, my preference would be to do it in the morning. Is that?
So I don't think it's going to be.
You don't think it'll be lengthy?
Okay, one moment. I haven't
Sure.
had a chance to talk.
Sure. Deputies, you can go ahead and take Ms. Varela down, and we'll show them to be back at 8:30. 8:30, yes. Okay. All right. Just for the record, Ms. Devereaux, can you go ahead and just frame the issue, and then we'll address any testimony you want to present.
Sure, Your Honor. Your Honor, it was brought to my attention that in the middle of Ms. Varela's cross-examination at one time, when I was approaching to lodge an objection and to discuss it outside the presence of the jury, it was brought to my attention that Ms. Varela's family member called me a fucking bitch. This has been brought to my attention now by 2 different people on the defense team. One is Ms. Brooke Mendoza, who's an investigator with my office, and the other one is Ms. Emma Colbert, who's one of our paralegals from our office. They're seated, just for the record, approximately 2 rows north of Ms. Varela's family, who I believe to be her mother and her sister. And it was loud enough for them to hear that 2 rows up, and essentially only 1 row, Ms. Mendoza and Ms. Colbert are only 1 row, or they're directly behind the bar, I should say. And if they heard it, then I'm concerned then the jury would have also heard it, especially given juror number 14's proximity to the bar is maybe about 8 feet. So I would request to call Ms. Mendoza to testify first, and then Ms. Colbert.
All right, thank you. Why don't you go ahead? You said Ms. Mendoza first?
Yes, please.
All right. Ms. Mendoza, can you come forward?
Oh, that was just too funny. I'm sorry. I heard that. I was just like.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza, I'm going to have you have a seat, but before you sit down, will you raise your right hand? Ma'am, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Go ahead and have a seat. Ms. Devereaux, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mendoza, what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with your office.
Okay. And as an investigator with my office, have you been assigned to Ms. Rodriguez's legal team?
I have.
And as such, have you been sitting here essentially all afternoon today, March 4th, 2025.
Most, yes.
Yes. And were you here for when I was, sorry, you guys, it's really hard to do this when you're in the back, so you just whisper a little lower. Thanks. Were you present in the courtroom when Ms. Varela was testifying?
For most of it.
And did you hear any sort of language coming from Ms. Varela's family directed at me?
Yes.
What exactly did you hear?
The word bitch.
And did you hear it a whisper or did you hear it louder than a whisper?
I would call it louder than a whisper because I could make out the word.
And how do you know that it was, or who do you believe it was coming from?
A female.
Okay. And where do you believe that female was located?
Directly behind me.
And when you were sitting there and you heard this, who were the only females behind you?
Miss Varela's family.
And how do you know that they're her family?
From the investigation in this case.
And is that also from viewing discovery in this case?
Yes.
And do you know that one was her mother?
Yes.
And do you know that one is her sister, Hannah?
Yes.
And were you able to tell exactly which one that was from?
I could not.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
All right, thank you. From the state, do you have any questions for Ms. Mendoza? No. All right, thank you. Ms. Mendoza, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Devereaux, did you say you had a second person?
Yes, Ms. Emma Colbert.
Colbert? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
She is dragging this out. But to be
All
fair,
right, thank you. Ms. Colbert, before you sit down, if you'll raise your hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and have a seat. Ms. Devereaux, go ahead and begin.
Thank you. And Ms. Colbert, can you tell me what you do for a living?
I am a paralegal with the Public Defender's Office.
And have you been sitting here throughout this trial?
Yes.
And is that because you were assigned to this case?
Yes,
And were you present this afternoon when Ms. Varela was testifying?
I was.
And at some point, could you hear some comments coming from behind you?
Yes.
Were they derogatory comments?
Yes.
Can you tell the court exactly what you heard?
I believe I heard fucking bitch.
Okay. And was that a male or a female voice?
I believe female.
Okay. And when you heard this, was there anyone directly behind you?
Miss Varela's family.
And how do you know they're Miss Varela's family?
From viewing discovery in this case.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does the state have any questions for Ms. Colbert?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Colbert, you can leave the witness stand. Ms. Devereaux, were those your only two witnesses?
Yes, please.
And did the state wish to present any evidence or witnesses on this issue?
No.
No, okay, thank you. Ms. Devereaux, any argument, and I know there's been a lot of case law on this issue, so Ms. Devereaux, I'm going to ask that you specifically address the Waller factors, because I know that the appellate courts have discussed this quite frequently recently.
And just for the record, the court is discussing People v. Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R, correct?
I didn't actually double check the citation, but if you give me just a moment, I can confirm. And I can go over those.
I think I have it. It's essentially,
Let me go over the factors. That might just be easier, and then I'll confirm the citation in just a second. I believe the factors to the Waller test are that, one, the party seeking to close the proceeding must advance an overriding interest that is likely to be prejudiced. Two, that the closure must be no broader than necessary to protect that interest. The trial court, three, the trial court must consider reasonable alternatives to closing the proceeding. And four, the trial court must make findings adequate to support the closure. And I believe that is United States Supreme Court case cited as 467 U.S. 39.
thank you, Your Honor. That is what I have as well. To start with, I would argue that there is an overriding interest that is likely to be close the proceeding. And frankly, Your Honor, I'm not even asking the court to necessarily close the proceeding. I'm asking the court to exclude Ms. Varela's family.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Devereaux, I should be clear. I believe Waller applies whether it's a total or partial closure.
Yes.
And I think the appellate courts have consistently found that exclusion of even one party does constitute a partial closure.
And I just want to make sure that because prong 2 is that the closure must be no broader than necessary to protect the interest. And I think those things are tied together. My request is nothing broader than to protect the interests of Mr. Rodriguez's constitutional rights to a fair trial and have effective assistance of counsel and due process. And that includes this jury not hearing counsel being called derogatory comments by parties in the galley, especially given the close proximity of the court heard testimony that if my investigator and my paralegal were able to hear these derogatory comments literally maybe 8 to 10 feet from juror number 14, then there is a risk here that this jury may also hear such derogatory comments being made about Ms. Rodriguez's counsel. The court must also consider reasonable alternatives to closing the proceeding, and the court must also to make findings adequate to support the closure. Ms. Rodriguez has a right to a public trial that is also met with dignity and respect, and that was something we actually voired on and talked about here. I think it's sending a very concerning message to this jury if we're telling them during jury selection that they have a right, duty, and obligation to be respectful and respectful of each other, but yet they're seeing that this court is allowing family members to make such derogatory comments to counsel. There is no other reasonable alternatives. And again, we're not asking the court to completely close the proceeding. We're simply just asking the court to exclude the family members who have proven to this court that they cannot follow the dignity and rules of this courtroom. And so I'm not sure if the court has any other specific concerns, but that is our request.
And can you tell me, Ms. Devereaux, based on your understanding, you had mentioned the name Hannah. Can you give me what you believe to be the mother and sister's name that you referenced, if you know it?
So it's Hosanna Varela, which has been mentioned throughout the testimony in this case. That's the sister's name. And mom's name is Denise Varela.
Denise Varela. All right, thank you. And Mr. McCormick, Mr. Pralia, does the state have a position on this issue?
Judge, I do. We would object to any either partial or full closure in this particular case. I don't believe they've met the factors as set forth in Waller versus Georgia. The other aspect I have is that they were not able to identify an individual, specific individual that said that. They merely said it came from the back of the courtroom. It just so happened to be the day that Ms. Varela was testifying. Some of her family were here in support. I didn't hear it. I don't know. I don't believe Mr. Burrows or Mr. Pralia heard it either. Nobody else came forward at the time. I think at this point that's a pretty drastic remedy to either do a partial or a full closure of the courtroom. I think at this point, if the court has any concerns and admonishment at this time, would be the most appropriate factor. My concern is that, as the court noted, aside from the Waller case, there has been a pretty robust area of law in this regard from the Court of Appeals here in the state of Colorado, and oftentimes, more than not, the case gets reversed because it was an inappropriate closure. I don't believe that this rises to the level of doing that, and we would object.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to order Hannah Varela and Denise Varela to come up to the podium here.
It's gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Somebody's gonna get fined.
And ma'am, just to make sure I have each of you addressed correctly, on the left, are you Denise Varela? Is your name Denise Varela? Is that correct?
Yes, Denise Varela.
All right. And ma'am, are you Hannah Varela?
Yes, my name is Hannah Varela Campos.
All right. Thank you. All right. First, to address the court's factual finding, based on the evidence before the court does find that this remark was made. The court does find the testimony of Ms. Mendoza and Ms. Colbert credible, that they were able to hear the remark. With respect to the jury hearing the remark, the court cannot make that factual finding at this time, although I do acknowledge that whenever some remark like that is made in the courtroom, there is certainly a risk and possibility that the jury has heard that remark. The defendant's advancing of an overriding interest essentially relates to the jurors' exposure to that remark. Again, I do find that is a significant interest that would likely to be prejudiced
Your
if
Honor,
the jury.
I'm sorry. She's trying to talk to Mr. Perelia here.
And Ms. Varela, I just need you to stand at the podium here while I make my findings. And I'm sorry, let me review where it was.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can you direct Ms. Denise Varela to stop looking at me and giving me dirty looks? This is really just not appropriate.
Listen, I'm trying to make my finding. It's not easy. I want both of you to just stand at that podium and look at me while I say some things here, okay? Here's my concern that I want to make sure everybody in this courtroom understands. This is not Judge Joe Brown. This is not Judge Judy. This is not a TV show. I am not going to tolerate people just jumping up and talking like this is some goddamn reality TV show, okay? I want to make sure I'm not asking you to talk. I'm not asking you to talk. I want to make sure everybody in this courtroom understands. I have to make some legal findings. I'm not going to have anybody interrupt me while I do so. So the next person that does is going to have some problems. So let me go back to where I was to make sure that I don't skip anything. I do find that the defendant does have an overriding interest in the jury not being exposed to inappropriate remarks. Again, I have stated I cannot make a finding that they have been so exposed, but I do acknowledge the risk of exposure under these circumstances. At this point in time, given that we're only considering a risk, I do not find that closure of the courtroom is appropriate. I do not find that admonishment of the people involved is not I do find that admonishment of the people involved is a reasonable alternative to closing the proceeding. To Ms. Denise Varela and Ms. Hannah Varela, I want to be sure that I am crystal clear with you. I am not paying attention to what is going on in the back of the courtroom because I have so much else that I need to address in this very complicated, long, and complex proceeding. Now that I am on notice, I and my staff are going to have to take time that we otherwise would not need to pay attention to what is going on in the back of the courtroom. I want to make sure that everybody in this courtroom hears me very, very clearly. If there is disruptions in a first-degree murder trial, I might not need to go over the Waller factors. If I see a disruption, we are going to be talking about contempt of court, and I'm going to be sending some people to jail. So if people in this courtroom don't want to go to jail, I would suggest that they think about the dignity of this courtroom, the decorum that is appropriate for a first-degree murder case, appropriate in any sort of court proceeding, and consider that when they're deciding how to act in my courtroom. I am, as I'm sure everybody in this that is in this courtroom can see, a very chill and relaxed, and I hope a patient individual. Where I lose my patience is people not respecting the dignity of the job that I have to do here and the important work of justice that we do in the 19th Judicial District. So I hope everybody is crystal clear with that. I hope nobody is interested in going to jail tomorrow. And I hope that I don't have to address this issue again during this trial. So Ms. Denise Varela, Ms. Hannah Varela, you can go ahead and have a seat. You can take your seat. And I hope everybody in this courtroom considers that when we resume tomorrow morning at 8:30. Ms. Devereaux, any other record that you want the court to make right now?
No, thank you.
Any other record for the state?
Your Honor, just as an officer of the court, I don't want to be the last one to speak. I just simply want to relay the information that was turned to me prior to the advisement. I just want the court.
Sure.
I really don't want, I get it.
Okay.
It was just simply relayed to me that they are not the individuals that said the comment.
Okay, and I don't know what that is.
I
Again,
understand.
I
I
just
just
asked the
wanted-
question. That's why I'm not giving anybody specific a hard time. I hope people are listening to me, because if they want to find out whether Judge Vigil is serious as a heart attack, they can find that out if they push me.
I completely understand. I
All
just
right.
wanted to put on the record because that discussion was provided that she's now speaking to me. I felt as an officer of the court, I needed to tell you that.
I appreciate you telling me that, and we will be in recess until 8:30.
Oh, finally. My days. That was long. But somebody in the audience. My days. There might be some jail time handed out to the audience. That is beautiful. The way he handled it, obviously, was pretty chill. And I agree, he could have took it a lot further, but my days. When she said that, I was just like, so funny. Oh my days. I think that is a good place to end it there. I mean, obviously, we had the defense lawyer going over what was already said. She was going over the fact that two testimonies didn't match up, but it didn't necessarily match up in a bad way. I don't think that was to a deficit, so I think the judge might be lenient with her sentence. And there isn't very many holes for her to like make doubt for all the jurors, so I think she's okay. I'm trying to think of anything else, but it was so moving at the end. All those questions from, I call them attacking lawyers. I know the prosecution. I know, but all those questions just made her break down and showed that she really actually cared, and that she wasn't some kind of mastermind. So, a refreshing end to, I think it's day 2. I think so. Right. We will all see you tomorrow morning. I think it's 8:30. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Please like and subscribe, because Katia works very hard on all these trials, and it's very worth it for her. Well, not worth it for her to do, but it's late and I need to go to bed. These endings to streams is quite difficult. I need to record myself to do a flow as well. That's also funny. Thank you for stopping with me, and I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you for all tuning in. Case 1, Fanny Pack, and everyone. And Bap, our newly converted guy. Thank you for liking and subscribing.